Meet Alexis Morris, a young woman embarking on a new chapter of her life in Woodland Flats after the loss of her mother. Descended from a lineage of witches, Alexis discovers her own supernatural heritage on her 14th birthday when she transforms into a magnificent white wolf named Ariel. Her sole remaining family is her Aunt Helena, who runs the local apothecary, providing mystical concoctions to the community. Enter Blake Sterling, the formidable alpha of the Sterling Moon Pack. Proud and resolute, Blake shuns the concept of true mates, believing them to be a liability. He's content with his solitary existence and has no intention of seeking out a mate. That is until fate intervenes, revealing Alexis as his destined partner. But Alexis isn't swayed by Blake's title or his aloof demeanor. As their worlds collide, Blake finds himself confronted with a challenge unlike any he's faced before. Will he be able to win over this strong-willed witch and claim his rightful place by her side? Or will his stubbornness cost him the love of a lifetime?
Chapter 1 and Helena.
Moving day. Alexis Morris is leaving Tifton to live with her Aunt Helena, 2 weeks from her 18th birthday, and feeling the effects of being orphaned. She's ready for a new adventure, anything to shake the gloom of the last 2 years. Her mother fell ill 2 years ago. The healers could do nothing for her, a mysterious sickness that deprived her of her mind. She finally gave up her fight 3 weeks ago. But for Alexis, her mother left her when she was diagnosed with her illness and could no longer remember her daughter. Now, the insurance has been settled, the house sold, and graduation was over. There's nothing tying Alexis to Tifton anymore, and she's moving on. She knows she has a father out there somewhere, but she just doesn't care to find out who he is. He slept with her mother and was gone by morning, leaving her baking in her mom's oven, and my mom would never tell me who he is. I simply do not care. No telling how many seeds he's planted around the country. She's excited to be moving to Woodland Flats. North Dakota snow is going to be fun. She's going to learn to ice skate ski and navigate the roads. Can't be much different than driving on rain-slick clay, right? Helena came to Georgia for her mom's funeral and invited Alexis to live with her and hone her craft. She asked her if she would take over the apothecary that Helena owns in a few years. She has a life path, and she's not going to be alone anymore. There's a place for Ariel to run. All Alexis has to do is be sworn in to the Sterling Moon Pack as a lone wolf. Having never been in a pack before, she isn't willing to give up her lone wolf status because she knows she has a problem with authority. Being alpha-born herself, it could cause an issue. And Helena told her the alpha, Blake Sterling, is fine with Alexis living in town as long as she doesn't cause problems. See? Authority equals arrogance in her experience. All good, she minds her own business, and he minds his, no problem. What Alexis doesn't realize is Ariel is a rare wolf. Not just because she's a hybrid, but because she is a white wolf. There are fewer than 50 in the world, and they're said to be blessed wolves of the moon goddess, and always she wolves. Some even believe white wolves are her daughters. Ariel is cocky, a bit of a smart ass actually, but Alexis loves her dearly. She is her best friend, and they are alike in many ways. The trailer is loaded and hitched to her Land Rover Defender 130. The one luxury Alexis allowed herself before investing the majority of the insurance money she received from losing her mom. She only packed her personal things, her art supplies, her collection of classic 70s vinyl albums, some of her mother's favorite items, and her clothes. A fresh start is just what she needs. Standing in her bedroom for the last time, she spins in a circle, saying goodbye. She stops in front of the mirror, taking in her shoulder-length, plum-colored hair and violet eyes. Ariel perks up, looking good, sassy pants. Are we ready to take Woodland Flats by storm? We are. A new start, a new life. We take no shit this time. No mean girls and no assholes. Deal? It's time we take charge of us. Arriving 3 days later, she pulls into Helena's driveway, The house is a two-story Victorian style with a beautiful porch stretching the entire length of the front. Dormer windows showing from the attic, with two balconies overlooking the front yard from the second floor. It's a beautiful light blue with white shutters to keep out the ferocious winter storms that Helena told us occur. Alexis is looking forward to experiencing her first one, but she's relieved she has a few months before that happens. Helena runs out to pull her into her arms, telling her, "I am so happy you're here. We get to spend every day together instead of 2 weeks twice a year. Having you with me is the best thing that I can imagine. Let's get you moved in. So much to do." Alexis replies, "I am excited too. Tomorrow is a busy day. I have to return the rental trailer and then meet with Alpha Sterling. Will you go with me?" I admit to being a little nervous. Dealing with alphas isn't high on my wanna-do list. Helena laughs. Blake is a lovely young man, a little arrogant, but when you see him, you'll understand why. He's had a bit of a hard life and tends to be closed off emotionally. Nothing you can't handle, though. Lovely, Alexis thinks. Gonna be fun dealing with that. But she doesn't have to see him too often. Just mandatory pack meetings and functions. Hopefully, no more than Alpha Brennan had her doing in Georgia. Everything unloaded, Helena says, "Come, I have a surprise." Following her upstairs to the attic, Helena opened a door with a big smile on her face. "I had this done for you. I hope it's suitable." And Alexis stepped into a spacious room with many windows facing the back gardens and perfect lighting. Her aunt had created a wonderful art studio for her, and it touched her heart. She walked to Helena and hugged her close, holding tightly. Her 5 frame engulfed in her aunt's arms. She whispered, "It's beautiful. I can't thank you enough. It feels like home." Helena holds her close to her, cushioning her head to her generous bosom, and said, "You're mine. I would do anything to make you feel comfortable and happy." Unpacking her bedroom was a whole other story. Helena ordered pizza and opened a bottle of wine. She put Steppenwolf on the record player and danced around the room, singing badly, while Alexis put clothes away and stored the boxes of her mother's things. It was fun, and they laughed and danced the night away. The next morning, she was up, showered and dressed in a cute skater dress, braided hair. She slapped a little mascara, liner, and lip gloss on. Grabbing white strappy sandals, raced downstairs to find Helena waiting. She smiled and told her they would grab breakfast at Debbie's diner after they dropped the trailer. Alexis grabs her hand, and they're off. Walking into the diner, she notices Helena seems a little overly excited, and the reason is explained when a handsome older gentleman steps up and takes her hand. Ah, Helena has a crush, loving it, turning to Alexis. Helena smiles. "This is Max. He owns the diner and is a dear friend." Alexis nods and laughs. "Friend. Friends don't make you all giddy and giggly, but let's go with that, sure. Who's Debbie?" Max laughs loud and heartily. "I bought the diner 5 years ago and just kept the name. It was an established diner and well known by the townspeople, so why rock the boat?" She nods and orders coffee, lots of it, and pancakes.
Important note.
To all our listeners, if you've been swept away by the captivating tale and are enjoying the journey, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Additionally, for those who prefer reading over listening, you can subscribe to our Book Lover Aficionado package on Patreon for just $10 a month, where you'll have access to both listen and read options. Your donations mean the world to us and help us bring even more thrilling stories to life. Find the Patreon link in the description below and become a part of our storytelling community today.
Chapter 2, Lone Wolf.
Blake Sterling walks into his office. Cody Dawson. His beta is already there, with Damon Barrett, his gamma. He asks what's on his agenda this morning, and Cody tells him, "You have the new lone wolf to swear in. She arrived in town yesterday. Helena will be coming in with her." Blake tilts his head. "What do we know about this girl? Where's she from?" "She's Helena's niece, so I'm assuming she must be a hybrid. What background did you find, Damon? Handing Blake a folder, he says, not much background, really. She was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina, moved to Tifton, Georgia when she was 7, raised by a single mother, who passed away 3 weeks ago. Alpha Brennan reports she and her mom caused no problems and stayed to themselves. She helped the pack out a few times, with location spells and warding borders, healed his mate after childbirth, due to some complications. A talented witch, by all accounts powerful. No one has seen her wolf. She runs alone. The people in Tifton weren't overly friendly, so she stayed pretty much to herself. Father unknown, but Brennan says she is highborn. He could smell Alpha. She will be 18 in 10 days and moved here as Helena is her only family. As long as she doesn't present problems. We aren't a community of many lone wolves, and it's not something I want to make a habit of, Blake remarks. Cody says she will be living in town with Helena, training to take over the apothecary. I'm hoping she's cute, can use some new eye candy. Damon laughs. Even if she's ugly, you're still going to try and hit it. You know you will. Cody shrugs and Blake smirks. Unless I hit it first. They all laugh and Blake's wolf Athos pipes up, it's time we find our mate. We're approaching 22 winters, and these she-whores aren't doing it for me. I want my mate. Sorry, buddy. Not interested. I will take a chosen in a couple years. But mates make you weak. Remember Dad? I remember he loved our mother. I remember he said it was a timeless love that he wouldn't trade for anything. And it killed him when she died. I'm not letting that happen to us. Selfish. You are throwing away our goddess gift. Yep, just how it is, we'll see. Wonder if you'll be saying that when I refuse to let you go dicky dipping all over town. Wait, what? No, you like fuking too. Do I? Have you ever felt my presence when you're whoring around? What? Yes, I did, didn't I? And Athos didn't respond. Blake sat a minute, then asked, when you guys are getting busy with a girl, is your wolf present? Damon shakes his head and Cody replies, nope, Baxter is saving himself for his mate. Blake ponders that a couple minutes. Athos is being a prick, wants his mate and threatening to not let me fuck anybody. Not sure I know how to feel about that. Cody and Damon both start laughing. Damn, bro, that's going to piss Cynthia off. Want to be a fly on the wall for that fight. Fuck. A knock at the door interrupts their conversation. And as Cody opens the door, an alluring smell of honey and cinnamon wafts into the room, bringing Athos to attention. Oh fuck no. Helena walks in, with the most beautiful girl Blake has ever seen. Plum-colored hair braided, reaching down her back, nearly touching her waist. Violet eyes, barely 5 tall, and he's pissed. He tells them to take a seat. Why should I allow you, lone wolf, access to my territory? She smiles, a beautiful smile that lights her eyes. Alpha Sterling, I have requested recognition so my wolf, Ariel, has a safe place to run and hunt. I am a lone wolf, sanctioned by the Werewolf Council, thanks to Alpha Brennan. But without your pack's access, I will have to take my chances in the National Forest, which causes a danger to her. However, it is a risk we will have to take if you refuse. Blake sits there several minutes, arguing with Athos. I think she's our mate. It's not definite. We won't know until she's 18, but I can feel it. I'm not feeling it. I will grant her access, but I want nothing more to do with her. You think I'm playing? Fuck this up, and you won't like what follows. I said I will grant access, nothing more. He raises his eyes to her face and says, we will grant you pack privileges, but I will tolerate no trouble, no problem or disrespect. She nods, anger showing in her eyes. Of course. I guarantee you will never see me. Other than allowing my wolf to run and hunt, I want nothing to do with pack either. I will bother you no further once swearing in is done. Helena looks at Blake asking, I'm sensing hostility, Blake. You don't know my niece. Yet, you seem to have made up your mind she is a troublemaker. Why is that? He sighs. Helena, I respect you and your craft. My problem lies in the fact that lone wolves are unruly and thwart authority. I want no problems. Alexis smirks, amusing. I avoid trouble. I have always done so. I live my life by the adage, don't start none, won't be none. I will adhere to that. Trust and believe. I will not be a problem unless trouble reaches out to me. Like you, I dislike being disrespected. He nods and proceeds with the ceremony that will allow her link to his ranks and dismisses them. Cody looks at him. Dude, the fuck was that? Blake groans. I don't know, bro. She just pisses me off, and I don't know why. Athos is being a dick. Gave me a headache. It's already dinner time. Let's head to the wolf's den and grab a bite and some drinks. Both guys jump up. Hell yeah, I need to get a good drunk on. And sort through whatever shit is happening in my head.
Chapter 3, Love Potion. Alexis POV.
Alexis and Helena head out from the pack house, and Helena is angry. What the fuck was that? I have known that boy 15 years. He has never been so rude. Granted, there are only 2 other lone wolves in his territory, and they have been here 10 years. But that attitude he had with you was uncalled for. Alexis laughs. Aunt Helena, he's not the first asshole I have dealt with in my life. I'm sure he won't be the last. And sometimes it happens. You meet someone and they rub you the wrong way. Obviously, that's what happened with me first glance. He decided to not like me. And I'm fine with that. I don't have to deal with him unless there's trouble. I'm not going looking for it. So it's fine. Let's go home. You call Max. And we will grab some dinner somewhere. My treat? I want to see the town. She grins. You're right. Your first night in town. It's Saturday night, and the Wolf's Den will be popping. We get home, and I ask how fancy this place is. She shrugs. It's a club, so dressy enough to be fashionable and casual enough to be comfortable. What the fuck does that mean? I run up to my room, showering. I towel off and walk into my closet. I decide on leather shorts that lace up the sides, my thigh-high boots, and a silver sequined halter top. Letting my hair hang loose and adding beaky waves, I sit to do makeup. A dark purple smoky eye with winged liner and plum lipstick to match my natural plum-colored hair. I look smockin'. Running down the stairs, I interrupt Max kizing my aunt. Oops. My eyes, my poor eyes. Get a room, guys. They laugh and Helena pops me on the ass. Cheeky girl. I open the door. Skipping out, I yell. Let's go. Time for some letting loose fun. Aunt Helena was right. If the parking lot is any indication, this place is poppin'. There's even a doorman. We cue the line and are inside in less than 15 minutes. Max tells us to grab a table and he will order drinks. Sitting down, I can see the majority of the people in here are wolves. That's fine with me. I plan on avoiding them anyway. If you aren't pureblood, wolves tend to be snobs. And maybe that was Blake's problem with me. Whoa, why did that ass pop into my head? Max walks over with a waitress and asks if we want menus before the band starts, and we nod. Max says, I gotta admit, most girls don't drink bourbon. I smile and shrug. I'm not a frou-frou umbrella sweet drink kind of girl. Shit, half the time, I forget I'm a girl anyway. They laugh and Helena smiles. You were always a tomboy, preferring martial arts and fighting to ballet and cheerleading. You're a black belt in 3 disciplines now? I giggle. Yep, much to Mom's chagrin. I did enjoy gymnastics, but I guess that's a sort of unisex sport. We ordered dinner, and the steak I had was melt in my mouth tender. Really good. The waitress brought another round of drinks, and the band started their first set. Good food, good bourbon, great music. This is going to be my hangout. Aunt Helena, let's have my birthday here next weekend. I like this place. She laughs and agrees. We drank and danced and had a good time. I really like Max for my aunt. She's happy with him, and I couldn't ask for anything else. We were home by 11, and I left them watching a movie. I felt inspired with the great night we'd had and wanted to paint. Walking into my studio, I set my easel and blobbed paint on my palette and let my mind move my brushes. Lost in music, I painted. Helena stepped in and asked when I was going to sleep. I looked at the clock. Holy shit, it was after 3. I looked at what I painted and was stunned. I had painted a moonlit scene by a river with a waterfall. Beside the river stood a black wolf with startling emerald eyes with golden flecks. He looked ready to step off the canvas. My aunt gasped and said, "That is stunning. Who is the wolf?" I shrugged, looking at the wolf. I've never seen him before. I didn't even realize I was painting a wolf. I was looking out past the gardens and saw the river. With the moon shining off the water, she stares at it, then asks, "Can I hang it in the store? Please, I really like it." I told her absolutely. We will take it in tomorrow after I've framed it. Getting out of bed, I showered and dressed in jeans and a Pink Floyd t-shirt and Adidas. I skipped to the attic and framed the painting. By the time I was done, Helena hollered time to eat. "We're running late. She owns the store. How late can we be? Are we going to get fired?" I grabbed the breakfast wrap she'd fixed and go cup of coffee. There is no way I'm functioning without caffeine. The shop is adorable. I wander around allowing myself to become accustomed to her products, learning how she sets them up. I come to a shelf, reading labels, and I laugh. "Aunt Helena? Love potions? Do people actually buy these? Have you spelled them? If you have, I don't know that I can sell them. I'm not comfortable messing with fate, and I certainly won't go against the moon goddess. I understand that you only answer to Hecate, but I answer to them both. Please say they aren't spelled." She shakes her head. "I would never tamper with a true mate bond. People do buy them, but they are only temporary. The feeling only lasts 2 hours. If you read the label, you will find the disclaimer. And if love develops after the 2 hours, then it was meant to be, right?" I am shaking my head. No, 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 it's wrong. What if they buy the potions in bulk? What if they are giving them to someone every 2 hours for several days, Aunt Helena? That's definitely tampering. Her eyes widen, and she mutters, "I didn't think of that. I'm so dumb. A girl came in last week and bought 24 bottles. What if it was to steal someone's mate? Oh my goddess. Remove them from the shelf. I will only sell them one at a time. From now on, whoever wants them must give their name so we can track how many they are buying." I am once again shaking my head. What if we change the formula, allowing the potion to only affect the person drinking it to only feel the effects for 15 minutes? That should solve that issue. But to be honest, I'm still not entirely comfortable. We only get one mate. What would you feel if someone took yours? If someone stole Max? She started pulling them all off the shelf, shaking her head. I didn't think. What if it's already happened? I hug her to me and tell her, if that girl comes back, we figure out who she's feeding the potion to and remove the effects. It's fixable. We just have to be careful. We don't need a black mark on our souls.
Chapter 4, An Alpha Bunny. Blake's POV.
I can't get her out of my head. Seeing her on the dance floor with her aunt last night. Hot damn, that girl is gorgeous. And that ass in those shorts. I needed to get laid so bad. But Nulu. Athos held true to his word, and I suffered limp dick syndrome all night. As long as my eyes were on Alexis, I had a raging hard-on. But let Cynthia put her lips around the head of my cock, and there it is, limp dick. I'm frustrated and pissed off. He's never acted like this before. Until we know if she's our mate, it will stay like this. I may decide to do this until we do find our mate. You may not want a mate, but I do. You have had your way for 22 years. It is about us, not about you. And if she's not our mate, then what hairball? You're just going to deny us physical pleasure forever? I've never felt physical pleasure, bone bag. I have always blocked you out. My soul wants his other half. But you've been too selfish to even care. How will our mate feel when she discovers how many women you've fuked? Athos, we have always agreed on everything, but this. What if she rejects us? What if she accepts us, and we lose her? We will die. I'm done discussing this. I decide to run. I need to think. Stepping through the patio doors, I shift into Athos and let him have his head. We run to the south, and he scents an elk. Lowering on his haunches, he stalks the beast, taking his time. He sneaks through the underbrush, staying downwind. The elk senses something, but he knows it isn't him. He's looking in the opposite direction. After a few minutes, he drops his head and starts eating again. Just as he takes a step, Athos leaps and lands on his back and locks his jaws on the elk's neck and twists his body, taking the elk to the ground and snapping its neck. Athos eats his fill and begins dragging the remainder back to the pack house when something alerts him to his left. He spins, just in time to see a flash of white fur, and it was gone. What the fuck was that? Torn between chasing after the flash of white and getting the fresh meat back, he asks Athos what he thought it was. I have no idea. We are upwind, so I didn't catch any scent. I'm not sensing any danger, so let's get this back and have patrol step up, checking the borders to the east. I want you to know I will consider your feelings and thoughts from now on. I'm not saying I'm on board with the whole mate thing, but I will try. Still not letting you get involved in any fuckery. You don't see what I see when you're with Cynthia. I wouldn't be drinking anything she gives you. She wants to be Luna, and if you ever try marking her, I will kill her. Whoa, buddy. I have no intention of marking anyone, especially not her. I know what she is. But what's this about drinking? Talk to Helena. Show her Cynthia's picture. I think you'll be interested in what she has to say. Now, I must admit to being curious. Throwing clothes on, I link Cody and Damon to meet me at the truck. Heading into town, Cody asks where we're heading, and I ask him, tell me about your sister. I mean, I have known her my whole life and never had any romantic feelings for her. Until a couple weeks ago. It's fleeting though, it comes and goes. Athos said something extremely cryptic earlier, and when I asked him about it, he told me to ask Helena and to show her Cynthia's picture. He looks at me a long time. You don't think she had Helena put a spell on you, do you? I shake my head and shrug. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I have a wolf driving me crazy about being involved with any woman, not my mate, right down to threatening any woman I mark with death. So yeah, I don't know, he nods. Yeah, I get that. Walking into the apothecary, that scent hits me again, and I falter in my step. Crazy. I step to the counter and Alexis comes up from the back with a box of jars in her hands. I step to the side, and she never looks up, running straight into me. I try to catch her, but she slams down on her ass. Dropping the box and jars explode into the air. Green and blue smoke rises into the air, and I go into a sneezing fit. She looks up at me and yells, Helena, hurry. I'm so sorry, Alpha. So sorry. We will fix it. And I hear Cody and Damon explode into laughter. Helena comes from the back and loses it herself. Alexis telling her to get the antidote. Antidote? What's happening? I sneeze again and cover my nose with a bright pink bunny paw. What the fuck? I ask. What's happening? Only my voice is high-pitched and squeaky. And now Alexis is giggling, while the guys are holding their sides and trying to breathe. Again I yell, what the fuck is happening? And they laugh even harder. I rush to the mirror on the wall, and standing there is a 6-7-inch bunny with my face, except I now have bunny ears and nose with whiskers. Helena takes me to the back and hands me an elixir. Here, you need to drink this. The jars that broke and the powder you breathed in are used for children's parties, usually around Easter time. I'm sorry. Drink. I won't be able to take you seriously until we get your inner bunny under control. I hear Alexis telling the guys what happened, but none of them stop laughing long enough to make complete sentences. 15 minutes later, I no longer feel the need to sneeze and feeling my face. It's back to normal. I storm out to the front of the store and yell, "You are a menace. What were you thinking?" I had yelled for Helena. You had to know I was there, yet you chose to walk into me and turn me into a rabbit.
Chapter 5 Correction. Alpha asks Alexis POV.
I'm standing here, listening to him berate me for something that was an accident, and trying not to get pissed, keyword trying. I remove my earphones from my ears. Having turned my music off when I fell, are you fucking kidding me right now? It was an accident. An easily rectifiable accident. I didn't mean to bump into you, and I certainly wouldn't have chosen to turn you into a 7-tall bunny. My choice would have been a jackass. If you had even an ounce of a sense of humor, you would have found it funny. But Nuwu, because it happened to the big bad alpha, there's no way that would be humorous. Tell me something. If it had happened to Cody, would you have found humor in that? That stick up your ass must have turned sideways. I turn to walk away, and he grabs my arm to spin me around, and I plant my feet, twisting my body, flipping him over my back and placing my foot on his chest. Don't touch me without my permission. Walking into the back, I tell Helena the alpha wants to see her. I empty the vacuum cleaner of the powders I spilled, and I hear him asking Helena what she can tell him about some girl. I don't catch the name. I am listening and trying to tune out Ariel, but she won't stop giggling, and it makes me laugh. Then I hear Aunt Helena raise her voice saying she didn't know, and I storm back to the front of the store. Blake is saying something about closing her down for immoral practices and how careless she is, and my aunt is in tears. I am livid. What the fuck is your deal? Helena, go to the back. I will handle this. Now you. What is your problem? He sneers. Your aunt sold love potions to this girl, flashing a picture in my face from his phone. I didn't see it. He moved too fast and he stomps back and forth in front of the counter, and I will shut her down. She is not allowed to practice black magic. Selling a potion to make people fall in love is wrong. I don't love this girl. Up until 2 weeks ago, I thought of her as a sister. And now she's all over me, and I can't make her stop. I nod, looking at his two friends, and back at him. First of all, a love potion is not black magic. Next, that particular potion only lasts 2 hours. In order for it to last longer, it has to be ingested every 2 hours. Third, the potion would only work if feelings are there, something to build on. An enhancement, if you will, even if those feelings are merely lust. So if you fuked her, under the influence of the potion, you had to have wanted to fuck her anyway, and just hadn't acted on it. Fourth, how dare you fucking come in here and threaten my aunt, after everything she has done for you and your pack? You have no authority to shut her down, and no proof of black magic. I pull a book from under the counter, open it, and point. If you can read, you will find, this shop and my aunt are under the protection of the council. She has been granted immunity from any persecution of any kind for her acts of kindness and devotion to not only the council, but the monarchy. Your problem is with the person who willingly purchased a product for nefarious reasons. Now leave. He stormed out, and Cody looked at me. I want to apologize for his actions. He's going through some things. I laughed and said, yeah, becoming a bunny will do that to you. He laughed and waved as he left. I walk over and lock the door. Stepping into the back, I send a text to Max telling him Helena needs him. Then I pull her into my arms and tell her from now on, I deal with the customers and she works in the back. I'm not letting any fuker come in this place and upset you like this again. Alpha or not, he best stop wearing his ass for a hat. She was calming down when I heard a knock at the door and went to let Max in. I said, take her home. Have her soak in a warm bath. Then work your magic. She's had a rough day. He nods and runs to the back. Damn, what a day. A bunny. A fucking bunny. Swear to goddess. Had I known he was going to act like such a prick, I would have made him wait on the antidote for a whole day. Big bad alpha parading around his pack with bunny ears and tail. I giggled. Wish I had taken a picture. Man, I hope his beta did. Hearing the bell above the door, I stepped to the front. A pretty girl is standing there. I need to speak to Helena. I smile and tell her I'm her niece, and she had to go home. Maybe you can help me. I'm a regular customer and have need of more of her love potion. I've run out. So this is the girl. I am so sorry. That product has been discontinued. We will no longer be selling it. You see, the local alpha found out a girl he was sleeping with had been buying it in bulk, and he came in earlier, completely irate, and demanded we cancel it. Now, that's a lie. But is it really causing trouble if I blame it on him instead of the actual reason we discontinued it? I think not. But I'd sure like to be a fly on the wall when Bunny, Blake confronts her. And judging by the look on her face and the fact that it has lost all color, she's a little worried about being caught out. But calm see calm saw, not caring. And that, my friend, is how you turn a bad day into a good one. Even if I am still pissed about the way he spoke to Helena.
Chapter 6, Gonna Have to Grovel. Blake's POV.
Driving home, I am furious. How dare she disrespect me? And fucking Athos is howling in my head in laughter. A bunny. A goddess-damned bunny. And pink. A fucking pink bunny. Cody. Dude. Shut the fuck up. It's not that funny. From the back seat, Damon laughs harder. It is though, man. The tail. The fluffy pink tail hanging off your ass. It was funny as fuck. And if it had been Cody, or me, you'd be rolling. Wait. I took a pic. Look. Oh hell no. Delete that shit, Damon. I am serious. I will alpha command you, dude. And my two best friends just roared. Good to know they got my back. Athos. Stop laughing. No can do. I'm praying to goddess she's our mate. Best day ever. Fuck you. I feel a tug on the mind link and release the block. Alpha, it's Alexis. A girl just came in the apothecary, asking to buy another case of potion. I told her it had been discontinued. Which, had you asked? I would have been happy to have told you earlier. It was my first decision when I discovered it on the shelf. I explained to my aunt it was wrong to tamper with true mate bonds, and she agreed. Thank you, Alexis, and I appreciate that you are no longer offering it. Well, now I feel 2 inches tall. I dialed Helena's number. A man answered. I asked to speak with her, and was told she is in bed with a migraine. Fuck. Please let her know I called, and extend my apologies for being such an ass today. And hung up. What the fuck is going on with me? I walk into my office and straight over to the bar. I am in desperate need of a whiskey. I pour 3 glasses and had one to each of the guys. Cody, I think Alexis might be my mate. I won't know for certain until she's 18, but her scent is really starting to get to me. His eyes get huge. No, dude, you knew this is a possibility and you went off on her like that. Holy shit, good luck with that. I nodded and put my face in my hands. Yeah, I fuked up. I'm not even sure I want a mate. And I already fuked it up anyway, so yeah, there's that. Damon walked over and handed me his phone. There was a picture of a painting on a wall. I looked at it, and I looked again. That's Athos. That looks just like Athos. Where was this? He responds. That's what I thought. And it's why I snapped a pic of it. It's hanging in the apothecary. How the hell did they get a portrait of Athos? What the hell is going on? Just as I started to ask, a knock sounded on the door. Come, I said, and in walks Cynthia. Ah, just the person I need to see. But I was hoping to cool down some. But, what the hell? Let's do this. Cynthia, have a seat. She is a pretty girl, in a plastic Barbie kind of way. She smiles. I am so happy to see you, baby. I felt a whole body shiver. I'm not your baby. I want you to explain to me what has been in those drinks you have been offering me on a daily basis. And before you try to lie, understand that Athos is the one who told me not to trust them. She sputters a bit, then settles on. It was just an aphrodisiac, something to enhance our experiences together. Harmless, I nod, harmless. I recall the first time you gave me one of those harmless concoctions. It was after the first blowjob you gave me. And I also remember telling you it was a mistake, one that I didn't want to repeat. Do you remember that? She nods and starts fidgeting. I said, and I also found out you have gone to Helena's apothecary and purchased quite a bit of a love potion she used to carry. Tell me, Cynthia, did you believe that would have me falling in love with you? Do you know what I could do to you for tampering with mate bonds? She starts crying. And here we go. Blake, you care about me. You know you do. Helena told me there had to be feelings there in the first place, or the potion wouldn't work. I jerked to my feet. Of course, there were feelings. I care about you. You are my best fucking friend's little sister. I have known you your whole life. That never meant I was in love with you, and you damned well know that. Cody stood and said, Go home, Cynthia. Mom and Dad are expecting you. You're lucky that Blake is leaving the disciplining up to them. If you ever do anything this stupid, this foolish again, you will be banished. I tell Cody, I want them all in here in the morning to discuss her punishment. I'm disappointed in here, but I'm more disappointed in myself. I know better. Cody smiles. Cut yourself some slack. She used a love potion on you. Let's face it. We have a tendency to think with our little heads when some chick is rubbing it. And my sister has a bit of a reputation. She's not exactly one of my favorite people, Blake. Damon raises his hand. I hit it and quit it. She tried getting her claws in me last year. I sat stunned. I seriously need to reevaluate my life. I walk over to the bookshelves and take out the book on mates. Opening it, I began reading. Cody asks, looking for answers. Then he laughs. I look up saying, I need to rethink a lot of things. For 10 years, I have told myself, I don't want my true mate. And now, I'm thinking my puberty-poisoned mind was wrong. And if Alexis is my mate, I have a lot of groveling to do. I was rude from the second I met her. And if I don't find a way to atone, she may turn me into a bunny for good. They both crack up. Bastards.
Chapter 7, Having to Work for It. Third person POV.
Helena and Max have had dinner and are sitting on the couch watching television. Alexis walks in and Helena tells her she put a plate in the microwave for her. She smiles at them both, walks over and kisses their cheeks and says, I'm grabbing some coffee and my dinner, heading to the studio. I need to work off today's fiasco. Oh, and that girl actually came in for more potions. I told her we aren't selling them for a while. Then I let the alpha know. Helena nodded and said, he called to apologize, but I didn't talk to him. Max did. Alexis looked at Max and smiles. Wow, maybe he isn't as bad as I was thinking. And she laughs, shaking her head. Alexis stopped in her room and changed into her old painting sweats and t-shirt, throwing her hair up in a messy bun. She opened the studio door and stepped in, pulling out a large brick of modeling clay and began to sculpt. Using her X-Acto knife, she began cutting to achieve the shape she was going for. Several hours later, she stood and stretched her back out and walked to the window. Opening it, she breathes deeply and looks up at the moon. She whispers, Mother Moon, please let my mate be a good man who loves me. I don't want to be abandoned by another man who is supposed to love me. Thank you, Goddess, for all your blessings. Helena steps through the door and walks over to stand behind her niece. She loves you, you know. Selene. Hecate loves you, but not like her sister. You are one of her chosen, made for great things. In 2 days, you will receive a gift from both of the sisters. They have waited for you a long time. Alexis turned, confused. I don't understand. Why would they send me a gift? Why am I special? Helena smiles and shakes her head. I can't tell you. I can talk to you about it on your birthday, but I can't. Right now, your mother knew she would not live to see your 18th birthday. It was part of the deal she made with Selene to keep you with her. Your father was your mother's true mate. He mated her, but wouldn't mark her, because she was a witch. The morning he left, something inside your mom broke. She begged Selene to make him have a change of heart, to come back and love her. Hecate told your mother it had to happen exactly as it was playing out. The sisters knew they couldn't take you from her too, so they let her raise you in a house full of love. Never doubt for 1 second that she ever regretted a second of having you. You were her pride, her joy. Alexis suggested they go downstairs and share a bottle of wine so they could talk some more. Once they were seated, Helena smiled. I know you have a lot of questions now. I wish your mom had spoken to you about this, but she wanted your life with her to be as perfect as she could make it, and none of us could foresee her mind deserting Burr before she had the chance. It was always agreed on that your 18th birthday would be the time to tell you everything. Just remember, always everything happens for a reason. Everything. And I will always be with you. Alexis sat there processing, and then she realized, although Helena had said a lot, she had told her nothing, and she laughed. You simply lumped a lot of words together, but said nothing, so what the hell? It's the same as dangling a lollipop in front of a toddler, just out of reach. The next 48 hours are going to be the longest of my life. Helena started laughing. She grins. I have only been told to prepare you to expect your life to change, drastically. But you won't be alone on the journey. There will be people with you, loving you, supporting you, helping you. It is also the primary reason you were taught all things magic. You are a powerful witch, more powerful than I am. On your birthday, your mother's power will also transfer to you, and all that you know will be enhanced. Alexis shook her head. See? Nothing. I woke up this morning, knowing who I am. I will go to bed tonight, thinking I've never known. How is that fair? Alexis can't sleep. She sits on the window seat, staring at the moon. She whispers, Tell me, Mother Moon. I am only confused now. I know it is my birthday in 36 hours. I know the moon will be full. It was the night of my birth. Does that mean something? Is it significant? Why does it feel as though my heart is burning? And why did Aunt Helena tell me all this tonight? She moved from the seat and laid down. She giggled, to sleep, perchance to dream, and closed her eyes. Across the territory, Blake is dreaming. He hears his name being called by a soft, gentle voice. He opens his eyes, and he's sitting in a field of wildflowers. Walking, nearly floating, towards him is a beautiful woman, dressed in a gossamer gown, long flowing silver white hair. Smiling at him, Hello, my child. I am happy to see your heart changing. Mates are sacred, a bond so strong two souls connect. It goes beyond the love of the heart. You will need your mate. She will make you stronger, and you will be better with her than you can ever be without her. I despaired for years, watching you lose your faith. Athos has always never wavered. He has always wanted his other half. He is one of my most precious wolves. Now, you must listen, carefully. Once you have met your mate, it is important you mate and mark as soon as possible. Big changes will happen. You will be larger, stronger, more powerful. Your mate doesn't know who she is, but soon you both will, and it is vitally important she knows she has your support in all things. She is scared, terrified her mate will abandon her, like her father left her mother. There was a reason, and he had no choice, but it still left a lot of pain in its wake. I wanted to tell her, but I could not. I cannot intervene in the affairs of fate. So, when the time comes, You must convince her you want her. You won't leave her. You accept her, and everything about her. Blake asks, will she accept me? When will I meet her? The goddess smiles, you will have to work for it. Now wake.
Chapter 8 The Wolf in My Soul. Blake's POV.
I sit straight up in bed. What the fuck was that? I link Cody and Damon to grab us breakfast and meet me in the office. ASAP, I am still processing what happened. Was it a dream? Was it really the moon goddess? I am confused, so very confused. The guys walk in, and I barely take a breath. Sit, listen. I had a dream last night. I think it was a dream. It might have been a vision. I actually think I traveled in my sleep. The moon goddess came to me as I was sleeping. She told me my mate needed me. But she's afraid I will leave, like her mother's mate did. But the goddess told me he didn't have a choice. He was forced to leave her, even though he didn't want to. But she doesn't know that. Cody pipes up. So, who is your mate? And have you decided you want a mate? Maybe that's why the goddess spoke to you? Like a test? I shake my head. No, she knew about my hesitation, and she knew about Athos. She didn't tell me who my mate is, but she said I will have to work for it. I want to go see Alexis and Helena and apologize in person. I feel bad that I was angry at Cynthia and took it out on them. Damon busted out laughing. And not because you were a bunny, I laughed. I actually laughed. I would have found humor in it. If I wasn't being a dick, Cody chuckled. True, I stand laughing. Fuck off. We walked into the apothecary to see Cynthia yelling at Alexis. I linked the guys to hang back. I wanted to see how far this crazy bitch was going to take it. Cynthia screamed, your aunt sold me those potions, promising they would do what I needed them to. They didn't. Now you get your ass back there and tell her I demand she fulfill the obligation her product was promised to do, or I will report her to the Alpha that she is guilty of false advertising and scamming people out of hard-earned money. Now, Alexis simply smiled. My aunt never promised you that a love potion would ever make anyone fall in love with you. Did you even read the disclaimer on the label? Her obligation to you ended when you decided you could outsmart the moon goddess and try to steal another person's mate. And by all fucking means, do let the Alpha know what you think we are guilty of. Do you know nothing about magic? Even if you paid a witch to put a spell on him to make him feel a mate bond, it would still be a fake bond. It could not withstand the test of time. And once he met his true mate, the only thing he would feel for you would be disgust. As far as hard-earned money, you useless waste of skin, I doubt you have earned a dime on your own. Lastly, if you ever scream at my aunt the way you've done me, I will bounce your head off every surface in this shop. Am I clear? Alexis looked over and grinned. Oh hey, Bunny. Hi, Damon. Sup, Cody. And I couldn't stop the smile. Cynthia spun and said, Blake, I'm just trying to get my money back. And this half-breed won't let me speak to the witch who owns this shop. And before I could respond, Alexis grabbed her by the back of her head and bounced her face off the display case. Well, she told her she would. Reckoned she wasn't kidding. Cody said, I am so sorry, Lexi. She looked confused. Why are you sorry? He grinned and said, apparently my sister was raised by wolves. She laughed, really laughed, and replied, oh no, allow me to apologize for the accident of your birth. To be cursed with a shrew for a sister. Damon roared, oh good word. Cynthia the shrew. I like it. I stepped up beside Alexis and asked if her aunt was in the back. She nodded, and I said, I have to apologize to you. I was out of line and disrespectful. My only defense being I was angry at someone else, and I took it out on you, and apparently my bunny ass was acting like a dick. She giggled and whispered, but you do make a cute bunny. And I laughed. Yeah, Damon took a picture. Her eyes got huge. Oh, no way. Show me. Please show me. Damon stood beside her as I went to find Helena. I found her behind her desk in her little office. I spoke quietly. Helena, please say you forgive me. I was an ass and took my anger out on you when I was truly angry with Cynthia. She smiled, shaking her head. I was upset, but not today. You are forgiven. I hugged her and promised to do better. I heard another crash and bang from THR front of the store and rushed out to see Cynthia trying to stand up, with Alexis standing beside Cody telling her, "Try to slap my friend again. If you don't want to be called a slut, don't act like one. You know what they say, if the STD fits, wear it." Trying not to laugh, I asked what happened, and Cynthia tried speaking, and I glared at her, said, "Cody." He grinned, shrugging. I called her a slut because she was pawing Damon, and she tried to slap me. But Alexis grabbed her hand and bounced her head off that cabinet, which was pretty cool. This is turning into a day. I told Cynthia to get her ass back to the pack house and stay put. I noticed the portrait of Athos and walked over to it. It was uncanny. It looks just like him, down to the last detail. "Helena, where did you get this painting?" Her entire face lit up in a beautiful smile. "It was given to me by an incredible artist who doesn't have enough faith in their talent to believe others can love it." I laughed and said, "How do you always give so much information without really answering the question?" Alexis laughed and remarked, "Funny, I was telling her that same thing last night. I painted it. My first night here." I gasped. I turned to her and whispered, "That is Athos, my wolf." She was shocked. She looked at me, then back at the portrait, and back at me. "How?" When I asked Ariel about it, all she told me is it's the wolf that lives in her soul. And I was like, okie dokie. She's strange anyway, so who am I to judge? It just amazed me. Athos and I were running that same riverbank that night. The waterfall is my favorite spot. There's no way she saw me.
Chapter 9, Running Round. Alexis POV.
Helena yelled up the stairs, "Come on, birthday girl. Max is meeting us at the den. Your birthday is in exactly 3 hours and 37 minutes. The blue moon will be at its zenith, exactly like the night you were born. Let's get to celebrating." I took a quick spin in front of my mirror. My dress fit perfectly, as violet as my eyes. I have black heels on, my hair done in a messy chignon. Aunt Helena did a beautiful job on it. "Coming now, my crazy aunt," I laughed. We got to the club and Max was waiting for us at the door. He swung me around, kissed my forehead, and wished me happy birthday. In such a short time, he has found a permanent place in my heart. He's such a good man. We ordered dinner and were enjoying our after-dinner drinks as the band warmed up. Max reached across the table and handed me a small square box and said, "Happy birthday. I want to thank you for letting me love you as my own." I got a little teary-eyed and opened the box. It was a beautiful tennis-style bracelet set in amethyst instead of diamonds, with a card that read, "To match your eyes." And I looked at him, feeling a tear roll down my cheek, and whispered, "Thank you. It's beautiful, and I love you too." He grinned from ear to ear. The band began their first set, and Max grabbed each of us by our hands, and we were dancing. I was feeling no pain. The dancing, the drinks, the moon. I heard my aunt yelling my name and realized she wasn't yelling. She held the microphone and said, "My niece has a birthday in exactly 30 seconds, the exact time of her birth, on the night of the last blue moon. History repeating itself. Everyone count down with me." And she counted down from 10. Everyone shouted happy birthday, and she pulled me outside to bask in the blue moonlight. It was breathtaking and magical and warm. I felt my entire body infused with warmth and swell with the addition of my mother's powers. It was crazy wonderful and a little frightening, but I loved every second of it. I turned my face to the moon, and a soft voice sounded in my mind. "He will come, and he was made just for you. Do not fear. He will never leave you. Go home, my daughter. The answers you seek will be revealed. I turned and looked at my aunt. She nodded and smiled. Taking my hand, she led us home. We sang all the way home. I thanked them 100 times for making it a perfect birthday. The blue of the moon had faded away, and now she was her usual self, hanging low in the sky. Finally home, I kicked my heels off and danced into the kitchen, wanting coffee and a snack. While coffee was brewing, I ran upstairs to slip into my jammies. As I stepped into my bedroom, there was a light glow from the corner of the window seat. I edged my way over, a little nervous, only to see a book, a beautiful leather-bound book, with a white wolf engraved in the cover. It was that giving off the glow. I picked it up and read the title, The Legend of the White Wolves. My breath caught in my throat. I was frightened and nervous and not at all sure I wanted to know what was inside. I raced downstairs and launched myself into Helena's arms. "What is it, my love? Why are you trembling?" she asked me as she held me. I backed away, enough to show her the book. She nods and smiles. "You will find answers. I wasn't sure how the goddess was going to tell you the things you need to know. But I guess that question is answered for me now," she chuckles. I breathe deeply. I didn't even know I had questions. So how can I need answers? My life has been good, with only 2 dark events. The only questions I might even have would be why my father would desert his true mate, and why my mother had to die the way she did. Are you saying the answer to those are in this book? Aunt Helena nods. Yes, but also answers to questions you don't know you have. I feel Ariel moving in my head. "What is it, Ari?" "I'm not sure. I feel your anxiety. But I'm calm. I know the book is about me, and I know we have to read it. But it doesn't feel like a priority to me. If you aren't stressed out about it, I will do my best to calm my anxiety before we read it. Maybe we can run. That may help clear our minds. That could help. It's been a few days since you've stretched your legs. Aunt Helena, Ariel, and I are going out. We need to clear our minds before I open that book," I told her. Max asked if I needed him to run with me. I told him I would be fine. Stepping out of my clothes, I leaped off our back porch, landing on all fours. We ran like the wind, dodging branches, darting around trees, under brush and over fallen logs. I let her have her head and relaxed back in her mind. Ariel was in her element and loving her freedom. We came to the river, the one I had painted. Following it along to the west, we could hear the roar of a waterfall, and I realized that was where we were headed. Reaching the waterfall, it is magnificent. Ariel dove under it. She bounced, chased bubbles, snapped at fish, letting her be herself. I worry sometimes that she feels trapped in a cage, and I never want her to feel that way. She is my best friend. I love her and will do anything for her happiness. Swimming out of the falls, she stopped at the banks and laid relaxing. She was so cute. Every few seconds, she would splash her paw in the water, lapping the edge. All of a sudden, we hear a branch snap, and she stands, searching the woods behind us. A gray wolf steps out of the wood line, crouching low and growling. Ariel gets into defense mode and growls back. The wolf lunges and she dodged. He spins quickly and swipes his claws down her side. She yelps and backs away, looking for an opportunity to run. He pounces again and catches her right front leg, biting hard and breaking the bone. She stands again, backing against a tree, as 3 more wolves come from the woods and block her in. The gray wolf shifts. He rises to his full height and demands shift. I tell Ariel no. She laughs and says, "Yeah, not happening. I won't have you naked in front of this asshole." He yells at her again, shift, and she just lays down.
Chapter 10, You're My Mate, Yeah. Blake's POV.
It felt like I just laid down. It's been a crazy day. Cynthia has been banished to her parents' house, no longer allowed at the pack house. She is not to address me by anything but my title, and she pitched a fit, a full-blown tantrum, breaking and throwing shit. Cody had to restrain her, and I ordered her parents to get her crazy ass into therapy. Alpha speak. We have an intruder. On the west border, by the river. Andrew subdued it. But it is refusing to shift. Hold in place. On my way, I wake Cody and Damon, alerting them to the intruder, and we haul ass to the river. Within minutes we are approaching. I smell honey and cinnamon. I also smell blood. Blood? Athos has gone apeshit and leapt into warp speed, and he's not listening to me in his anger. We rush into the clearing and I see her. A magnificent white wolf, blood pouring from her side, staining the fur red, and her right leg twisted at a difficult angle. Cody has shifted, wearing shorts and holding a pear for me. I immediately shift and step straight to Andrew, punching him in the mouth. Reaching up into a hollow in the tree above my head, I pull down a shirt and another pair of shorts. Throwing them at Andrew, get fucking covered. Turning to Alexis, I say softly, "Can you shift? I need to see your wounds. I am livid." Who gave the order to attack? Why would you attack her? Does she smell rogue to you? She's a lone wolf and has permission to run my land. Who decided to attack her? Andrew replied, I attacked Alpha. In defense, she attacked first, and Alexis stepped from behind a tree, the shirt already soaked with her blood, and softly said, Liar. I defended myself. You made first contact, and passed out. I caught her in my arms, and sparks exploded all through my body. Fuck. Cody, take Andrew to my office, then meet me in the infirmary. And every last one of you had better pray your Luna is not seriously injured. Everyone gasped and I ran, like my life depended on it. My mate, my beautiful mate has come to harm on my territory, where she was assured safety. Reaching the infirmary, I raced through the doors yelling, Get Helena here now. And within minutes, she was stepping through the door. What the fuck happened, Blake? She is supposed to be safe here, I said. I don't know, but I will find out. Please, Helena, heal her. She's my mate. I need her. She nods and steps over to the gurney. Lifting the shirt, there is 4 long, deep gashes down her side. I can see ribs. Helena said, Walk it off, Blake. She will be fine. Go find out what the fuck happened. How did your orders break down like this? I haul ass out of the infirmary, and within seconds, I am slamming my office door open. Report, now, what the fuck happened? This is not what we do. Andrew cleared his throat and began. Casey and I were patrolling the western border when we caught a scent of an intruder. We followed it to the river, and I was the first to encounter the roe intruder. I growled to submit the wolf, and she dropped into a defensive stance. Expecting impending attack, I lunged and she dodged. I swiped out with my left paw as she dodged and caught skin. She stayed in attack stance, and I lunged again, catching her paw. I shifted and demanded she submit and shift. She refused, so I notified you. Athos is clawing to get out and kill this dumbass. All he knows is to protect and defend his mate. I have to consider all options, even though I am struggling not to rip the bastard's throat out too. Do you all agree with this account? Casey replied. None of us saw the altercation, Alpha. Only the attempted submission. My head jerked up. What? Why? Tell me, Andrew. Why would you go into a potentially dangerous situation alone? He shifted in his chair. It wasn't like that, Alpha. I knew it was only one wolf, and I knew I was capable of subduing it. Otherwise, I would have waited for backup. I link Cody something isn't making sense. Have we had issue with Andrew being aggressive before? Look into everything about him. Cody nods and steps from the room. I have to ask, Andrew, because this isn't quite making sense in my head. You had to have known she wasn't rogue. She has a very slight scent of pack, since she is granted lone wolf status. You also had to have known she is female when you saw her fur. White wolves are only ever female. You are all dismissed. Once Cody's investigation is done, we will discuss this matter again. Walking back into the infirmary, I asked where Alexis is and was told Helena took her home. I ran back to my bedroom. Grabbing a quick shower, I threw on a black pair of jeans and a Henley, stepping into running shoes. I jumped into my truck and was at Helena's within minutes. I knocked and Max opened the door, inviting me in. He led me to the living room, and there sat my gorgeous mate, ironically, in the cutest little bunny pajamas I have ever seen. I smiled. You seem to have a thing for bunnies. And she giggled like music. She giggled, apparently, big fuzzy pink bunnies. And I laughed. Helena handed me a whiskey, and I noticed Alexis was sipping on one as well. My mate likes good liquor. I sat beside her. Can you tell me what happened? Athos is struggling not to kill one of my best warriors, and I am trying to understand. She turned to me, and I noticed her wrist was wrapped as she winced a little. I don't really know. Ariel and I had been playing in the waterfall and swam to the bank. We were relaxing, splashing in the waves lapping the edge when we heard a branch snap. She turned to the sound to see a large gray wolf step into the moonlight from the wood line. He crouched, growling and prepared to lunge at us. She dropped to a defensive stance and growled back. His first lunge, we twisted and dodged. I didn't want to attack one of your pack. We turned to face him again when he attacked with his claws, piercing our side, and I stumbled. I backed away to the trees, and he lunged again, catching our paw and snapping it. Ariel whimpered and backed us against the tree. He shifted and demanded we shift. I was not going to be naked in front of some strange guy. Then the others surrounded me, and he shouted at me to shift. Still ain't gonna do it. Then you showed up. You're my mate, yeah? I grinned and nodded. I am. I never thought I would want my mate. I blamed the mate bond for my father's death. I have realized lately that was a completely unrealistic way of thinking. I want you. I need you to be my mate. I will never leave you, and I certainly will never allow you to leave me. I, Blake Sterling, Alpha of Sterling Moon, accept you, Alexis Morris, as my mate.
Chapter 11. Things Moving Fast. Alexis POV.
My eyes got big. I wasn't expecting him to just accept me, right out of the blue. My father accepted my mom. He mated her, but never marked her. He spent 3 days with her, and on the 4th day, she woke up. And he was gone. Just gone. No note, no goodbye, nothing. She found out 2 weeks later. I was the result of her heart being crushed. Not a great feeling to have lived with my whole life. He never knew I existed. She never looked for him. I don't even know his name. If I am honest with myself, I feel cheated. And I would love to know his name. I would be able to tell him how I really feel about him. How I hate what he did. I despise that my mom's broken heart never healed. For nearly 18 years, she was broken. She loved me, but I never knew what it was like to live in a happy home. She tried, but she never knew happiness after he left. Aunt Helena was the only happiness I grew up with. Then, when she lost what was left of her mind, before my 16th birthday, and the 2 years before she died, she didn't know who I was. She didn't know her own name. She forgot how to shower, to dress herself. She lost the memory of how to use the bathroom. And finally, losing the memory of even how to walk or swallow food. I wanted to hate him, but I only hate that I never knew him, or if he would have cared about me at all. And now, I am afraid it could happen to me. So you see, you aren't the only one who wasn't sure about wanting a mate. He had sat, never interrupting, never touching me. He listened, and then he pulled me into his arms, and just held me, whispering, "I will never leave you. I will never let you go. You are mine, as I am yours, and we will navigate this minefield together. All you have to do is accept that I am your mate, that the goddess wants us to be together, just as I do." I took a deep breath and a huge leap of faith. I, Alexis Morris, accept you, Blake Sterling, Alpha of Sterling Moon, as my mate. And we both felt the first joining of our bond. He smiled, a beautiful, all over his face smile that made his emerald eyes light up and the gold flecks glisten. He is mine, as I am his. Helena and Max came in from the kitchen, and she took my hand. "I know you are scared, and you are justified in that fear. But trust that Selene and Hecate know what they are doing. The book, there are things you will both need to know, things that you have to decipher together. It will not reveal itself to you until you are both mated and marked. You are fated souls. Trust your wolves. They know what is needed. It's late. Tonight, you will both stay here. Tomorrow, we will move you to the pack house. There is no choice. Your wolves will not allow you to be apart." I asked, "What about you? I don't want you to be alone. I still need you. And Uncle Max? What will happen?" She smiled and reached for his hand. He spoke. "I asked Helena to be my chosen mate. I lost my mate many years ago, and never dreamed I would be happy again. But the goddesses smiled on us both. I will be moving in here with Helena." I squealed and hugged them both. He will be my true uncle now, not my adopted one. Finding my mate might be the best thing yet. For all of us, we said our goodnights and Blake walked up the stairs to my room with me. I brushed my teeth and laid a toothbrush out for him. I climbed under the covers and laid waiting. He came out of the bathroom in his boxer briefs, and watching him, I realized he really was a beautiful man. His long black hair, turned loose from the man bun he always wears and brushed until it shines. His aquiline nose, making him look godlike. Full lips, dimples, and strong jawline were breathtaking. But his body, his body, muscles for miles, abs trekking to a perfect V and legs like tree trunks. He smirked. "My beautiful mate, I can smell your arousal. And unless you are ready to compete our bond, you need to divert your thoughts, because you're making it very hard to control myself." I felt myself blushing, and I yanked the covers over my head to hide my embarrassment. He chuckled and climbed under the covers with me, gently pulling me against him. He whispered, "Sleep, Alexis. Tomorrow will be a busy day for all of us." And I snuggled into his arms, feeling him holding me tightly. I fell fast asleep. Opening my eyes, I stretched, only to feel arms tighten around me. I look into the morning face of my mate, and his smile is as bright as the sun. He kissed the side of my neck, and my whole body shivered. He whispered, "Oh, I love that reaction. You smell so good. Honey and cinnamon. My favorite scent in the world." I grin and kiss his cheek. "You smell like cedar and new leather. I didn't notice both last night, but it's a sexy smell. Leather has always been a favorite." He chuckles. "I like that you aren't as shy in the morning." I laugh. I'm generally not shy at all. Intimacy is new. But it won't take me long to get over any nervousness I might feel. Rolling over to trap me between his arms, he moans into my neck. I absolutely love a confident woman. Helena yells up the stairs, "Rise and shine. It's going to be a busy day. Breakfast is on the table. Come on." He groaned and I giggled. "She's like this every morning." He groans again, mumbling about morning people, and I laugh. Jumping up, I run to the bathroom and grab a quick shower. Thinking he had already gone downstairs, I walk out to go to my closet, wrapped in a towel and nope. He's dressed, but stretched out on my bed. His eyes roam my entire body, and I get warm all over, feeling it in my pussy. I clench my thighs together, and he moans, You're gonna be the death of me, love. I will let you get dressed, but fuck. I don't want to leave. I giggle and make a mad dash to my closet as I hear him chuckle out the door.
Chapter 12, Bomb Dropped. Blake's POV.
Dear goddess, keeping my hands off that beautiful woman is going to test the very last bit of my patience. I walk into the kitchen and Helena looks behind me, with her eyebrow raised in question. She's getting dressed. She should be down in a minute. And her eyebrow goes higher. I laugh and shake my head. No, we will mate when she is ready. And Helena nods. Alexis skips into the kitchen, grabbing the mug Helena holds out to her. She thanks her and kisses her cheek. Where's Uncle Max? Helena smiles. He's gone to get the diner open and everyone settled. Then he's coming back here to help me pack you up. Are you going to have an art studio at the pack house, or should I just leave yours set up here? Both of them looking at me. We can look at which room will suit you best. And if none of them strike your fancy, I will build you one. Alexis gasped and squealed, leaping into my arms. Yep, can definitely get used to this. Alexis, we need to go to the pack house so I can announce my Luna, as well as getting to the bottom of last night's incident. Cody has called a mandatory pack meeting at the community center for 11 this morning. What do you think about you and I packing your room and taking that with us? It will make it easier on your aunt and uncle, she nods, running to grab boxes so we can get started. It took about an hour and a half to pack up everything in her room, and we headed to the pack house. I walked around the truck and lifted her down. Holding her hand, I walked into the house and straight through to the back. I linked Cody, asking if everyone was in attendance, and he sent back an affirmative. Walking into the community center, we went straight to the stage. Never turning loose of her hand, standing at the mic, Sterling Moon, I stand before you today, a proud man, a humble man, a grateful man. The moon goddess has blessed me and our pack with a unique, special, and beautiful Luna, as I have promised and swore to never lie to you. My mate is a rare beauty. She is a fabled white wolf. She is also a hybrid. Her other fascinating side is a powerful white witch. We are doubly blessed. The floor is open to questions. She stood beside me on the stage, and from the back, a pack elder asks, how will a hybrid affect the alpha line? It has always been kept pure. I narrowed my eyes. To question who my mate is to question our goddess, and I for one do not recommend that. Having met the beautiful lady, I can tell you she is formidable and a force to be reckoned with. But please feel free to leave our pack. I will sign transfer papers today. Cynthia yells. She's a half-breed. Our pack needs a pure blood to be strong. And I laugh. Someone like you? Again? The goddess has chosen, and the goddess has spoken, and I have chosen. My mate is Alexis Morris. Nothing, absolutely nothing, will ever change my mind. Know that, although my mate can handle disrespect with no problem, I will not tolerate it. It will be dealt with, determinedly, adamantly, and immediately. Like I said, you are free to leave my pack, and I will hold the door. That is all. You are dismissed, Cody. Get your parents and sister in my office now. I walk to my office. Pouring a stiff drink, I hold the decanter up toward Alexis in question, but she shakes her head no, and I pull her into my lap as I sit down. She giggles. Pissed Jen off, did she? I mumble into her neck. You have no idea. Cody's family come in, and I ask them to sit. Daniel, Cody's father, asked if he can speak. I nodded. I wish to preface this meeting by stating my mate, and I do not understand where Cynthia's behavior is coming from. We are unaware of any reason she would behave in such a conniving and deceitful manner. She has always known that our family hold our mates sacred. To try and take another person's mate is to destroy two people that are innocent. No matter which two are without their true mates. We are ashamed of her behavior, and we have warned her we are done with it. She either changes and gets her head on straight, or we request she be sent to her uncle's pack on the East Coast. I clear my throat. Thank you, Daniel. You were my father's best friend. His beta. I have always considered you my uncle. Cody is as close to me as any brother could be, and Cynthia was like a little sister. I regret that anything sexual ever came to pass between us, and then to find out it only happened because she was force-feeding me a love potion aphrodisiac was devastating. I am ashamed of her behavior as well. But now I am repulsed by her. What do you have to say for yourself, Cynthia? Cody linked me Blake. I believe you need to call Andrew in here before she speaks. I look over at him, and he nods. So I link Andrew to come to my office now. When Cynthia started to speak, I told her, hold that thought. We have one more person coming in. And as I finished speaking, Andrew knocked. I said, come. As he walked in, he walked straight to Alexis, and he dropped to his knee and said, I humbly apologize to you, Luna, and pledge my life and loyalty to you. I don't expect forgiveness, just know that the way I acted last night is not who I am. And my beautiful mate smiled. You are forgiven. You had no idea I was Blake's mate. I didn't even know myself. Andrew seated himself, and I nodded at Cynthia to talk. She immediately started sniffling. You don't want your mate. You are going to choose a mate. So why not me? I will be a great Luna, and you all know it. I snarl, stop, just stop right there. I never said I didn't want my mate. I said I was worried about accepting my mate because losing her would kill me. I watched my own father waste away after we lost my mother, until I learned he actually died from silver poisoning. My concern stemmed from leaving our pack without a leader, and if I had decided to take a chosen, it would never, not in a million years, have been you. Someone I looked at like a little sister. Now continue. I am curious after I told you 100 times. I wanted nothing sexual with you at all. You thought it would be a good idea to use a potion on me. She huffs. You weren't complaining when it was happening. I knew this half-breed would take you from me. She put a spell on you. And that's worse than anything I ever did. Andrew spoke up. Is it Cynthia? Is it worse than anything you've done? Tell them, or I will. She jumps up and screams, shut up, shut your fucking mouth. You don't know what I have gone through. I roared, sit down, Andrew, explain. He dropped his head. Cynthia is my mate. We have known for almost 4 months. She hasn't rejected me, although I am to the point, I wish she would. I was so happy when I found out she's mine. I accepted her on the spot. But even knowing she was causing me untold pain, she still fuked you, using those potions. She fuked Damon. She fuked 3 other warriors, and don't deny it, Cynthia. Men brag about their conquests. Bomb dropped.
Chapter 13, marked Alexis POV.
I'm shocked. I am beyond shocked. I jump off Blake's lap and slap the shit out of Cynthia. You selfish, manipulative, ungrateful little bitch. How fucking dare you? How could you? Ariel whispers in my head, take his pain. We can do that. He will be granted a second chance. Trust me. I turned towards Andrew and knelt in front of this poor man, with tears streaming down his face. I squeezed his hand. Andrew, if I tell you, I can take your pain. I can guarantee you will have a second chance, mate. Would you rather reject Cynthia so you will no longer hurt? He looked at me for several long moments. I stared directly into his eyes, so he would know I am telling the truth. Then he whispered, you can do that. I nodded. He looked at Cynthia, and she sneered, go ahead. It's not like I care. And I slapped her again. He stood and said the words to reject her, and as he crumbled to the floor, I brought Ariel to the front. This pain you feel is fleeting. The goddess knows and forgives. A love so pure upon meeting is yours as long as she lives. And he sat up, looking at everyone in the room. Then he chuckles. It's gone. The pain, the yearning, it's all gone. Luna, bless you. Alpha, may I get back to training? Blake nods, looking so confused. And if I am honest, I was confused as fuck. And this bitch, wailing and sobbing, acting all upset, screams, "You took them both. I will see you in hell. You took my mate away. You stole Blake." And I couldn't help it. I laughed so hard my sides hurt, telling her, "You did that. You lost your mate by being a whore. And Blake has always been mine. Can't steal someone who is already yours. I think your dad has a great idea. Time for you to say boo-bye." She jumped at me, and I froze her in motion. Blake laughed. "Well, that's handy as fuck." Cody laughs, saying, "Can you make her a bunny?" And we all laugh. I climb back into Blake's lap and tell her parents I am sorry. Blake nods. "I want her on a plane today. She needs therapy, and she isn't going to get better in our pack. I am truly sorry it has come to this, but I believe her toxicity has overwhelmed her. Please go and pack her things. Cody will bring her when she thaws out." Even her parents snickered. Blake asks, "How did you take Andrew's pain?" I have never heard of that. I shrug. Honestly, that was Ariel. She told me we can do it. I am hoping my birthday book can explain. The freezing, though, yeah, that's all me. One of the first things I learned. And now, since I turned 18, my mom's powers fused with mine, making me the most powerful witch on the planet. If word gets out, people will come for me. Blake mind links Andrew, commanding him to tell no one what his Luna did for him. Blake smiles. "Your aunt and uncle are here." And then Cynthia moves, looking around, mutters, "What the fuck?" And we all bust out laughing again. Cody says, "Just be grateful you aren't a bunny," making us laugh harder. Blake takes me to a corner room on the Alpha's floor beside ours. He asked if the lighting would be good enough for a studio, and looking around, I am thrilled with it. I leaped into his arms. "Thank you. It's perfect. I am so happy with it. Can we put a connecting door from our room to in here? When the pups come, we may use this as a nursery and find something else for a studio." And he just stands there, staring at me. Then he leans in and gives me my first kiss. His tongue dances with mine, and he pulls me closer. When he pulls back, his smile is huge. "You said our room. You said we will have pups. You have no idea how full my heart is." And I grinned. I think I have an idea. My first kiss curled my toes, so yeah, I'm liking this whole mate thing. He twirled us in circles and said, "Your first kiss, first kiss?" I nod and he laughs. "I know I'm liking being your mate." I reached up and kissed him. I nibbled his lower lip and he opened to me. Darting my tongue inside, he lifted me. I wrapped my legs around his waist, deepening the kiss. I moaned into his mouth and he pulled back enough to whisper against my lips, "I don't know if I can hold back if we don't stop." And I nodded, "Don't hold back," and 8 strides. That's all it took. He was laying me on our bed. He laid down beside me, still not releasing my lips. His hand reached for the hem of my shirt, and it was gone before I knew it. He was kneading my breast, kissing down my chest, his lips lock around my nipple, sucking, his tongue swirling circles and his teeth latching on, tugging. He kissed to the other one and repeated the motions. It was heaven, and I couldn't stop my moans. We were both naked in minutes. He kissed down my stomach. His hands spread my legs, and he dragged his fingers up the inside of my thighs until his hand reached my folds. His fingers dipped and separated them, and it was his turn to moan. "So hot, wet. Tell me to stop now, or I won't be able to." I shook my head and whispered, "Don't stop." He dipped his fingers inside me, pushing them gently in and pulling back out. When his mouth reached my pussy, I practically flew off the bed. He licked all the way up until his lips closed around my clit, his tongue flicking back and forth, then up and down. His fingers pumping me, and I was a moaning mess. I begged him, even though I had no idea what I was begging for. He raised his head and whispered, "Give it to me, Lexi," and I came unglued. I screamed his name over and over. He raised himself up and got in position, rubbing his cock up and down my pussy. My entire body felt alive. He lined the head of his cock up with my entrance and said, "Look at me." And my eats snapped to his. "I'm sorry, my love. This will hurt. Only for a minute. Then I will make it as pleasurable as I know how." I nodded, and he plunged through my barrier, causing me to catch my scream. He caused the tear away from my cheek and said, "You set the pace, baby. I follow your lead." After a couple moments, I started to rock up into him. He pumped in and out, picking up the pace, and we found our rhythm. I moaned so loud I was sure everyone could hear. My thighs started shaking, and I could feel my inner walls tremble around him. I said, "I'm gonna come." He sped up and his movements became sloppy. He groaned and said, "Come for me, baby," as he sunk his canines into my neck. Pain, pleasurable pain shot through me, and I screamed his name, just as my canines elongated and I sank into his neck. He roared my name and shot his hot seed deep inside me, and my entire body infused with warmth. His felt like fire against my skin, and then nothing.
Chapter 14, Hard Nap. Blake's POV.
I opened my eyes. I'm lying on top of my mate, still inside of her. What the fuck was that? I looked down at Lex, and she had just begun to stir. She opened her eyes and said, "What happened?" I shrugged. "I'm not sure, but I think we need to read that book." And she giggled. I linked Cody. "Cody, is everything all right? Blake? Holy shit, dude. You have been out for over 36 hours. What the fuck happened? I checked on you, but you were both just out of it. And naked. Yeah, we don't know either. We're starving. What time is it? 6:40 a.m. Tuesday. What? Get us some breakfast. And a shit ton of coffee. You and Damon meet us in the office. We have to figure this out." I kiss Lexi and pull her into the shower, telling her that we missed an entire day and a half. Her eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her face. We dressed in sweats and t-shirts and headed to the office, book in hand. Walking into the office, Damon and Cody both jumped. Cody said, "Holy fuck, dude, you are huge. You look like you're 6 inches taller and a good foot wider." Then he started laughing. Damon asks, "Did you not notice how tight your shirt is? You look like you're ready to dance in some male review. Fucking sweatpants look like girls' Caprice pants. And now they're rolling. The fuck, I am bigger. A lot bigger. Easily 7 tall." Lexi nods. "Yep. Best get to reading. There should be something about us. I'm the White Wolf. And apparently, there's legends." And Damon laughs even harder. "This is gonna be fun." I growled at him. "Find me some clothes that fit. My shoes are even too small." The fuck? Oh wait, the goddess. She told me I would get larger when we marked and mated. Alexis giggled. Well, she didn't lie. And that was all it took to settle our nerves. I asked Cody, "Is your sister gone?" He nods. "Thank goddess. I threatened to rip her throat out 3 times before I got her on that fucking plane. Bitch is crazy. Talking about all the ways she is going to get rid of Lexi." On a side note, Andrew found his mate at the diner yesterday. Kind of cool, actually. I smile. That is great news. Now call Helena and ask your mom. We have to have our Luna ceremony, and it has to happen on the next full moon, so 26 days. You and Damon get evites out to every alpha we are allied with. Alexis says, "Tell them to bring up to 10 unmated members. 5 males and 5 shuls. I want to test out something I just read in the book. Ariel not only heals rejected hearts, she brings souls together. Worth a shot. If we are remotely successful, we can maybe try a mating ball." I smile. That book is already helpful. Keep reading, my gorgeous witch. and I kissed her hard. I'm never going to not want to do that. I am falling, fast and hard. I love her. I love her, oh goddess. Lexi, I am in love with you. Her whole face lit up. She threw herself into my arms, kissing me all over my face. I am in love with you. And I laughed. So beautifully silly, and she's all mine. My phone rang. Sterling. A voice on the other end speaks. Alpha Sterling. This is Luna Caroline from Yellowstone Pack. We were attacked by rogues last night. My mate is critically injured. We lost 25 warriors. They attacked around 11. We estimated about 150 of them. They breached and were inside the pack house before we knew it. Can you send help? Alexis spoke. Luna Caroline. My name is Luna Alexis. Describe your mate's injuries. She started to cry. Our doctor doesn't think you will survive. He was attacked with silver knives, and I was told it was entering his bloodstream. Alexis looked at me. We have to go. Now, I can't save him if his wounds close over, and I definitely can't if 24 hours pass. I tell Caroline, tell your doctors to not close his wounds. Keep them bleeding. We will be there within 2 hours. Hanging up, I linked Damon, 50 of our best warriors. Now, at the vehicles. Cody, you are in charge of the pack until we return. Yellowstone was attacked last night. Alpha Ian will not survive if I don't get Luna there now. Double patrols. No access to our pack. Tell our people to shelter in place. I grab her hand, running out the door. I drop these ridiculously small sweatpants and pull on basketball shorts and run for my truck. Flying east on the interstate, I called Bear Creek Pack. Knowing they're allies with Yellowstone Alpha, Michael answered. Did you receive a call from Yellowstone this morning? He responds. Yeah, but the attack was over, so I saw no need to rush over there. I lost it. You are their fucking ally for a reason. You lazy son of a bitch. Alpha Ian is critical, and you saw no need. How's this for a fucking need? You get some men there now and start tracking those goddess-damned rogues. Or when they come for Bear Creek. I will see no fucking need. Alexis smiled up at me, kissing my neck, whispering, that's my badass Alpha. And that was all I needed to relax. Amazing, she said. It may be time to reevaluate our alliance with Bear Creek. Yeah, I nodded. I think you're right. And she went back to reading our book. We arrived a half hour later, and I let Damon get our warriors set to task. Alexis went to their clinic, and by the time I walked through the doors, my 5-tall mate had what I assumed to be a doctor pinned to the wall by his throat. I bit back a laugh, because it kind of looks like he's being beaten by a midget. But no way was I saying that out loud. Listening, I hear her say, "You incompetent piece of shit. Does your pack have no respect for your Alpha and Luna? She gave you express fucking orders to keep his wounds open. If Ian dies, it is because you killed him. Useless motherfucker, get out of my sight. Now." When he picked himself up off the floor, he went to charge after her. I stepped between them and said, I will rip you in half if you so much as think about going after my Luna in any way. Now leave. Alexis is gone. I am assuming she's with Ian and go in search of her. I found her. In the last room in this hallway. She's covered in blood, holding a scalpel and reopening 4 separate wounds. Each time she cuts into one, she holds her hand, open, over the wound. Her eyes are glowing, and she is literally pulling the silver from his body. I am mesmerized, watching the liquid silver dance into the air, before she sends it splashing into a plastic bedpan. Fascinating. Once she has finished with the last wound, she asks me, where are the rest of the wounded? He will wake soon.
Chapter 15, Neanderthal Michael. Alexis POV.
I went to the 15 warriors and healed their wounds. None of them had silver, which tells me the Alpha was their target. Blake found me, just as I finished the last warrior, and we walked back to the Alpha's room. He was sitting up, but looked tired, which I expected. I went over to him, checking his vitals, and smiled. Close call, yeah, you need a new doctor. One that respects you and your Luna. He asked, how about you? And Blake laughed. No fucking way in hell do you keep my Luna. Ian grinned and said, no shit. Congratulations, bro. I don't know what happened. Those rogues breached our borders and killed my patrol within seconds, and were inside the pack house before I could blink. I heard we lost 25. Blake shook his head. You lost 10. Alexis saved 15. They will be duty ready tomorrow. Ian, you were the target. It was an assassination attempt. Like my father, you were stabbed with silver knives. Ian looked confused. I don't understand. I have heard nothing of rogue attacks anywhere. We haven't been hit here in over 10 years. And a group that large? There's only one reason that many rogues fight together. Someone is paying them. We have to chase the money trail. Damon's still hacking? And we laughed. Blake says, no, that's illegal, with an evil grin. And I realize these two are very close friends. The door opens, and a heavily pregnant Caroline walked in. She throws herself into her mate's arms and asked, How are you okay? He points to me and says, Blake's Luna Alexis. And she hurled herself into my arms. I look at Blake and Link, what do I do? I'm not good with strangers touching me. Help. And he laughs. He laughed. Blake takes her back to Ian, and I ask her, I'd like to check the baby, if you don't mind. You have experienced a lot of stress in the past several hours, she nods, and I lead her to a sofa. I lay my hands on her stomach and let Ariel reach out to the baby. She tells me they are fine. Minor distress, but they are good. 2 boys. I smile and tell Caroline, they are fine, healthy. She whispers, they, as in more than one. I grin and nod. Do you want to know what you're having? They will arrive in 28-30 days. She smiles and looks at Ian, who nods at her. I tell them, they are identical twin boys. She starts crying, and Ian holds his arms out to her, but his eyes are a glistening too. Ian asks, who are you? You smell wolf, but I'm confused. I look at Blake, and he says, my mate is a hybrid she-wolf witch. Her mother was a powerful white witch. Ian grins, that's fucking awesome. Then he says, let's get to my war room, find out what you guys have figured out. I was just linked. Alpha Michael has arrived with 10 warriors. Blake rolled his eyes, muttered, asshole. I slipped my hand into his and Kai's the back of it. Ian asked, dude, you're huge. I know we haven't seen each other in a year, but fuck, you look like a mountain. And Blake just laughed, good lovin' brother. Just good lovin'. It was Ian's turn to laugh, and he says, Caroline, best get to getting it. I want to be a mountain too. And we all laughed. Once inside, I said I was going to the kitchen to arrange some food and copious amounts of coffee. When Caroline told me she could do that, I refused, telling her I want her off her feet and relaxing. I would bring her some chamomile tea. I turned left and nearly bumped into this fat, smarmy-looking guy who grabbed me. Hello, sweet thing. Meet me after I speak to your alpha. I'm in the mood for some fun. And I punched him in the face. After arranging food, I brought tea to the war room for Caroline. I took it over to her, and that fat fuck winked at me, saying, how about I tell your alpha about our little altercation earlier? I smiled and sauntered my happy ass over to my mate and climbed into his lap and told him, please, by all means, tell my alpha all about it. Blake was watching me, then eyeing Michael. Well, share with us about this altercation. Michael stutters it was nothing. A misunderstanding. A simple mistake. I grinned. Ask him how he got that black eye. He wanted to have a little fun, right? Sweet thing? Damon broke first. Oh shit, you did not? Tell me you did not try with my Luna? You did. You absolutely did, didn't you? Dumbass. Blake, don't break him inside. Take him to the yard. And everyone laughed. Well, not Michael. He failed to see the humor. Blake glared at him. You touched my mate? Your filthy hands were on my Luna? And all she did was blacken your eye. You are lucky she didn't break you in two. She is a black belt in 3 separate disciplines, not to mention a witch. Baby, do that freeze thing? I bet he'd get a kick out of that. And everyone laughed again. Ian said, Michael, you never learn. The goddess sure cursed your mate when she stuck her with you. Our alliance is on the line right now. You didn't respond. You refused our call for help. Blake sneers. And in doing so, you put our alliance in jeopardy. You may have lost 2 very influential allies. All because you are a fat, lazy piece of shit. Damon chuckles. Suck on that a minute, fat boy. And I laughed that time. I asked, where are we on this attack? Any luck in locating a camp? Any trace of where they may have run to? And Michael sticks his other foot in his mouth. All due respect, Luanaya, this is man talk. We will figure this out. And I blinked. Twice, before I broke. Damon laughs. Damn, dude. You are comedic relief. Never mind what I said earlier, Alpha. Luna, don't break him in here. Take him outside. And Ian almost fell out of his chair, laughing. Blake said, keep it up, Neanderthal. You're batting 1,000. I kized my mate and smiled. He's going to be a useless problem. Maybe we can send a message to the rogues to hit him next.
Chapter 16 explains the rogues. Blake's POV.
This fool. This ignorant, misogynistic fool. Michael, allow me to drag your ass into the 21st century. Neither Ian nor myself exclude our Lunas from any aspect of our lives. Women are, by nature, strategic planners. They have the uncanny ability to see things we, as men, overlook. And to keep underestimating my mate is to get you closer to getting your ass kicked by her. And I will definitely allow it. She's much more intelligent than you, and can absolutely beat the hell out of you. In case that black eye hasn't shown you, she is quite obviously alpha-born, and I have no doubt could submit your ass in seconds. Now, your choices are, you sit there and try to be helpful or fucking leave. I am fed up with your bullshit. If you ever speak out of turn to my mate again, I will snap your fucking neck. Are we clear? He nods, and I tell Damon to continue. The rogues breached from the east, but on leaving they ran south. We found traces of a camp about 50 miles out on the east side. Looked like they had been there a few days. Trackers are still on their trail to the south. It was a large encampment, and from what I could tell, there was close to 200 camped there. That's a lot of rogues grouped together. We found 2 scents that smelled more pack than rogue, and I have people tracing the scents. Just seeing if we can uncover what pack they may have come from. Alexis smiled at him and said, good job, Damon. We appreciate it. And he beamed at his Luna. She's good with our people. She cares. And she's exactly who we needed. My phone rings and I answer. Sterling Cody says, Alpha, we have an issue. There seems to be an influx of several rogues in town. Max is reporting 6 eating at the diner. Helena has had 4 browse the apothecary the last 2 hours. And Harvey over at the grocer states he has had a steady flow, averaging 2 at a time every 30 minutes or so. I sent some warriors to town to see if it is the same 6 that are in the diner. Advise please. I link Damon to get ready to pull out. Trouble at home. He stands immediately, never saying a word, and leaves. Cody, send the warriors. Surround the diner. I want those fukers in custody by the time we are home. Have Helena ward the diner. I do not want a fight in my town. Those bastards hurt one. Just one of our people. I will crucify them. I link Alexis and tell her we are leaving. Ian, I must leave. It seems these fukers decided it was a good idea to head toward the largest pack in the country. I am leaving 20 of my best with you here. They will not breach again. Should they be so stupid as to try? Ian stands and shakes my hand as he hugs Alexis. Then Caroline hugs her. If you need me, brother, I will be there with bells on. I nod and turn to Michael. You may want to head home. Bear Creek is in the path of my pack. And we left. In the truck, Alexis is texting her uncle. He sent her pictures of the rogues in his diner. She sent them to me. Then she texts Helena, who told her not to worry. She is safe. Not 2 minutes later, she's sound asleep. Damon chuckles. She's something else, isn't she? Fearless. I'm so proud to be her gamma, I smiled. She's winning hearts. She's fond of you too. She wore herself out with all that healing. But I knew better than to tell her to stop. These attacks are puzzling. They're coming out of nowhere and random. But they targeted Ian. Purposely. Whoever is paying them wanted him dead. I don't like it. Ariel speaks to Athos, my mate. Blake needs to read the book. He will find what he needs to know. Athos tells me what Ariel said. I reach for the book. I am rereading a particular chapter when Alexis stirs and Damon says we're 5 minutes out. She is just gorgeous. She whispers, I had a dream. At least, I think it was a dream. But it felt real. If it was real, I am the only white wolf alive. Usually, there would be up to 50 of us. But over the last 100 years, they have been hunted and brutally murdered. I pull her close to me. I was just reading about that in our book. We will figure this out. Cody, are they at the diner? Yes, they have just been sitting, like they are waiting for something or someone. Stopping outside the diner, I ask Alexis to wait with her aunt. But of course, that was wishful thinking on my part. Cody meets us as we step from the truck. Max opens the door to the diner and immediately pulls Alexis in the back. Thank you, goddess, for small favors. I grab a chair, turn it backwards, and straddle it. Hello, boys. I do believe you're a little lost. You have exactly 2 minutes to explain the incredible amount of stupidity you've displayed by entering my territory. A man, mid-30s, I'm guessing, said, We really aren't looking for trouble. We are running from it. That's the reason we didn't hide when we came to town. I thought as long as we stayed in sight of your men and made no threatening moves, you would be more apt to hear me out. I watched him intensely for a few minutes. You have my attention. What trouble are you running from? And why should I believe you? He puts his head down, rubs his forehead with his hand. Last night, Yellowstone Pack was attacked, killing the Alpha. And several more packs are on the hit list. Rogues are being recruited, offered pay, to take down Alphas. When the attack on Yellowstone commenced, my buddies and I hightailed it to the south. Heard this was the place to be if we had any hope of surviving whatsoever. We don't care if you lock us in your cells. We just don't want to be involved in what's happening. We will give you any information we have, although it's not much. I nodded. What are your circumstances? Why are you rogue? You seem to have had no problem seeking refuge with my pack. Therefore, I am assuming you have nothing against a pack structure. So, color me curious.
Chapter 17, Alpha Assassinations. Blake's POV, still.
He sat there a minute. Then he sighed. The rogues we are running from attacked our packs. Our alphas are dead. Our packs destroyed. I am from Ottawa. These 2 from Alberta. And these 3 Nova Scotia. I am assuming the plan is to wipe out Canada because we started moving south 2 weeks ago. Watching him, listening to him, I realize his story is the truth. I hold my hand out. Alpha Blake Sterling, pleased to meet you. He shook it and said, Matthew Daniels. And I knew where I was headed. Alpha, being here is no accident. I hoped for refuge because I knew you to be a fair, just man. My sister is mated to Evan Giddings. Now, that shocked me. Evan is a good man. His mate is quiet, a mousy little thing. My beta Cody will vet you. Give him your names, and once your information is reviewed, I am more than happy to welcome you into my pack. Until then, refuge is granted. Alexis comes out from the kitchen and lays her hand on my shoulder. I reach mine to cover it. My Luna, Alexis Morris Sterling. They all nod. Matthew shakes her hand, but he won't stop staring. She asks, I'm sorry? Do you know me? I'm getting no feeling of familiarity. Why are you staring? He gasps and stumbles over his words. I am so sorry. It's your eyes. I have only seen that color once before. She laughs. Good to know I'm not the only one with fuked up eyes. And it broke the ice. Everyone laughed. She clapped her hands together. Come on, gentlemen, rooms are set up for you on the first floor of the pack house. Let's get y'all some hot showers and clean clothes before I stuff a home-cooked meal down your throats. Every one of them looked shocked. She frowns. What? Matthew blushed. No cell? She giggles. Why? You gonna steal the silverware? And they laughed again. She went out of her way to make them feel comfortable. And I can't help but think her lone wolf status helped her be so accepting. Well, that. And she could just turn them all into giant pink bunnies. Finally back in my office. Cody was vetting the guys, while I had Damon researching all the packs that had been attacked. Something was definitely happening, and it pisses me off that 3 packs have gone down already, and those are only the ones we know about. How many more have fallen? Alexis squeals from the sofa. Listen, I just read this. Once every 500 years, a white wolf is born to create balance and reunite all species. She will bring peace and harmony to all wolves. Her mate will be stronger and larger than all others, and will attain even more after they've mated. Their mating must be completed under the full moon for him to receive his full power. White wolves are always born of royal bloodlines, and are always the firstborn pup. What the hell does that even mean? My father was some part of the royal bloodline. Is that why he had to leave? But why wouldn't he say something? I scooped her into my arms and sat with her on my lap. Maybe he did say something, baby. And maybe your mom got too sick, too fast. Like she planned to tell you everything on your birthday and time got away from her. And she shot up off my lap and out the door. Oh, Mom, what just happened? I look over at the guys. What the fuck? Should I go after her? Did I upset her? They both shrugged. I linked her. Baby, you okay? Did I say something wrong? No, my love. Just something you said resonated with me. I will be back in a few. Cody smiles. Every one of those guys checks out. No history of causing problems. All of them were productive, working members of their packs. Matt was a head warrior in his pack. 2 were trackers. 1 was patrol. 1 is a mechanic, and the last is a doctor. They will all be an asset. I told him to bring them in. I want to ask them a few questions. Alexis races back in and climbs in my lap, hiding her face in my neck, holding tight to me. The guys look at me with questions on their faces, and I just shake my head. Then I feel them. Little warm drops on my neck. My angel is crying, and I don't know why. I hold her to me, rubbing small circles on her skin, under her shirt. Whatever she was doing has devastated her, and I can't fix it. Until she feels better and can tell me. I would slay the world to stop even one of her tears. But right now, all I can do is wait for her. Damon clears his throat, speaks quietly. There is a mystery surrounding this whole thing. It looks like, maybe 20 years ago, a group of people started recruiting rogues. All of them with a serious beef with the monarchy, and offered them a roof, food, and cash to train for a war against the king, claiming he is the pretender to the throne, that the rightful king has been living in exile and he is ready to reclaim his birthright. So the warriors needed to be qualified fighters. Apparently wires got crossed. Orders misunderstood. Something. Because instead of convincing alphas to align with them and join the cause, being rogues maybe, they are just assassinating alphas and taking surviving warriors to fight? I'm not sure. Still running it all down. But this does seem to be the way this is heading. I will stay on it. I looked down at Lexi, and she was sleeping. I pointed at the throw on the sofa, and Damon tossed it to me. So, essentially, a group of people recruit nearly feral rogues, train them to fight, tell them go recruit alphas to their cause, when in fact the feral rogues here go kill as many alphas as you can, and turn them loose on the world. That's some major planning right there. What fucking moron thought this up? Damon laughs. Yep, I'm working on it. Hopefully, I will find the answers. Still tracing the money.
Important note.
To all our listeners, if you've been swept away by the captivating tale and are enjoying the journey, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Additionally, for those who prefer reading over listening, you can subscribe to our Book Lover Aficionado package on Patreon for just $10 a month, where you'll have access to both listen and read options. Your donations mean the world to us and help us bring even more thrilling stories to life. Find the Patreon link in the description below and become a part of our storytelling community today.
Chapter 18, A Letter from Beyond. Alexis POV.
Blake is right. What if Mom got too sick to really talk to me before she thought I was old enough to handle it? Running into our room, I yanked the trunk of my mom's things out of the closet. Opening it, a strong scent hit my nose, and it smells like home. My mom's favorite shawl sits on top. Taking it out, I wrap it around me. Rifling through her things makes my throat thicken with tears, and I don't even know what I am trying to find. It's full of keepsakes, things that mattered, meant something important to her. A photo album chronicling our life together. Birthdays, holidays, all my awful school pictures. I will never understand why every time that school photographer said smile, the most grotesque grimace would appear on my face. Worst pictures ever. And she saved everyone. True what they say. A face only a mother could love. Nothing spoke to me, reached out to me. I kept going through it. At the very bottom, a small box rested. It was leather, and my mother's name embossed in the cover. As I reached to lift it out, her name, Olivia, illuminated, and I heard her voice whisper, "It's for you." My hand shook as I lifted the lid off the box. Inside was a journal. She had written in it, every day since my birth, all the way up until the morning of the day I came home from school. Finding her in her closet, wearing socks on her hands, calling them her dress gloves. The day my mother went away, I brought the journal to the sofa with me. I began reading. The entries were normal. A mother's pride in her child. Her joy in the little things she found special. Then, an entry caught my attention. Today, Alexis turned 6. She ran into the kitchen, just as I sat her favorite peanut butter chip pancakes on the table, and my breath caught in my throat. Her hair had changed overnight. From the blonde like mine, it has always been, to a deep shade of plum, almost the rich purple of royalty. But more than that, her dark blue eyes have changed to violet. A sparkling, beautiful reminder of my handsome mate. The eyes that haunt my dreams so. My hair and eyes weren't always this strange color, and now I know the color of my father's eyes. Reading further, it was more of the same. My martial arts competitions for each belt. My gymnastics trophies. How proud she was that I had the opportunity to live the life of a normal. Everything a mother would say about their child. And, had I ever doubted she loved me? This would prove it, beyond a shadow. Reaching the last entries, it was obvious her mind was slipping away. The last 3 entries talked about only me. And to me, my beautiful, darling daughter. If you are reading this, I am no longer with you. Oh, how I wish we had had more time. But such was not to be. It is a sacrifice I had to make to have even had you as long as I have. Please do not hate me. Do not resent the choices I have made. It has always been to protect you, to keep you safe. There are people that would see you dead, to prevent the prophecy from playing out. It has happened before. And Selene and Hecate instructed me on what I had to do. What I did is right, in my mind, in my heart, not so much. I love your father. With all my heart and soul. He was mated, not in his heart, but mated nonetheless. He has a child, a son 7 months older than you. We knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong. But to know him, feel him, love him for even a moment, was a feeling I selfishly clung to. I gave myself to him. The mate bond is a soul-encompassing feeling, and we refused to fight it. For 3 glorious nights, I spent in his arms. He became my sole existence, my reason, and in the small hours of the morning of that 4th day, I watched him sneak away. No goodbye. No sweet parting apology. Just creeping out my door like a thief in the night. And he was gone, taking my soul with him. But, and this is a very big but, he left me his heart, and your beautiful self appeared. 9 months later, and I was whole again. He doesn't know about you. I haven't been allowed to tell him. In order to keep you safe, to protect you. I can't tell you until your 18th birthday. Now, though, my mind is fading. I find myself struggling to tie my shoes some days, because Hecate sealed my lips, preventing me from uttering his name until then. I am hoping I can write it down. Thus far, I haven't been able to, but I will try, every day, until I am incapable of remembering. Alexis, do not resent me for keeping such an important thing from you. Your father would have loved you, cherished you. When you see him, when you finally meet, please ask him to forgive me for keeping you from him, from allowing you to grow up with the love of a good man, a good father. Tell him I forgive him. I know he would have chosen differently if he had been able to. His life had been planned for him long before he was born, and there was no other choice. But goddess, he will love you. He will be as proud of you as I am. I worry about your brother, though. He is being raised in the old traditions, like your father was. However, it seems while those traditions made your father a man of integrity and loyalty, his son has allowed them to shape into someone of low morals, self-entitlement, and corrupt emotion. He is young, though, and hopefully things will turn around for him. That was it. It ended there. Nothing more. I frantically searched the entire trunk again, but nothing. There is nothing else to indicate who he is. Where he is, I can't think. All this time, all these years of convincing myself I was okay not knowing who he is, not caring if he wanted me. It was all for nothing. All the lies I told myself are crushing me, and all I can think now is I need Blake. I need his strength. And I run.
Chapter 19 Glitches. Blake's POV.
Alexis stirs awake. As Cody walks in with the 6 men we met at the diner, she snuggles into me, practically disappearing in my arms. As I kiss her forehead, I link her, asking if she is okay. She just nods and whispers later. I smile and take her lips with mine. Telling the men to take a seat, I went over everything Cody had vetted on, asking if they were still interested in joining our pack and continue in their chosen fields. They all accepted and agreed. After I had sworn them all in and dismissed them to go to each area they have chosen to work, I asked Matthew to remain behind. Staying seated, he asked, "Is there something more specific you needed from me, Alpha?" Replying to him, I said, "Our head warrior is retiring in a week, and while I was planning on holding a competition for his position, it has come to my attention you were a head warrior for your old pack, and I was wondering if you would consider taking the position." He mused. As flattered as I am, Alpha Blake, I believe the competition should take place. Because, yes, I want the position. However, I would rather prove to our pack that I am qualified by winning. I feel it would avoid any unnecessary animosity from any of the other warriors, resenting a virtual stranger coming in and depriving them of what they may feel is their rightful place. I nod, impressed once again by this man. I am very pleased to hear you say that, and I do agree. Plus, it gives me the opportunity to observe your skills. You do realize your final spar will be against me, correct? And I grin. I hear him mumble, fuck, and we all chuckle. Alexis sits up a little straighter in my lap and says, Matthew, may I ask, where have you seen eyes the color of mine? His head raises sharply. It was a portrait, a very old portrait. It used to hang in my old pack house, of a woman. My old Alpha's great-great-grandmother. A couple 100 years ago. I guess. No one knew for sure. It was rumored she was a white wolf. But you know how legends go. Half-truths and exaggerations. My mate nods. We all tend to embellish the things we are unsure of, turning them to suit what we want to believe, I think. When he left my office to check out the training field, I spun Alexis in my lap, and putting my hands on each side of her face, I whispered, What brought those tears to your beautiful eyes? It broke me to hear you cry. She leaned up and kissed me so sweetly, my breath caught in my throat. I found a journal my mom left. It is about me. Until I was 6 years old, my hair was blonde. My eyes blue. On my 6th birthday, she said they changed. That they are now the color of my father's eyes. I have a brother. He is 7 months older than me. My father was fated to my mother, and they only met by accident, when he had traveled to a nearby pack close to my mother's coven. He was already mated to a woman that had been pledged to his family before either of them were even born. My mom had been spelled by Hecate to not tell me who my father is until my 18th birthday. She even tried writing it down without success. He doesn't even know I exist. Blake, my own father, doesn't know who he is to me. And that explains the reason for her tears. My poor angel. Wait, I read something in our book while you were sleeping. Where wait here? Here, listen, every generation will birth one heir to the singular eye color, characteristic only of descendants of a white wolf. If we can find the name of that alpha's great-great-grandmother, we can trace the descendants with violet eyes, and that would only be 2 people. Before we know your father's name, right, Damon? Wouldn't that be the genealogical treeing of that? Absolutely. I will start running that down right now. And Alexis was practically vibrating with excitement. And she was gone. Poof, like that. Then she was back. Blushing beet red. Sorry, it's kind of a glitch. I try to hold my laugh. A glitch, she nods, mumbling, yeah, it happens. I have a few. But that's a big one. I get excited and I poof. One time I poofed myself to London. When I was 5. I saw a picture of the Eiffel Tower and Aunt Helena said we would go see it sometime. I got excited and poofed. To London. My 5-year-old brain registered the tower is in Europe. But the only place I knew of in Europe was London. And I got grounded. We all lost it. And I tried to console her. It's okay, baby girl. At 5 years old, that would have seemed a logical assumption, she says. Yeah, no. I got an hour-long lecture about being a witch and having to know where I am teleporting. And I try to control it. I do. But excitement and me oil and water, and I just poof. I'm nodding, like I understand completely. But I get a mind link from the kitchen. Alpha dinner will be delayed. Luna abruptly appeared in the kitchen, and I accidentally hit her with the roast. Okay? I can't hold it and bust out laughing. Where did you poof to, Angel? She grimaces. I said it's a glitch, and we could have pizza ordered in. Yeah, we can even order one for Chef, okay? I'm laughing too hard and Damon asks, why are we ordering pizza, especially one for Chef? Did you glitch your tiny ass into the kitchen and do something to the chef? She just shakes her head adamantly back and forth. I link Damon what happened just as Cody walked back in, saying the chef is threatening to quit and throwing shit around the kitchen. And Alexis yells, "Oh, for the love of our goddess, it is a fucking glitch." Everybody has them, right? We all have glitches. And Cody, having no idea what's going on, remarks, "Of course, we don't have glitches. This isn't the Matrix." And she throws her shoe at him. That was all it took for Damon to fall out of his chair. Holding his side sand, I put my head down on my desk, laughing so hard I was crying.
Chapter 20, Calling Out the Elf Hole. Alexis POV.
Cody all acting sanctimonious and shit. Of course we don't have a glitch. This ain't the Matrix, asshole. He could have a glitch. He could have moved, ducked the shoe. But nope, it hit him. He could have caught it. Nope. See? Glitches. Mine are just more obvious. Blake pulls me back into his lap. Don't worry, sweetheart. Next time you get excited, just grab my hand and I will glitch with you. She giggles and says, "Okay. But if we land in the linen closet, you don't get to whine about being cramped." We all laugh. Cody clears his throat. "Blake, Alf Hole Michael requests an audience in the morning at 9. I shrug, looking at Blake. "Let him know we will receive him at precisely 9 a.m. And if he dares disrespect your Luna, he won't be leaving." I laugh at what he said. Then asked, "Can I change him into a weasel? A portly little weasel? He'd be so cute. And I betcha his Luna would like him then." We laugh and he tells me no. But I can freeze him. We had our pizza and retired to our bedroom. After making love with my handsome mate for hours, I finally fall asleep in his arms. My eyes open to a beautiful meadow. Standing in the center is Selene. She signals for me to walk with her. Taking my hand, she smiles. "I am sorry, my child. The decisions made on your behalf were never meant to cause you pain. It is my fault mostly. You are the first white wolf in 3 generations, and I knew if we didn't protect you, this would end my wolves. Ariel and Athos are fated souls, and every time they are reborn, they find each other. My white wolves have always been hunted down and killed before they can fulfill their destiny. When you complete your mating this time, many things are going to change. The people who want to stop you will know where you are. Your father will know you exist. More importantly, your brother will know. And I am afraid he has not grown into a good man. Many people are suffering greatly at his command. Athos will come into his full power, and Ariel will receive her power. Unlike your witch's powers, this power will prepare you for the battle to come. Hecate came to me before you were conceived to suggest Ariel be born from a witch. It was our one guarantee of keeping her hidden until Athos could find her. In 14 days, on the full moon, after your Luna ceremony, Athos and Ariel will complete your mating. Your entire pack will feel the change. You will become near immortal. The only way you will die this time is to lose your head or your hearts. There are reasons for all of this that will reveal themselves as time requires. I ask, who is my father, and why did I have to lose my mother? Selene smiles sadly. It was part of the agreement Hecate made with me before she approached your mother. Your mother sacrificed so much to have you in her life. She loves you so very much. Your father will find you. He is a good man. His greatest regret is having to leave your mother. Blake was calling my name, and my eyes open. Fuck, that sneaky goddess, again. Saying so much, without telling me anything. Ugh, Blake chuckles, bad dream. I shake my head, just frustrating. We get to the office, and I'm still feeling a little distracted. Blake asks if I want to talk about it. And, do I? I think I'm processing. Selene visited me, and I'm fucking frustrated. I can help with the frustrated part. And he wiggles his eyebrows, which had me giggling. He grins and says, "There's my baby." And my day just got a whole lot better. Alpha Michael arrived 45 minutes late. Blake was fuming. And I'm thinking, this dude leaving here a fucking toad today. But he's still saying no, we'll see. He gets seated, and Blake just stares at him for about 5 minutes straight. Then he asks, "You can't afford a watch, I take it? You have already wasted nearly an hour of my day. You are lucky I am still meeting with you. So before we get started, let me warn you. The reason for this meeting better be fucking important, because if you are planning on wasting any more of my valuable time, we will have a problem." He shifted nervously. "I am worried for my people, Alpha Blake. My warriors are well trained and good fighters, but we aren't enough to stand against 150 rogues. Even Ian struggled, and he has half again as many warriors as I do. You are a half hour away from us. If we are attacked, I can't be certain you would make it there in time for aid." Blake nods, asking, "So what are you requesting?" "You know I left 20 of my best with Ian. My concern here, Michael, is the fact you did not rally your troops when the call went out. You knew Ian was down, possibly dying, yet you did not stir yourself to respond. My allies need never fear I will respond. I take my obligations very seriously. Why did you not rush to Ian's aid?" Huffing, he sneers, "Caroline didn't even call until the fight was under control. When she told me Ian was critical, I told her to call me if any further problems arose." And Blake roared, "That is bullshit. And you know it is. You could have been on site an hour and a half before I was able to get there. Because of that, my trackers are struggling to find a scent trail, struggling to locate a trace of any rogues. So, here's the deal. If and when the call comes in of your impending attack, I will send a team. Until then, you get nothing." Jumping to his feet, Michael snarls, "All I am asking for is at least the same amount of warriors as backup that you gave Ian. You are my ally. It is required." Then it dawns on me. "I know what this is," I said. "Funny. You weren't worried about an attack. You didn't request our aid. And then, out of the blue, you request audience to requisition our troops. Knowing we left a squad with Ian, if I were a person of strategic mind, I would almost feel as if you are attempting to deplete our military presence in our own pack. Blake, I believe we should send some of our troops to patrol between his borders and ours. That should be okay. Right, Michael? If our trackers, hunters and warriors scouted around your borders, just to make sure there are no rogue encampments close by." Cody cracked up. "Holy fuck, dude, she just called you out, Blake?" And he nodded. Cody walked out the door and Michael sputtered, "Where is he going? What's he doing?" "I withdraw my request. I don't need strange warriors around my borders." Blake laughs. "Relax. It's just to keep you and your pack safe. It's all good. And we all knew we were right."
Chapter 21, Rogue Dancing. Blake's POV.
My smart girl. Michael hasn't stopped pacing since Cody walked out. Alexis has gone to order lunch brought up. We are waiting to hear back from Cody. "Michael, now would be the time to talk to me. I can't help you if you aren't truthful. We have known each other a long time. What's going on?" "You have until I hear back from my people to let me in on whatever this bullshit is." He shakes his head. "You have gotten my mate and my son killed. That's what this bullshit is. They are holding my pack hostage, and my family is in the cells. What choice would you have? What would you have done?" "Cody, the entire pack is being held. Michael's family is in the cells. What the actual fuck? He couldn't just tell us that from the jump. He better hope he's not lying. Okay, Alpha, we're going in hot, taking out anyone who resists, and it's on him." I look at Michael. Hopefully, that is the truth. My people are going in hot. This is either a rescue mission or it is an annihilation. Which is it? Alexis rushes in. Matthew is saying we have rogues in the northeast sector. Damon has sent warriors. I'm going too. I jumped up, grabbing Michael by the collar. If I lose one of my people, you are a dead man. And we ran for the border. This is not how I saw this day going. Reaching the border, we arrived just as 50 rogues charged from the wood line. Halfway to our border's edge, every one of them slammed into an invisible wall. Our people looked back at their Luna. She smiled and waved, shield, just a little one. Gonna keep them out, but y'all can go through it. And we laughed. I looked over at her and said, freeze this piece of shit. I want to dance with some rogues. She walked over to Michael, said, in a different lifetime, we might have been friends. If you were a decent guy, you know, not like the asshole you are now. And she froze him in place. Within minutes, half of the rogues were down. The other half were running away, being chased by our fighters. I shouted, Lexi, I got one survivor. Can you heal him enough for interrogation? She nods and starts to walk away. Then stops. Danny, stay beside this bastard. The freezing spell is about to wear off. Don't let him run away. Then continues to me. Both Michael and the rogue were in the cells by the time Cody walked back in. Michael didn't lie. His pack was full of rogues. We brought back 2. In the cells as we speak. His family, however, were in the safe room in his office. They are outside. Figured you will want to question them without that Alf Hole's presence. I nodded and signaled to bring her in. As Laura was getting seated, Alexis poured her a cup of tea. Handing it to her, she came and sat in my lap. Laura, I would like to preface this meeting by saying, I am hoping for honesty. I want to get to the bottom of this. Because, if I am being honest with you, what you have to say could be the difference between you going home with your mate and you going home a widow. Now tell me, what the fuck is going on at Bear Creek? She trembles and stutters. I am not completely sure. 2 months ago, Michael came home from a trip to the east, Missouri, or someplace, telling me he has a good opportunity to earn quite a bit of money. All he had to do was offer safe shelter for some men, doing some private contracting for a member of the royal family. Michael told me all he was told is they are doing recon on all the packs and alphas in the Northwest. I always thought it was more than that, since my son and I have literally been living in the safe room for the duration of time these strangers have been around. Alexis said, That's not feasible. You don't strike me as a stupid woman. Yet, you sit here, expecting us to believe these men walking willy-nilly around your pack convinced your mate that they are there, solely on recon? Those fukers stink of rogue. It's a distinctive odor. You can't mistake it for bad cologne. Much like whole line of hogs slop you and your mate keeps slinging. I have an idea. How about we just call Aunt Helena Love? I nod at her knowing she's going to have her bring truth potions over. They only work on wolves that still have a modicum of decency. So I doubt it will work on Michael, but still worth a shot. Helena and Max walk in about a half hour later. She hugs Alexis and says, Everything is ready for your Luna ceremony, and I will be here Friday to supervise all the decorations and menu prep. Tomorrow we have to shop for your gown. Yep. Poof. Helena laughs her ass off. Still glitches? I laugh and say, oh yeah. Then we hear, Goddess damn it, Luna. This was my favorite shirt, and Cody walks in with chocolate milk all over a light blue Henley. Alexis apologizing profusely, and the rest of us can't hold the laughter. I asked, You glitched to Cody? She nods sheepishly, and I laugh even harder. Sure this ain't the Matrix, dude? He flips me off and Helena waves her hand, cleaning Cody's shirt with his asking, Can you fill my glass with more chocolate milk too? And Laura snarks, glad everyone else can be happy. So Alexis slaps a zipper over her mouth. The next 5 minutes spent with Helena scolding Lexi, until she took it away. This day sure took a turn. I looked at Laura. While Helena handed her a cup of her special tea, I said, "We will all sit quietly while Laura relaxes and finishes her tea." I poured a whiskey, and as I went to sit, Alexis took it and was sipping on it. I was wait. Guess I will get me one now. Handing Max one, and then, getting myself another. I sit down. Helena happily smiles as she sips her own tea beside Laura. I sit watching Laura. As the tea starts to settle her nerves, we all watch her relax. Helena works her magic by chatting about Laura and her son, patting her hand every once in a while, making her feel the empathy Helena emits with everyone.
Chapter 22, Big Boy Words. Third person's POV.
Blake had linked Damon to come to the office. They want the interview videoed so there can be no repercussions coming back on them later. And while he got everything set up, Blake had Matthew bring Michael up from the cells. They thought it would be good for his reactions to his wife's words to be recorded as well. Sometimes those are more telling than any conversation might be. Matthew brought him in, nearly slamming him into a seat beside Laura. He reached over and took her hand, but she snatched it back away. That's a tell. Helena sits across from Laura, and knowing she had already established a rapport with her, Blake was leaving it in her capable hands with Cody and Damon close to Michael should he try to show his ass. Helena smiles. "Laura, let's talk about your living mostly in the safe room the last 2 months. How difficult that was. With a 9-year-old son, huh? I would have needed Xanax to stay sane." Laura chuckled. "It wasn't that bad. We had the run of the safe room and the office most days. Michael was always off in the war room, showing the other men the packs in the area, letting them know which ones would be difficult, which alphas would be easiest to take down." Helena nods. Of course. Was Yellowstone the first pack on the attack list? Alpha Ian one of the easiest. Shaking her head, Laura said, "Oh no, he was third. There are 2 packs further north. Michael. That first one. Green something green." Michael tried to jump to his feet, yelling at her to shut up, but Damon slammed him down. Laura continued, "Green Ridge, and Alpha Steven. The other one is Black Mountain. That Alpha is easy to remember. His Luna is my best friend. They're Louis and Catherine." Helena nods again. "Wow, so these men, who have been sheltering at your pack, left, attacked these packs, and came back to be sheltered again?" Again, Laura nods. "Yes. Sean and I had to stay in the safe room when they were gone, because they left men behind, in case something went wrong, and Michael was afraid they would kill us if something went wrong." Without missing a beat, Helena shot straight into her next question. "Interesting. Where was Michael? He didn't stay with you and Sean?" Michael tried to slap Laura, and Cody broke his wrist. Laura glared at her mate. "No, he went with them for added insurance. That's what he told me." Helena snapped. "You do realize your mate had a hand in the murder of your best friend and her mate, don't you?" Shaking her head furiously. No, he wouldn't. You wouldn't. She was like my sister. She is our son's godmother. Tell me she's alive, Michael. Tell me this instant." Damon grabbed a sheet of paper coming off the printer. Reading, "Black Mountain Pack in Washington State. Wiped out. Alpha Louis Williams, his mate and 2 children, found slaughtered in Alpha's quarters. Women and children murdered where they tried to run to safe houses. Green Ridge Pack decimated. 17 survivors sought refuge at Red Moon Pack in Colorado, the Luna Melissa's home pack. The Alpha and 98 men killed, 45 of which were warriors." Laura began to weep, hysterically. Blake looked at Michael. "This is going to go one of 2 ways. You tell me everything. Absolutely everything you know. I will make your death quick and painless. That is option 1. Option 2, I take everything you know through the most painful way possible. I will bring you to the brink of death daily. Have my mate heal you enough to do it all over again, until I think you've told me all you know. Then I will kill you, in the worst possible way. What's it going to be? He jumps up and screams, fuck you all. I will be rescued, and you will all die. Damon choked him out and threw him at Marcus, telling him to lock him back up. Alexis says, well, that was entertaining as hell. Aunt Helena, can we go find my gown this afternoon instead? And everyone laughed. The ladies went shopping, and we were outside at the training field for the head warrior challenges. Matthew is dominating. The man has moves, strength, agility, enough aggression to instill doubt. Just exactly what a head warrior needs to be. Cody asks Blake, what are we going to do with this rogue situation? This can't go on. They're destroying packs around this continent. Do we go to the king? File a grievance with the monarchy? Blake shakes his head. After the Luna ceremony, we will decide. There will be 13 alphas here, including myself. I want to be able to present them with this evidence. Give them proof positive this is happening. Then, my brother, we are going hunting. Damon yells, Alpha, you're up, against none other than Matthew. And we all laughed. Matthew was able to go 4 rounds with Blake. The Alpha smiled and told him, well done, Pack Sterling Moon, your new head warrior. His ascension ceremony is on Friday. Now, let's go torture some rogues. And all 4 men laughed, walking into the cells. All 4 men were laughing and joking around. Blake stopped at Michael's cell. Hello, scumbag. Sure hope all this was worth it. Anything you want to tell us? Michael spit at him, and Blake tisks. Tisk. I thought you'd use your big boy words. Michael snarls, fuck you. Damon and Cody laughed. You wanted big boy words. Unfortunately, they sounded like they were coming from a 4-year-old. Walking to the next cell, they opened it and dragged the rogue out and to a different room, hanging him from chains on the ceiling. Blake grabbed a chair, swinging it backwards. He straddled it. Putting his arms on the back, he says, we do this the easy way, or the hard way. It's your choice. The rogue laughed. I'm not telling you shit. No matter what you do to me, I'm not giving anything up. Blake moved so fast, none of them saw him. He snapped the man's neck. Damon laughs. You do not play well with others, bro. Damn. Blake looks over his shoulder at him. Grinning evilly, he says, oops. And they all laughed while Cody yelled, next, motherfuckers. And they laughed harder.
Chapter 23. Glitching Again. Blake's POV.
We are waiting. On this stage, the visiting alphas, our pack, Elder Armand, and my inner circle. I can't remember ever being this anxious. Not even when we held my ascension ceremony. And then, there she is. Holding on Max's arm, stands a vision. My mate, my world, my life. Her hair is tied in a high messy bun, with little tendrils framing her angelic face. Her dress, a diaphanous number in lilac, a high-low hem, tight-fitting bodice, crystal spaghetti straps. And she's barefoot. She's barefoot and has never looked so enchanting. Slowly, they begin walking towards the stage. I am antsy as hell, practically bouncing. How did 20 feet become 200? And finally, her hand is reaching for mine, and I practically grab hers. Standing before Elder Armand, he recites the ceremony, and she repeats what he says. Then he asks, Sterling Moon, do you accept Alexis Morris Sterling as your Luna? And the crowd went wild. Armand sliced her palm, and then mine. We clasped our palms together, and as our blood mingled, a moonbeam shined directly onto our joined hands. A flash of energy rode through our territory, and every member of our pack went to their knees. The pack took off on a run. Alexis decided to wait to shift away from everyone who is not of our pack, keeping Ariel a secret a little while longer. Our pack knows why. And Cody took them in the opposite direction of Athos and Ariel. They shifted to run together for the first time. He led her to a secluded cove, and they completed the mating process in their true form. Marking one another as wolves, he locked in place as he nodded, and they felt themselves come into their power. Athos was larger, much larger than before. Ariel felt her speed, agility, and strength increase as she too grew larger. There was a huge celebration. Everyone danced, ate, drank, and simply partied. Late into the night, Max brought Alexis to the dance floor. He spun her around and back into him, and he said, "I have a serious question, and I need an honest answer." She smiled and nodded. He grinned, saying, "I love Helena. I want to spend my life with her. I am asking your permission to ask her to marry me." Poof. He stood there looking stunned, and turned circles looking for her. I stepped over and asked, "What did you say to excite my mate?" Max responded, "I asked for her blessing to propose to Helena." I nodded. "Yup, that would do it." Alexis poofed back in, with suds in her hair. Raising an eyebrow at her, I asked, "How?" She said, "I don't want to talk about it," and went to the bar and got a drink. Max asked, "Where'd she go?" I started laughing and said, "If I had to guess, it's either the dishwasher or one of the commercial washing machines, but I'm not allowed to ask." And he cracked up. I walked over to my beautiful mate, wrapped my arms around her, and whispered in her ear, "Dance with me." Her whole body shivered, and I will never not love the feeling of that. A whisper, and she melts. We danced 4 songs when the crowd got hushed, and we all saw Max on one knee in front of Helena. I smiled. "My sweet baby girl, I know you're going to be very excited. But can we not poof out of here and steal your aunt's moment?" She laughed and said, "I love you, but that was mean." And we both laughed. Max spoke so poetically. Helena cried and nodded. And G swung her in a circle yelling, "She said yes," like anyone would think she said anything different. The next thing I knew, Helena had Alexis off to the side, discussing flowers and colors, and whatever makes a wedding special for a woman. By the time we all headed to bed, the alphas had agreed to a meeting in the conference room to discuss what is happening with the packs. I figured a 10 a.m. meeting would be best, somewhere to the north, in a remote location. Violet eyes popped open wide. He whispered, "I have a daughter." Jumping from his bed, he yelled through his mind link, "Charles, get up. I need you now." "I'm on my way, Lauren. Are you hurt?" "No, we have to find someone." Charles runs into Lauren's office, begging to know what has his best friend so upset. Lauren looks at him with worried eyes and says, "A white wolf came into her powers tonight." Charles catches his breath. "But that would mean..." Lauren nods, tears filling his eyes. "I have a daughter, and I have missed her entire life till now." Charles paced. Then he growled low, "But who? Why would they keep your own child from you?" Stepping to the window, Lauren spoke, "Take a seat. There's something you don't know. Almost 19 years ago, I was traveling through Georgia. I met my true mate. For 3 wonderfully glorious days, I was whole. I was happy. I never lied to her. She knew I couldn't be with her. She forgave me. She loved me. And she let me go. I have never seen her or contacted her again. I live with that pain every day. When I felt that awakening power tonight, I knew we had created a child, and I know that child is a white wolf. We must be discreet, but we must find her." Charles sat still for several minutes. "Fuck me? What will you tell Juliet?" "What the fuck are you going to tell Jeremiah?" Lauren snarled. "Not a goddess damned thing. They both have what they wanted from me. They can go fuck themselves before they take my goddess-blessed child. We pack. I want to be on the road at daybreak." Charles bowed his head. baring his neck from the power he felt, and replied, "Yes, my king."
Chapter 24 Gargantuan. Alexis POV.
Upon waking, I watched Blake walk toward our bathroom and realized he's bigger, taller, broader. I started giggling. Then, jumping from the bed, I ran next to him. Am I taller? Did I get to be bigger too? Check me. Am I more than 5? I want to be. Let's measure me. He laughs at me, telling me he don't think so. I get dressed. My clothes fit the exact same. And he had to link Damon to get him new ones. How is that fair? Even a little. After breakfast, we walked into the conference room, and the alphas had already been seated. Alpha Ian 2-1 looked at Blake and smirked. Good goddess, bro. You grew into a holy fuck. You're gargantuan overnight. And the whole table laughed. Then Alpha Raymond asked, Can you explain what's happening? This is a lot more than packs being decimated and alphas being taken out. I looked around the table, feeling their energy and feeling deceitful because everyone drank coffee laced with truth potion, and even Blake didn't know. Helena thought it would help us know where we are going to be with allies in whatever this fight would be. I made sure each of them saw my eyes. Then I spoke. My mother was a powerful witch. 19 years ago, she met her true mate. He couldn't be with her. He was force-mated in an arranged relationship. His obligations to our kind outweighed his right to happiness. My mother understood this and made the conscious decision to mate with him anyway. I am the result of that. If you have noticed the color of my eyes, you should be aware of the legends. Our alphas are being targeted and assassinated. Our people systematically wiped out. My mate's wolf, Athos, is a first wolf. Born again, each generation, in search of his true mate. His only mate. My wolf, Ariel, is a first wolf. She has always been Athos' mate. Until now, since they were first mated, in the beginning of our species, they had been prevented from being together. Usually, she was found and killed before she reached maturity. My mother sacrificed her own happiness so we could be together in this generation. For the first time in centuries, Mother Moon and Hecate, the goddess of earth, joined together for this to happen. Had it not, wolves would cease to exist. We would die out because of the stupidity of a group of wolves believing they are superior and should be the only ones to control the population of our species. Athos and Ariel need help in preventing this. Now is the time we all have to band together and rise up against eradication. Alpha Raymond spoke first. Are we supposed to just take your word for it? Just believe there is someone out there willing to go against the whole of the werewolf nation and commit mass genocide? Blake said, Absolutely not. We are prepared for you to not believe us at all. We are asking for your help because we do not want to lose any more than we already have. I am not a fool. I know who my true allies are. I know who would stand with me at the gates of hell banging for entry, if needed. The 3 of them sit at this table. But I also know the more allies we have, the stronger, more powerful we become. Damon, play Laura's confession. The end of the video had everyone erupting into anger. Blake held his hands up. I am sure Michael is not the only alpha these rogues have approached. We have proof this has been happening in Canada over the last year. After Ian nearly died, several men from the attack had ran away before it happened and came here. Their alphas had been murdered. Today is not only a day of decisions, it is a day of action, gentlemen. Michael is in my cells. He will be brought here. You may ask as many questions as you'd like. In the end, you will decide his fate. I had been watching Alpha Byron. His eyes kept shifting around the room. He was uncomfortable during Laura's video. He hasn't really asked any questions. Alpha Byron, what's on your mind? You haven't asked any questions. You've had no input, haven't contributed to the conversation. Are you not concerned? He smirked at me. With all due respect, Luna Alexis, Whether I contribute to a conversation or not is my business. Whether I believe these ludicrous assumptions or not again is my business. And I laughed. Did y'all ever notice when someone starts a sentence with all due respect? It's because they know they are about to be disrespectful as hell. It's like when I end my sentences with bless your heart, because everyone gets pissed off if I end it with dumbass. Again, Byron, no offense. Blake busted out laughing. Baby, no offense is another one. Knowing you're being offensive. And we all laughed again. Alpha Bernard speaks up. I have no problem asking Michael a few questions. Turning on your own kind. For money. For any reason. But greed. Let's get that trash up here. My mate says he is on his way. What we are going to need to do is each of us contact our allies, report what is happening, have them contact their allies, and so on. I would like to keep it low key, not blare it over a loudspeaker, so to speak. Matthew brings Michael in, looking a little worse for the wear, and cuffs him to a chair facing all 13 alphas. Everyone sat silently a few moments, just staring at him. And then Ian spoke. You came to my home, not because it was your duty as an ally, but because Blake threatened you. You had already been there, though, hadn't you? You came with the men who attacked me. You showed them the easiest way to get to my pack house, the quickest way to murder me. And yet, you still had the balls to sit at my table and break bread after Luna Alexis healed me. You didn't know that, did you? You just thought your buddies fuked up. You are going to die, Michael. Painfully, and I am going to have a hand in it. Byron yells. We can't go around executing alphas. He has a right to a trial. A hearing. Why have you not notified the king? Contacted the monarchy? I snapped. Because they fucking know. You insipid twit. Where do you think the money is coming from to fund this farce? You aren't that much of an idiot, so you must be in on it. When you leave here and contact the people whose asses you're kizing, you tell them. You make sure they fucking know. The white wolf is coming.
Chapter 25, Lord Love a Duck, Blake's POV.
I mumble, well, not exactly how I would have sprung it on them. But hey, all good. I would appreciate it if y'all could refrain from pissing my mate off. Hear that wind? She's gonna be replacing the roof again, and it's your fault, Byron. Ian reaches over and pats her arm, and she starts calming down. Again, Byron opens his mouth. Then the king should absolutely be told. And she stands up, walking around the table. And the only thing going through my mind is, oh shit, here we go. As she stops behind Byron's chair, she places her hand on his shoulder, and he's frozen. Cody, will you reach in his pocket and take his phone out? My hand is getting nowhere near that slimy slug in his britches. Ian laughed. Dude, little dick syndrome. Once she used his thumbprint to unlock it. Scrolling through his text messages, she kept pausing to read, once in a while. All he could do is watch. She looks up at me. What does the king look like? I shrug. Like a normal 19-year-old kid. I guess. Nothing remarkable. He's only been king about a year and a half or so, she said. Year and a half, so when he turned 18. Where's a picture of the old king? What was his name? Lawrence? Louis? Lauren Santiago. Ian handed her his phone with a picture of King Lauren. She looked at it and yep. Poof, I look at everyone. She'll be right back, while my guys are just rolling. She pops back into her seat, while I pull leaves and pine needles out of her hair. Garden, huh? Yep, she says. Look at his eyes, Blake. Look, I think he's my father. I grab the phone, enlarging the photo. Sure enough, same eyes. Handing Ian back his phone, he says, Lord Love a Duck, she's our princess. I stand. Everyone. If I cannot count on you, if you cannot sign a treaty and alliance today, swearing loyalty to the White Wolf, I need to know now. If I have to prepare for a war, let me know today, because I assure you, Athos is roaring with rage, refusing to even entertain the notion he will lose his mate again. It's been over 400 years since they have been together, and he will never again be deprived of her. What's it going to be? Everyone stood and dropped to their knee, pounding their left chest with their right fist. We solemnly swear allegiance. Alexis unfroze Byron's mouth and asked, "What say you?" He spat, "Fuck you." And she zapped him again. This time, I think she hit him with a little stronger current, because he jerked. Then she sat his phone in the middle of the table and hit dial, before putting it on speaker. "Byron, what the fuck? It's been 3 hours. Have you found Michael? What's happening? Do they know about Thomas? Albert? Answer me. You fuck. What have you found out?" I pulled the phone to me and spoke. "Byron can't come to the phone right now. He's a little indisposed. However, Jeremiah, I do appreciate the information on Thomas and Albert." He screams, literally screams like a girl. "I am your king. You will bow down to me. Who is this? Where are my men?" I laughed and Athos came forward. "Listen carefully. You are not my king. You are no one's king. You are not your father. You are incapable of leading a horse to water, much less an entire species, destroying a dynasty your father created, murdering your people in their beds. You are nothing to me, and you will fall by my hand, you usurping twat." And the phone hung up. Alexis jumped in my arms, kissing me all over my face. "Well, that was fun, Matt. You and Damon get troops. One group head to Bloody Night Pack and apprehend Alpha Thomas. Kill anyone who tries to prevent that. The other group head to Eclipse and bring in Albert. Assuming those are the only other two, we may be able to get on top of this." I look at the end of the table where Michael is sitting. "What? Nothing to say? You still haven't grasped what is happening, have you? Let me draw you a picture. Because apparently, you and your little playmate here failed kindergarten. Your son, Sean, is set to ascend to Alpha in 4 years. What you have overlooked is, at the rate this joke of a king is going, there will be no need for ascension. There will be no packs. Because there will be no alphas. You pair foolishly threw your lot in with a corrupt regime, which would have assassinated you. As soon as his devious plot had succeeded, he is using you as a means to an end. You have participated in your own demise and thought a few extra bucks in your bank account was worth it. You lost before you ever even began. You were just too stupid to realize it. You participated in the murder of your own sons. I hope you feel proud of all you've accomplished." I looked at everyone in this room. My mate and I would ask you to bring your packs in, either directly onto our territory or around it, as close as you can get. However, we demand all women and children be brought directly to the center of our territory. They will be easier to protect, and Alexis and her aunt can place wards around the entire group for added safety. A war is coming, gentlemen, and the only way we survive is together. Phone lines and dedicated fax lines are being set up as we speak. Call your allies. Ask them to call their allies. Fax them the proof we have. Write down to the recording of the call with Jeremiah. We have to prepare. This is the only way I know how. Alexis stood. "Please have your Lunas arranged to bring blankets, linens, non-perishable food items, everything we might need for a long siege. Woodland Flats isn't large enough to carry enough surplus and supplies to keep so many people replenished in our needs. I will be placing orders online for canned goods, other things we will need, toiletries, paper products. But the help your women can provide will help exponentially. Chop, chop, stick Michael and Byron in a cell. Give them a deck of cards or something. They're going to be there a while. Oh, and idiots, don't think a rescue is coming. Can't rescue what you can't see."
Important note.
To all our listeners, if you've been swept away by the captivating tale and are enjoying the journey, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Additionally, for those who prefer reading over listening, you can subscribe to our Book Lover Aficionado package on Patreon for just $10 a month, where you'll have access to both listen and read options. Your donations mean the world to us and help us bring even more thrilling stories to life. Find the Patreon link in the description below and become a part of our storytelling community today.
Chapter 26. Pregnant Women Are Scary. Alexis POV.
Walking downstairs, I grab Helena's hand and taking her outside. Would you help me ward our borders? I realize it will require a shit ton of rocks we can spell, but I want to include the town as well. Bad things are coming, and I need, our people to be safe. I will not allow any part of my parents' sacrifice to be in vain. Apparently, my mate and I are responsible for saving our entire species, so the best way to do that, in my mind, is to begin with our pack. My aunt pulled me into her arms and whispered, "You never have to ask for my help. It is always freely given. I am so proud of you, of the woman you're becoming. I know your mother is, and it makes my heart happy you have forgiven both your parents." I laugh. Truly, there was nothing to forgive them for. Meeting Blake, there is nothing. Absolutely nothing. I wouldn't give up for just one night in his arms. I am struggling with Hecate and Selene. I understand the need for my safety. I resent my dad never knowing about me. It hurts, and now he knows. I can only imagine his pain, and that's a shame. I went to the shed and pulled out a gardening wagon so we could get to the river and collect the proper stones we will have to cut runes into. This is going to take all day. I let Blake know where we are going to be, so he doesn't worry. But I know he is busy with the other alphas, arranging for the packs to arrive. I have had our people erecting our military tents, forming separate encampments for each pack. Every alpha needed to be in control of their people, and they need their own space to do that. A bunch of bossy, dominant alphas in one place is a recipe for disaster. I let our people know to tell me when they've completed that, so Helena and I can swing through each camp and arrange power and water. Reaching the river, I took my shoes off. Grabbing my net, I started sifting through the rocks. We need only smooth ones, at least 2 inches in diameter. I prefer white quartz, some pinks, while my aunt, being the ever-traditional witch, likes black and gray slate or granite. It's a thing with us. She calls me Glenda, and I call her Wendy. You know, good witch. Glenda, wicked witch. Wendy, yeah, weird. She's the one on Halloween. Pointed hat, cauldron of candy. The kids love it. 3 hours. We have been collecting rocks for 3 hours. It would have been a lot less time. But my crazy aunt keeps trying to separate the freaking rocks, because apparently my good colors will taint her dark ones, keeping them from being as strong. It is so obvious she's only 8 years older than me. Tugging on the wagon handle, I realize it's a lot heavier than I anticipated, thinking small rocks equals less weight. But a ton of feathers weighs the same as a ton of bricks. I arranged for Cody to get our stones up to the studio. I pulled my etching and carving tools out to set about carving the runes we needed. Helena decided her task would be carving her dark rocks with a shield rune, and mine will have protection rune. We should be ready to place them tomorrow, deciding to intersperse every other one so that we can doubly protect the pack. It was getting dark when Blake walked into my studio. "Babe, our first winter storm will be moving in around 4 tomorrow. You will need to get your ward stones planted early. I have arranged 30 pack members to help you, so it should go pretty quick, yeah. Also, Matthew and Damon will be arriving sometime tonight with refugees from Thomas and Albert's packs. Thomas surrendered, but Albert tried to kamikaze attack Matthew and his men, sacrificing nearly a dozen of his men. Asshole, so he's dead." I asked, "How bad is this storm going to be? I mean, Georgia girl here, Our idea of a snowstorm is 4 hours of a few white flakes that barely have time to land before they melt. Once or twice a winter. And they both laughed. Okay, didn't seem that funny, but okay. Blake pulls me into his arms, kissing my head. We will have 6 inches by midnight, possibly 4 more by daybreak. But this storm is set to last 3 days. That's a harsh one for the first of the season, and I have a feeling it's going to set the tone for our winter. One good thing, wolves don't usually attack in the winter. It's dangerous, and having a white wolf makes it even more difficult for them. I doubt they would risk it. Our first packs will start arriving tomorrow, and Caroline is on her way with Ian's pack. Could one of you possibly check her out? Ian says she's complaining of severe back pain and light cramping. Eep. Poof, Helena laughs. Pups excite her. Goddess damn it, Lexi, that's hot. And I poofed right into Cody with a whole tray of hot chocolate. Fuck. Is that a favorite hoodie? Walking back into the studio, Blake and Helena are chuckling. Shut up and fix it. He likes that hoodie. And I went back to finishing my runes. Blake pulls me around and hugs me close. You poofing in and out is one of your most endearing qualities, and I don't want it changed for anything or anyone, sweetheart. And kissed me. Cody grumbles, sure. It's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye, just saying. And then we all laugh. We kept at it for 2 more hours, breaking only long enough to eat a sandwich and some chips, until we were finally completely finished. We spelled 300 stones. Just as I stepped from our room, after a long, relaxing shower, Blake linked that Caroline was arriving, and would I meet them at the infirmary. I opened the door to a screaming Caroline. Get them out. This shit hurts. You are so lucky you get 2 in 1 shot. I sure as fucking hell will never do this again. I will cut your dick off, Ian. Swear to the goddess. You will be known as the Dickless Wonder. And I bit back my laugh as I watched all the color drain out of their faces, and Blake shaking his head. Baby, baby. I want to apologize right fucking now if we ever get pregnant. I am more than happy to let you break every bone in my body. Just please. Pleasey, leave my dick where it's at. Yeah, that's okay, right? And I burst out laughing. Pregnant women are scary, aren't they? He nods profusely.
Chapter 27. Naked Damon. Blake's POV.
I ran. I did not walk, away from the infirmary. That was some scary shit. We worked until after midnight getting the refugees settled. By morning, the second shipment of tents to continue setting up our bivouacs, and everyone got straight to work. Trucks have been coming in all morning, delivering the supplies Alexis had ordered. She is so completely organized. She had arranged 5 supply tents set closer to the pack house with 4 guards for each 247. Stating people are only as honest as they can be, and she's learned trust only goes so far. Alexis linked baby. My old alpha in Tifton called, asking what is happening. Could you give him a call? Give him the option to join us possibly. I doubt he will. But I'd like to know. We offered, of course. I will explain the situation. But in all honesty, as far south and east he is, he's probably safe from the fracas. The king and his goons will be marching towards us from Alaska. I would assume anyway. That is where the kingdom lies. Do you think Jeremiah will go so far as to risk his crown? Is he that much of a child? I don't know, baby. I honestly don't. I know he took the throne from Lauren. He threatened to execute his own grandparents, his aunt and 2 uncles, as well as his 7 cousins, held them in the dungeons while poisoning his own father. With the help of the Dowager Queen, his mother, he is mine. He poisoned mine, father. I will rip his heart out. Baby, please, take deep breaths. Calm down. The wind is getting bad. I love you. How about you get back here, and we work on finding your dad and getting him to us here. And safe? Then you can hear his story. Within the hour, Alexis stormed through the door of the conference room, where I sat in a meeting with 14 alphas, crawled right into my lap, and buried her face in my neck. I linked Damon to hand me a throw from the sofa and covered her completely. I shrugged. She's processing. Anything that upsets her greatly. She struggles not to destroy shit. So this is her way of not burning the world down. Anger is a new emotion for her, and she doesn't know how to categorize it. It's like excitement. She gets excited, she poofs, to anywhere, apparently. Even surprising herself where she winds up, anger. She has to process without catastrophic consequences. And see, she's sleeping. They all chuckle and Raymond says, "It will never be boring." And we laugh. My phone rings and I hit speaker to answer, Alpha Sterling. Sterling Moon. The voice responds, Alpha Sterling. This is Alpha Clay Monroe. Crescent Moon. I ask him to please hold a minute and lift my angel in my arms. Excuse me, gentlemen. I have to take this in my office. He is Alexis, old Alpha. Seated in my office. Alexis snuggled into me, half awake. I hit the speaker. Sorry for the delay, Clay. Had to move somewhere quieter. 15 alphas in the house, it's a challenge. He chuckles. I can only imagine. And that's all I want to do. My pack will not be joining you. At least, not yet. But that isn't my only reason for calling. Is Alexis available by chance? And I nudge her a little more awake. I'm here. I'm not sleeping. Who? What's going on? And we both hear a loud gasp on the other end of the line. She looks puzzled, then worried. Clay, what is it? Is Margie okay? Tyler, I hear him chuckle. Everyone is fine, Lex. Missing you like crazy. I still have to read Where the Wild Things Roam every night. 3 times every night. Before Ty settles down. And she giggles. My mate's giggle is like the songs of angels. It can calm the wildest of beasts. Another voice sounds from the line. Alexis? Alexis? Such a beautiful name. You don't know who I am. My name is Lauren Santee. Dad, is that you? Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay, Dad. Can you hear me? And all we could hear were sobs. A grown man, no longer in control of his emotions. He cried into the phone. I am okay. Now, baby girl. I am better than okay. Better than I have been in 19 years. Charles and I will board my plane in an hour. I have to see you. Please say I can come to Sterling Moon. We laugh and I say, your wheels aren't in the air yet. You are the only member of the monarchy allowed here, sire. He laughed. Wheels up as soon as I board. I'm coming, my daughter. I will see you soon. And my beautiful mate Eep is gone. And Damon screams, get the fuck out of my room. I'm naked. Good goddess. And I laugh even harder. Well, there goes the privacy aspect of our lives. She appears in front of me and crawls back into my lap, her tiny body burning with embarrassment. I love this woman so much. Cody and Matthew stumble through the door, laughing so hard they have to lean on each other. Damon follows, grumbling, yuck it up, Fukers. I'm sure I will find it as funny when it happens to you. Matthew asks, where's Luna? And I lift the blanket an inch to show the top of her head. I ordered the old Alpha's quarters cleaned and readied. Alexis and I met with the Alphas to let them know King Lauren would be here in about 3 hours. And my little mate was practically vibrating in her excitement, and I have warned the entire pack house to not be alarmed if their Luna pops in unexpectedly, and pointedly told the chef to not smack her with a roast again. It's becoming quite a joke now, and everyone is starting to enjoy it. She laughs at herself, and that sets everyone at ease. It seems when our Luna is happy, there is incomparable peace in our home. Everyone enjoyed a hearty lunch, and we all went back to work. The Alphas are all out at their assigned bivouacs, making sure everyone is settling in. Alexis and Helena have checked and double-checked the power and water is up and running. Magic. It's a beautiful thing. The wards are all set and activated. No one can enter without express invitation, and it would take several powerful witches to break it. If they could even get a signature on the spells they've set. The alert from the border came and our guests were arriving. We made it back to the pack house and were standing on the front steps.
Chapter 28, Meeting Daddy. Alexis POV.
Helena on my left and Blake on my right, both holding my hands like they expect me to poof to Neverland, and it's a possibility, if I'm honest. 5 cars roll up the driveway. I am practically bouncing on my heels. I watch as member after member of the Royal Guard emerge from the cars. The 3rd car stayed still and silent. I look at Blake, then at Helena, and I snap my head back to the 3rd car. The guard has surrounded it. The front passenger door opens and a handsome, stately man steps out. He reaches for the back door and pulls it open. A man unfolds from the seat, standing as tall as Blake, not quite as wide, but handsome. His head slowly swivels in my direction, and he smiles, with dimples in both cheeks deep like mine. He brushes his plum blue hair off his forehead, and eyes, exactly like mine, are looking at me. I can't hold it in, and I can't stop myself. I launch off the veranda and don't remember my feet touching ground before I am in his arms and my legs wrapped around his waist, my arms around his neck. Breathing in his fresh scent of mint and winter snow, he holds me tight, turning in circles, whispering, "My baby, my sweet, sweet girl, my home." And all I can do is cry. After what feels like forever, and not nearly enough time, he sets me on the ground. He speaks, his voice gruff. "Let me look at you, my goddess. I see Olivia in your face, but I see myself too. You are beautiful, my love." Aramis is wanting to see his daughter. He hasn't spoken to me in 19 years, so it has been nice getting acquainted again. And he chuckles. A deep, soothing chuckle that reminds me of warm fires and hot chocolate. Blake steps up, pulling me to him. "Your Highness, shall we get inside, out of the weather? The snow will be coming down soon, and our little excitable elf here is going to be very excited. It's her first snowstorm." My dad laughs and turns to the man on his right. "This is Charles, my beta, my best friend, my brother." I just automatically reach out and hug him to me tightly. He was awkward at first. Then he just leaned into me. Walking inside, holding my dad's hand in my right and Blake's in my left, I felt complete, like a piece of me had just been fitted back into place. The smile on my face wouldn't quit. My joy was overwhelming. We stepped into the foyer and fuck, I'm in a supply closet. Ugh. Taking a couple deep breaths, I walk back into the foyer to hear Blake finishing explanations to my dad where I went and how it happens. My father bursts into laughter and holds his arms out to me, and I do not hesitate stepping into him. He kies the top of my head, saying, "That has to be the most precious thing I have ever heard," while Helena says, "Sure, it's just precious. Try finding her when she pops to London, poofs to Venice, returning with baguettes and espresso, or Mexico, bringing home a rabid chihuahua, tons of fun, laugh it up, assholes, your time's coming." And she walks away, and they all laugh. While I chase after her, "I'm sorry, Aunt Helena. It was one time. I didn't know the dog would bite you. I'm so sorry." She sighs and hugs me. "It's okay, my little one. I'm just tired and cranky. I took it out on you. I'm the one who's sorry." Then I heard it, an added heartbeat, yep, and I'm in the pantry, with 3 shelves of canned goods landing on me and around me. They are roaring in laughter, and I yell, "I'm okay." I run back into the sitting room, still with the laughter. "Assholes." I run over to Aunt Helena and put my hand on her tummy. I whisper, "I'm having a cousin. I'm having a new cousin." And she grabs me. I will nail your fucking knickers to the floor if you poof one more time. Now what? You are having a cousin? What? Wait, what? And I smile and nod. She runs to find Max. Blake steps over and hands me a whiskey and says, "No coffee, my love. I want you mellowed out when that snow starts to fly." And my dad and Charles laugh again. We hear the chef bellow, "What happened in here? Luna Nan? Did you poof?" I stand up, rushing to the kitchen saying, "I will clean it. I can fix it. I'm so sorry." And chef just tells me he's got it under control. I sigh. I have to work on my excitement. My dad pulls me down beside him and laces our fingers together. "Tell me how you two met. How long ago?" "Clay told me what you went through the last couple years with Olivia." "I am so sorry I wasn't there for you, Munchkin. I missed out on so very much, and I don't know how I can ever make it up to you. The guilt is weighing on me." I smiled. Then I shook my head and laid my head on his shoulder. "It isn't your fault. My mother knew what would happen. She knew the two of you would never be together, and that there was nothing that could be done to change it. It had been written in the stars, before she was even born. Hecate and Selene came together and brokered a deal between them, making you, Mom, and me all players in this game. The only definite in this was the promise of my birth. Mama knew she would meet her mate, but she was told you would spend the night together, and you would have to walk away the next morning. That you stayed 4 days, surprised not only Mama, but the goddesses as well. I never knew who you were. Hecate hexed my mother, which forbade her from telling me anything before my 18th birthday. She was incapable of even writing it down. We still don't know what illness caused her brain to be eaten away, but it happened so fast, and she didn't live to see my 18th. So I moved here to be with Aunt Helena and had to apply for lone wolf protection, hence meeting the alpha. We all laughed, and he pulled me into his lap. And the rest is history, so the saying goes. "Dinner is being served, sire. Please join us. Then Lexi and I will show you to your rooms." My father stands, clapping his hand on Blake's shoulder, and said, "Call me Lauren, or Dad. We are family, Blake, and I am no longer king."
Chapter 29. That's My Girl. Blake's POV.
Dinner was a festive affair, all the alphas vying for an audience with the king, no matter how brief. As the snow started to really blow in, I locked Alexis in my arms and brought her to the ceiling-high windows to watch it. She was vibrating with excitement, but managed to stay put. She whispered, "It's so beautiful. It's like the flakes are dancing with each other. This is going to always be my favorite time of year. I found my family, my heart, my home." I lift her into my arms and take her to our bed. I slowly undress her, kizing every inch of skin as I expose it. She smells amazing. She tastes incredible. I will never get enough of the sounds she makes. As I enter her, her walls clench around me, and I grind my teeth to prevent spitting my load like a 13-year-old having his first wet dream. Goodness. As she drops off the edge for the 4th time, she pulls me with her, and we are free falling. This is why I am here. On this planet, we lay in the dark, listening to the wind howl. The only light is the glow from the fireplace and her eyes watching it. I snuggle behind her, pulling her into me in a perfect spoon. She whispers, "If you love me half as much as I love you, I am the luckiest woman alive." And I smile into her hair. "I love you more." And we fall asleep, content in the security of each other's arms. I open my eyes and stretch, reaching for my love to come up empty. I sit and look around and see her slowly walking to the bathroom. And I try not to chuckle, try not to feel a little proud. But yep, not working. I jump up, scooping her into my arms and get us a nice warm shower going. I wash her hair, massage her whole body with her lavender vanilla soap, and I whisper, "Sorry, not sorry." but I will happily carry you all day. She smacks me. She smacked me in the chest. Smiling, let's just paint a sign on my forehead, pound it into oblivion. It wouldn't be any more obvious. And I busted out laughing. Although I wasn't completely against that idea. Walking into the conference room, everyone was seated and had grabbed food from the buffet. Alexis walked over to Lauren, morning daddy, kissing his cheek. Then she kissed Helena, Max telling them good morning as well. Then she kissed Charles and said, morning Uncle Charlie, and the poor man choked on air while Lauren laughed so hard he started coughing. He says, I think you broke him, but my girl just keeps on smiling while she climbs into my lap and lets me feed her. After we all settled down, Damon pulls up the screen. These are the security cameras around the kingdom. As you can see, all the royal family have guards on their doors. They have not been seen walking the palace grounds for the past 48 hours. The only ones allowed free rein is the Dowager Juliet and, of course, Jeremiah. The guards' quarters show only 20 elites royal guards, and the warriors' barracks are holding roughly 1,000 men. But they are only seen training 2 hours every third day. These cameras show what I believe to be servants' quarters. I can't be sure, but Jeremiah does visit them on a nightly basis. This room, the camera is stationary, never moving. We believe there are 2 witches housed there. We aren't entirely sure. Clearing my throat, I thanked Damon and turned to Lauren. I am guessing he has locked your family up again. What can you help us with strategically? We have no intention of attacking him at the kingdom. I refuse to give the pretender the home field advantage. He is going to have to bring it to us. Lauren laughs. Pulling him from his comfort zone will make him careless. And yes, my precious Alexis, he is your brother, by blood. But he has ever always been Juliet's son, never mine. I believe at best, his team of warriors are only about 15% battle experienced. Jeremiah has always relied on corrupt alphas and rogues to fight his battles. His mother is much like my mother, devious, manipulative, deceitful. The irony, my mother is my father's fated mate. He is a weak man, easily misled and deceived. My siblings are my mother's minions. They believe their captivity is a farce to keep me in line. There are 3 witches, not 2. One is evil to the core, Virginia. Jerry calls her Ginger. The other 2 are quiet, unassuming. They aren't very powerful. I can't recall their names. His royal guard are jokes. For a case of whiskey, they'd turn their backs while you slit the king's throat. Like I said, they are not battle veterans, and Jerry relies on others to do what he refers to as his light work. I don't believe he's discovered Charles and Igon yet. That should give you an idea how lax his warriors are. They are supposed to patrol by my cabin every day, and we've been gone a week. Helena stands. Alexis, I need your help. That Ginger is my cousin, my only aunt's only daughter. She is the one who betrayed Olivia to the coven for her hybrid pregnancy. She was given the ultimatum of killing the baby or leaving the coven. We know what she chose. Alexis asks, You don't have to ask, Aunt Helena. What you need. I'm your girl, so talk to me. Helena smiles. I love you. I have to go to the coven. To see my aunt. Find out about the 2 that are with Ginger. And to tell my mother I am more like my sister than she could have guessed. Alexis looked at Helena a hard minute. We go. But you are not alone with one of them. None of them. Not even your mother. If I even think they are even thinking of causing you or my baby cousin harm in any way, I will destroy that entire coven. I mean it, Aunt Helena. I will turn them all to stone. Fucking bitches. Charles leans over and says to Lauren, That's definitely your daughter. Bitch is scary as fuck. Well, except she disappears for no reason. That's funny. And everyone laughed while Lauren proudly says, Yes, that's my girl.
Chapter 30, Granny in Hemlock. Alexis POV.
I kized Blake and my dad, while Helena kized Max. Be careful, my angel, I nodded and smiled. There are 3 packs arriving today. Please make sure our people travel on paws and not wheels. I don't want anyone hurt. Although Dr. Eric is shaping up to be a pretty good healer, he struggles with anything major. I love you. Helena takes my hand, and we step out the back door. Opening a portal, we step through. As we step into the opening, some older woman gasps Helena and runs off. I giggle. You gonna shock them? She grins and nods. Who knew just popping in could cause such excitement? And we both laugh as she locks her hand around my elbow. We start walking to the center of the village. A woman comes out of a cottage shouting, Helena, dear child, it's been years. How well you look. You have been sorely missed. And as she reached for her, she stepped back saying, I'm actually not here for a social visit. No one shows up after 18 years for a social call. Tell me, Aunt Prudence, where is Virginia hanging her broom these days? Prudence backed up a step or two. Virginia? She hasn't lived here in over 12 years. She was caught trying to steal the Book of Dark Arts and asked to leave by your mother. She took 2 younger girls with her, Dahlia and Cornelia, but we haven't heard anything about her in years. Why? And why are you here? Helena laughs a light, airy sound of glee. To see my mother, of course. I need to tell her about her eldest daughter, how she passed without the love and kindness of her family to facilitate her journey. Excuse me, Alexis. And I trot after her, enjoying this snarky side of my aunt, pushing a door to one of the larger cottages in the village. Not knocking, just shoving her way in. Mother, I know you heard I was here. You couldn't come greet your last surviving daughter? How rude. An elderly woman, early 60s maybe, steps out with a tray. Cups, teapot, cookies. Setting it down and waving a hand for us to sit. While she did that, she poured us each a cup of tea. Helena lifted hers to blow on it, and I picked mine up. As I did, I noticed dear old Granny didn't touch her cup. I sniffed my tea and slapped Helena's from her hand, lifting the old hag by her throat. Hemlock, Hemlock, you old bitch. You would kill your only surviving child? Give me one reason to not rip your head off right this second. Helena reached out and rubbed my shoulder, and I calmed down. I threw the old witch into the chair and froze her in place. Who are you? She choked out. Oh, no, Granny dearest. You don't ask the fucking questions. You answer them. Why did you try to kill us? She tried to bluster. I didn't. There wasn't enough to kill either of you. I just didn't want any trouble brought to my coven. Virginia tried to steal the book. And here you show up asking about it, I growled. Deep and low. We didn't ask about the book. You ignorant bitch. We were asking about Virginia. She is being held hostage at the palace of the King of Wolves. We wanted to find out if we should rescue her. Helena stepped up and said, Hemlock would have killed my baby Gloria, just like you wanted to kill Olivia's. Such a legacy you are leaving behind you. Gloria snarls, Baby? Baby? Who knows what kind of half-breed horror hybrid that thing is? I laughed. She is the most powerful witch on the planet. Her mother transferred her own powers to her child as she died. Her daughter is the most powerful wolf on the planet, not discounting her mate. She is goddess blessed by not only Selene, but Hecate herself. She is the white wolf, and Olivia loved her beyond all things. You lose, you've lost, and when you meet Hecate, you better have better reasons than you've given. Gloria sputters. I didn't know. How could I have known? Where might I find this virtuous specimen of wolfen magic? Tell me so that I might apologize for my miscalculation of her worth. I laugh again and look at Helena. Is this bitch for real? It's your call, Aunt Helena. I told you. If they tried to harm you, I would destroy this entire coven. Helena shook her head. As sad as it is, she is still my mother. Still your grandmother. I don't want that on my conscience. I nod. I get it, I do. I mean, I am plotting my own brother's demise. But killing your mom, that might suck. A little bit? And we both crack up laughing. Like I meant any of that shit. Gloria looks up at me. What is your name, child? You really are lovely. As lovely as my daughters. And I roll my eyes. Yeah, lady, don't even try with me. Too much, too little, too late. Know what I mean? Come on, Aunt Helena. We got the names we need. We can drain their powers. And that's all we needed. She reaches out her hand, and I take it, walking through the village. Prue and Gloria following, asking us to reconsider. We lifted our hands to open a portal, and we both whisper, hall closet, so the crazy witches couldn't see where we went. And giggling, we waved, stepping out of the hall closet. We scared the living daylights out of the poor housekeeper, who ran down the hall screaming something about ghosts in the closet, and we walked back into the conference room, holding our sides from laughing. Blake asked what was funny, and Helena told him we might need a new housekeeper for the downstairs bedrooms. Then explained what happened, and the whole room cracked up. I asked if anything was going on at As the Worm Turns, and only 4 people got my soap opera reference. Fuck. We found out that Virginia's companions are 2 young witches' apprentices, although they have probably been honing whatever powers they do have, under Virginia's tutelage. But she only knows just so much. She was excommunicated from the coven for trying to pilfer the Book of Dark Arts. The girls' names are Dahlia, the dark-haired one, and the blonde is Cornelia. As far as we are concerned, though, they are non-starters. Helena can take them out with one hand behind her back.
Chapter 31, Next Snappage. Blake's POV.
Alexis and Helena got quite a bit of information. And now, as I listen to Helena telling Max about the hemlock, I am ready to destroy the entire coven. Has the entire world gone mad? Our own king has decided to kill off all alpha leadership, so he can become a dictator to the surviving ones. Insane. Cody yells. Watch. Pouty Pants has just realized his father has been misplaced. Listen. I laugh. Misplaced? Cody nods, telling us yup. That's what Border Patrol said. Idiots. The kingdom is run by idiots. Jeremiah is throwing shit, yelling at Juliet, screaming to bring him the witch. And as soon as Virginia shows up, he orders, do a location spell on my father. This instant. How did he sneak away? Where could he be? How long has he been gone? Virginia looks at the 2 girls. Alexis sits up and walks to the screen, looks back at Helena, then back at the screen. I want those 2 girls out of there. Watch their body language. Look at their wrists, Cornelia's arm, and Dahlia's throat. Those are bruises. Fuck that. As soon as Virginia is not in the room with them, I will go grab them. Aunt Helena, they can return to the coven, can't they? Helena looks at the girls, then at Virginia. She nods. Virginia is the king's lover. Watch her. She takes every opportunity to make contact with him. His fingers, his forearm, there, his hand, and I'm not sure if the coven will take them back. I could always just start my own coven right here. As long as Blake agrees, I nod at her. You are family. You don't need my permission. Dahlia looks at Virginia. You need something of personal significance to him, correct? And Virginia slapped her. Lightning struck right outside the window at the palace, and Alexis looked sheepish. Helena exclaimed, Holy fuck a duck, was that you? Lexi nodded and looked embarrassed. Everyone was blown away. I pulled my angel into my lap and whispered, You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Nothing. That was Ariel. And we both know your tender heart cannot tolerate injustice in any form. Jeremiah is screaming, Find out what the fuck that was. An attempt on the king's life? Find the person who did it. Now. And that made Alexis giggle. Lauren smiled. That giggle can soothe the most feral beast, but here's a thought. Why haven't they figured out they can call me? My number hasn't changed in 20 years. We all started laughing, really laughing, and Alexis lost her embarrassment. It was just what she needed. Cody spoke, not to rain on anyone's parade, but Blake, Alpha Richard and his pack arrives today. And, well, my uncle is his beta. So, yeah, Cynthia will be here. Alexis mutters, fuck me. Better order extra tables. Her face is going to be bouncing off a few. I laugh. Hard. I look at Lauren. Hey, Dad. Want to go to the cells with me? We have 4 alphas in custody that were helping Jeremiah. Maybe they'll be more open to talk if they see you. He nods and claps his hands. And if they don't, we can always snap a couple necks. Sounds fun. I laugh and say, she is definitely your daughter. And we both walk out laughing, knowing Alexis is going to be arranging supplies and ordering more tables too, I'm guessing. Walking into the jail, we head down to Byron's cell. Lauren walks close enough for him to see his face. Hey, Byron, you really stink, brother. Damn. Is that from sucking Jeremiah's ass? Dude, you should have stopped that shit. Ha, that was a pun. A funny one. When you're on this side of the bars. And I realize the king is actually funny, Byron, apparently missing the entire point the king was making, said, Sire, I need to get the kingdom. There are 4 packs heading there. We have to strike while the iron is hot. 6 alphas were removed in Canada already, and I have succeeded in taking 2 here in the Northwest. I know your son is planning on cleansing the land of the tyranny all alphas represent. The ones loyal to the crown will be first lieutenants to the throne. Once the new king draws the country into quadrants. So when do we leave? Lauren smiles at me. Why are you keeping him alive again? I really see some neck snappage in my future. And I step into the light, laughing. That was fucking entertaining as hell. Thanks, Byron. But seriously, if that's all you know, it's been a waste of our time. Since we already know that shit. Hey, Dad, have at your neck snappage funfest. Walking out, Lauren keeps laughing. Okay, he pissed himself. Just gross. And I didn't snap his neck. But that's something we have to discuss when this is over. They are traitors. I nod and agree. He nearly cost a man's life, pairing with rogues and attacking in the dead of night. Apparently, the king was funding them. He did help them kill 2 other alphas. It feels a little too dictatorial than monarchist, which speaks to insanity. Walking back into the pack house, I hear Cynthia's nasally voice, and I grabbed Lauren's arm, pulling him through the kitchen to the other side of the dining hall's entry. Cynthia is whining, and I can't see who she's talking to. Although I have a good idea, Blake is going to want to see me. He needs to hear that he's going to be a father. And then we will be together like the goddess intended. And you can't stop it. And we hear thwack. Then Alexia calmly says, First of all, moron. Mates 101. A mate can only get their true mate pregnant, whether mated by souls or by mark. Do you wear my mate's mark? Look carefully. It's going to look like this one. Take a good look, dumbass. I have had it with you. You selfish, spoiled, immature, irrational psychopath. Come near my mate again. I fucking dare you. I will turn you into the pig you are and thwack. I round the doorway, laughing so hard. Twice, baby. 2 tables? Is she pregnant? Alexis said, Nope. I wouldn't smash her face into tables if she was. She shrugs. I walk around Cynthia and lift Alexis up. She straddles my waist and I kiss her. Long, wet and deep. Lauren reaches down and grabs Cynthia's arm as she was reaching for me, telling her, I don't know you, but I don't like you. You ever bother my son-in-law or my daughter again, and I will snap your neck. Alexis looks at me with a question on her face, and it was my turn to shrug. He has a thing about snapping necks. He's definitely your father.
Chapter 32, Silk Purse, Alexis POV.
I have been diligently watching the witches for nearly a week. They are never without that snake, Virginia. So Helena and I are working out a plan. It's a little risky. I am working on a sleep memory powder. It has to be daytime, because I don't want to have to tote two unconscious witches through a portal. I'm on my way to discuss it with Blake. This will be fun. Blake looks up as I walk in. He scoots his chair back and opens his arms. I climb into his lap and say, I have to talk to you about going after those witches. Dahlia has more bruises. She's becoming more withdrawn. I'm worried, Blake. Witches are supposed to be happy beings. The reclusive ones turn to the darkness, and I can't let that happen. So, I have a plan. I made a sleep memory powder. I blow it in the viper's face, and she goes to sleep, waking with no memory of me being there. I don't think it can be at night, though, because I don't want to carry two sleeping witches through a portal. Helena will stay on this side, keeping the portal open so my hands stay free. But then I think, maybe they should be asleep, so they don't know exactly where they are. I need your input, my love. He sits there a few minutes. Then he asks, what if you make enough powder to put them all down, and I go through the portal with you and carry them back? But we keep it to ourselves. I want to say I trust everyone, but we are on the verge of war, and I am just being cautious. I am looking at him in awe. He will help me. It's possible, and I throw my arms around him. I love you so much. I have enough dust. And now you're immune to my magic. You won't fall asleep, too. And I giggle, remembering my big pink bunny. 2 hours later, the three of us are standing in the safe room of Blake's office. I giggle because Blake and I are dressed all in black, looking like ninjas. We had Damon monitor the cameras and to give us the go when he was ready to loop the feed. As soon as he did, Helena and I opened the portal, and she stood holding it as Blake and I stepped through. Walking straight to Virginia's bed, I blew the dust in her face, then turned to the girls and blew the dust in their faces. Blake picked up Dahlia, then Cornelia, and stepped through the portal, and we laid them on the bed in the safe room. Helena took my hand. My sweet girl, the rest is up to me. I will heal them. Now, they will sleep probably until 9 or so. So we are all getting some rest. I want them to see the cameras in the morning, so they understand why we didn't leave them there. It's their first step to healing. We are walking into the dining hall for breakfast, and I see Cynthia in my chair. Is she kidding me right now? This bitch. Waving my hand, I turn her into the pig I threatened her with and sat down, filling my plate with bacon. Everyone was roaring with laughter, and my dad came from the kitchen with his coffee, opened the back door, shooing her outside. Who let this pig in here? That's just nasty. And shut the door, and Cody fell off his chair laughing. Blake says, I wonder how happy he's going to be when he has to tell his parents his sister is a pig. I smile. Oh, come on, they already know that. And the pack lose it all over again. I tell them, don't worry, I will change your back. Before dinner, just tired of that bitch trying me. Helena and I fix a tray for the witches and walk in their room. Just as we walk in, they're waking up. I set the tray on a side table and wait until they get their bearings. After several minutes, Dahlia looks at us and snottily asks, who the fuck are you and why are we here? I smiled. Watch your tone. We saved you from an abusive situation and you want to be bitchy. I can send you back there. If you prefer being beat on, Cornelia has watched with her blue eyes big in her face and quietly asks, where are we? Helena stands and replies, someplace safe, like my niece said. We want to help you. We are witches like you. I am from the same coven, actually. If I can talk you into walking to a different room with me, we can prove you were not in a good place. The girls agreed to see what Helena was talking about to make a decision. As we walked into the conference room, I walked over to Blake and sat. Our head warrior, Troy, jumped up and walked over to Cornelia. He took her hand and said, "Hello, little mate." And she smiled such a beautifully shy smile. Blake kaises me, bringing people together wherever you go. And I giggle. Damon pulls the screen up and flips on the camera. Jeremiah is screaming, and guards are running everywhere. Virginia is sitting across from him, and he screams, "How the fuck can you not know where the fuck they are? They were there. With your stupid ass. Then they weren't. You tell me there was no magic involved because you aren't detecting a signature, and you're one of the most powerful witches there is. Then what the fuck? I should just throw you in the dungeon and be done with it. Baby or no baby, you are useless." I flashed lightning again, this time making sure I leave a crater, and he screams, "Who the fuck is doing that shit? Find them. Bring them to me now, Virginia. You have until the end of the day to find my dad." And Dahlia said to me, "She can't find him without us. She needs our power." I laugh. "No, she doesn't. Wait, oh my goddess. Was she siphoning your power? Aunt Helena? That's black arts. Did she do that to you? Girls, be honest. Did she siphon your powers?" And they both nodded, and I slammed lightning all around the palace. I am pissed. My dad walked in demanding, "Who pissed my little girl off this time?" And both Cornelia and Dahlia catch their breath. Dad smiles great big surprise, and we all laugh. Dahlia half grins and says, "Found you," which has us chuckling again. Then Dad asks, "Why didn't the idiot just call me or track my phone?" Cornelia responds, "He killed his tech guy 2 weeks ago because he complained the servers were running slow and thought they were being hacked." Damon grins, "My bad, my fault." And again we laugh. Ian walked in and asked, "Did y'all know there's a pig running around out front? Chef said he's going to butcher it for dinner." I jump up. "Fuck me. Gotta go fix that. Be right back." And laughter followed me out the door. I make it out front. Sure enough, she's rooting around the trees in the front. Just as she stuck her snout in the dirt, deep enough to pull a grub, I changed her back. Now she's sitting on the ground, blackened face and a grub hanging out the mouth. I couldn't resist. Yanked my phone out and snapped a picture.
Chapter 33. He blocked me. Blake's POV.
Alexis and I have been working in the office for the last couple hours. Boring things that need doing. She's staying on top of provisions and supplies. The bills are being paid. We have decided to have a Christmas ball. Our people are getting restless, and everyone needs focus. Alexis has ordered Christmas trees for every pack. Huge ones. We had made sure every pack had an enormous communal tent so T-Bay still had together time, and a place for pack meetings in private. The amenities may not be 5-star, but everyone assures me they are comfortable. Damon comes in, sulking. Alexis smiles up at him. "Why so glum, chum?" he sighs. "Just wanting to meet my mate. Dude, this is ridiculous. Cody found his. I guess the holidays are making me feel lonely," she says. "I get it, I do. The Christmas ball is on the full moon. Next Saturday. You will find her there. It's a feeling." And he jumped up and grabbed her, swinging her in a circle. Lauren and Charles come in, handing me a phone. "Okay." Lauren tells them it must have occurred to Juliet she can call them, and she's opted to try and reach Charles. "We wanted to be with you when he picks up." I said, "Let's take this to the conference room. I'm curious to see Jeremiah's reaction." And Alexis chimes in, "I have to be able to have visual on the area if I want to strike lightning. Wish all my magic worked like that. I would turn him into a pig too." And we all laugh. Damon already has the screen up, and making sure the cameras we are going to need are running. As he sits, he turns to Alexis. I've been meaning to ask you about the lightning thing. The pig thing. Hell, even the freeze thing, she busted out laughing. So, you've been meaning to ask me about magic? And then everyone laughs as he nods. Magic is only temporary. Like when I freeze someone. It's only 10 minutes until it wears off. If a body remains motionless for even a 24-hour period, things can go wrong. If a person had to stay in a permanently altered state of existence, like a bunny or a pig, their own body would begin to die. That is not permitted. A witch should never try and alter a soul. The lightning, that's mostly smoke and mirrors. It makes a lot of noise, can cause static in the air. Relatively harmless, but annoying as fuck. A witch can never use her magic to kill or deliberately cause harm. Each time she does, a black mark appears on her soul. It's why there are hardly any dark witches. Virginia is on her way to being a dark witch, but she isn't powerful enough. I guess in summation, magic is fleeting and temporary, but fun. Charles' phone rings again, and we laugh as he looks at Lauren with such a, do I have to? Look, we couldn't help it. He pushes speaker. Juliet, what a plea, no, scratch that. I can't even fake it. What the fuck do you want? We hear sputters and cursing. She comes back with, do not speak to me like that. I am the dowager and I can have you beheaded. And Charles guffawed. You are not the rightful queen. Lauren's true mate is. And please tell me you did not allude to the Queen of Hearts and Alice. Now that's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. Off with his head. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Again, what the fuck do you want? She spits. You have always been disrespectful. I need to speak to Lauren. Our son is lost without his guidance. And there are some alphas that need reprimanded. They've deserted their packs and are derelict in their duty. They need to be stripped of their titles. Charles broke out laughing and told her, you really are stupid. You practically kill the king. Juliet, you were poisoning your husband of 22 years. And you know Lauren doesn't consider Jeremiah his son. So before you go threatening the lives of his parents and siblings, remember, he doesn't care. They're actually poor bargaining chips. But here's a question. Why are you calling me? You don't like me. I have never pretended to care about you. Call Lauren. He had to pretend to at least like you. Hell, everyone knows he fuked you. Probably forced it. At least, once, right? She screams. Because he blocked me, you fuck. And hung up the phone. Lauren fell out of his chair laughing when Charles punched him. Even I had a hard time. My sides were hurting. The king had set up his best friend, and it was epic. The door swings open and Cynthia storms in. Blake, we need to talk. And I hear Alexis mumble, put lipstick on it. Still a pig. The room erupts in laughter, especially when Damon put the photo Alexis had taken of her on the screen. I looked at her and demanded she sat down. You are right, Cynthia. It's past time to talk. I am not sure how you reached a point that you think it is perfectly all right to barge into any room with a closed door that I am in. I am in a meeting, you useless twit. I am the alpha. You will never address me again as anything other than my title. I have allowed your disrespect to go on too long. If you ever enter a room like that again, you will be lashed. 5 lashes with a silver-tipped whip. You are hereby banished from the pack house, unless accompanied by your parents. This is your last warning. And what's this fool do? She lunges at Alexa, who grabs her by the hair and drags her outside. You want to jump me? You want to fight? You think you deserve my mate? When you shattered yours? Well, bitch, you bought yourself that fight. Best hope your mouth ain't writing checks your ass can't cash. And she dropped into fight stance, holding her hand up, curling her fingers in a come-on fashion. And Cynthia ran. She hauled ass towards her parents' house. Alexis looks at me. What the fuck just happened? And we all laughed. Damon linked we needed to see Jeremiah now, and we all run back to conference. Getting seated, we hear him screaming, "You have to get him back here, Mother. I know the alphas are uniting against me. Only Father can get them back under control. And with him being in the wind, if he finds out what we did, and where the money is going, he is going to kill us both. Why didn't the poison work on him? It worked on her." Juliet tried calming him down, telling him she will contact Prudence and Gloria. Alexis looks at me. She says, "I am going to that coven. Helena is too far in her pregnancy. Daddy, you and Blake get ready. Something is not sitting right."
Important note.
To all our listeners, if you've been swept away by the captivating tale and are enjoying the journey, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Additionally, for those who prefer reading over listening, you can subscribe to our Book Lover Aficionado package on Patreon for just $10 a month, where you'll have access to both listen and read options. Your donations mean the world to us and help us bring even more thrilling stories to life. Find the Patreon link in the description below and become a part of our storytelling community today.
Chapter 34, Mom's Back. Alexis POV.
I am beyond pissed, and I am not even sure what I am pissed about, but I know it isn't good. Opening a portal, we stepped through. I stormed myself to the center of the village, yelling for Prudence and Gloria. As before, Prue came out acting happy we were there. "Where's my niece? I would have liked to see her." And I grabbed her by her throat. Stomping my way to Gloria's cottage. Dragging Prudence with us, I slammed all the doors on the cottages to keep everyone inside. Slamming Gloria's door open, I threw Prudence into a chair, then shoved Gloria into one beside her. Restraining them both, I sneered, Tell you Fuking did not kill my mother. You tell me you did not murder your own daughter. What did you use? Botulinum? Cyanide? Arsenic? No, it was all three. You used all three, didn't you? You better fucking start talking. And trust knowing, I can tell when you're lying. When did you learn the king was Olivia's true mate? What possessed you to approach the queen? Because I know it was you who had to initiate contact. She's too stupid to figure it out. Who is going to go first? Try anything stupid. No, my mate. And my father will not let you survive the night. Prudence started, Gloria only wanted you to die, not Olivia. The vitamins were first given to her when she was pregnant with you. It was easy to use a persuasion spell, reiterated once a week, using one of your mom's hairs. We convinced her she would die without them. She needed one every day. No matter how we tried, though, the spell would not work. Either on convincing her she had to force you to take them, or on you to take them voluntarily, like Olivia did. And I slapped her. She never took them voluntarily, you stupid bitch. She was spelled. I stood in front of my grandmother. You disgusting waste of space. How black must your soul be to murder your own child? Talk to me. You are the one who went to Juliet. You are the one who gave her the poison to kill my father. Were you that jealous? Of a love so good, so pure. You had to destroy it even further than fate had. Start talking, or lose your tongue. She spit out. You know nothing. You don't know the struggle witches grew up with. Murdered in their sleep. Hunted. Slaughtered by wolves who can never understand the purity of magic. Olivia wasn't supposed to die. You were. Your father was. I still haven't figured out what happened there. But if I had to guess, I would have to put it down to user error. That woman is stupid. She never even entertained the notion the king completed the mating with Olivia. She told me it wasn't possible. Her body would have been in excruciating pain if he had betrayed the mate bond. See? Ignorant bitch. Stupid. And you. Come in here with your sanctimonious attitude. You know nothing. You are a freak. An abomination. A fucking sideshow attraction. I grinned. An evil, sneering smile. Be that as it may, Your opinion counts for shit. I may be the first hybrid of my kind, but I am not the last. More are coming, and I believe we have the reason I was created: to bring our two species together as a whole, to educate each other about our existence, to live in peace, in harmony. Daddy, Blake, please bring these two outside. Oriel has already reached out to Athos and Aramis. As first wolves, we summon the goddess. She will determine the fate of these two dark witches, tie them to the stakes, while we await Seleni's presence. But first, I must get Aunt Helena. I stepped through the portal in the apothecary and told Helena and the girls what was happening. They had to come with me now, if they want to say goodbye. We all returned through the portal, and Helena walked straight to her mother. Slapping her hard, she hissed, "Murderer." I summoned all the witches and sorcerers to the center of the village. After tonight, a new high priestess will be appointed by Hecate herself. Gloria has besmirched her soul by murdering her own daughter. Prudence has done the same, by aiding in the casting to make certain my mother died. They conspired with the Dowager Queen to murder the King of Wolves. All this in an effort to prevent the survival of the very first wolf-witch hybrid. They failed, but they still murdered one of your own. They murdered the next in line high priestess, and that cannot go unpunished. A flash of light, so bright we all turned our faces. I stepped between my mate and my dad, knowing things were about to get a little ugly. Dark witches didn't go quietly. Hecate steps to Gloria. You were my pride. You were born with a heart so pure I was sure nothing could taint it. What a disappointment you are. Turning to Prudence, have you ever had one original thought in your head? Other than siphoning your daughter's power, teaching her to do it to others. Have you ever actually had a single thought? Alexis is right. You are both wastes of space. When Selene and I leave today, I will be taking the Book of Dark Arts with me. Do either of you have anything you wish to say before we pass judgment? They both defiantly shook their heads, and Hecate whooshed her hand. They were both engulfed in flame. Hecate sang, "Hades welcomes your blackened souls, never to be reborn." Then she turned to Helena, reaching for her hand. Helena took it, and their hands glowed, and Hecate spoke loudly, "Your new high priestess." And they all went down on one knee. Selene and Hecate joined hands and stood facing Blake, Lauren, and myself. Selene spoke, "Lauren, you are a great man, a great king. When the witches took Olivia's life, they interfered with fate. As goddesses, we are allowed to correct that kind of mistake. If we so choose, we believe you and your daughter deserve to be rewarded." And they parted, looking behind them. Walking from the forest line into the moonlight was Olivia Morris, my mother. And while my father hit his knees, kissing the moon goddess's hand, I ran, like my life depended on it, and wrapped myself in her arms. She kissed my head, my cheeks, my nose. Wiping my tears, she whispered, "Shall we go rescue Selene?" And we both giggled. Walking back to Dad, Mom stopped and smiled. He yanked her to him and buried his face in her neck. He whispered, nearly inaudibly, "Suo beautiful." We all hugged Hecate, and when I turned to Selene, she held her hand up. "We need to talk. This war is coming, sooner than we thought. Especially now, Hecate and I did something. In order for Olivia to remain in this realm, a soul has to return to the underworld in her stead. And no, before you ask, the two souls that left were fated to go. We decided we would take Juliet's soul back with us. Lauren and Olivia will be able to be fully mated and marked, uniting the two species irrevocably. Lauren, you will retake the throne, with a witch as your queen. All of you, prepare for resistance." And with that, they were gone. Helena and my mom were in each other's arms. My father wrapped his arm around her waist, and Blake lifted me up as we stepped through the portal to our home.
Chapter 35. Reclaim the Throne. Blake's POV.
What a night that was. We got back just before midnight, and we all just fell into our beds. And waking this morning, my giddy, excited mate has practically vibrated off the bed. I laugh and scoop her up to grab a shower before breakfast. Her happiness is infectious, and it can be felt throughout the entire pack. Walking to the dining hall, there was laughter. People singing Christmas songs, kids romping and playing, and I know it's due in part to Alexis' exuberance. The pack needs this right now. We need this right now. Sitting down, Cody's father says, Alpha, Cynthia went out last evening and hasn't returned. We checked her room and realized she packed a bag. I think she's run off. I nodded, thank you for telling me. I am sorry she has to disrupt your family so disrespectfully. By the time we made it to the conference room, Jeremiah had already been told his mother had died in her sleep, and Charles mumbled, too peaceful for that fucking pit viper, and the room erupted. Then we all really laughed when Charles fainted after he found out about Olivia. Lauren decided to unblock his phone. As we waited for Jeremiah to deliver his news, we didn't have to wait long. We knew the call was coming before it rang through. All of us had watched him dialing, putting it on speaker. Lauren answered Santiago, and I almost choked on laughter. Where are you? Laughing. Lauren responds, here, where are you? We all know what he's doing. He's winding him up. It's a conversation everyone had last night. Jeremiah snips back. I'm here, where you should be. Lauren went back at him with, Ninu. You aren't here. I'm here. You're actually there. And I am exactly where I should be. And nuclear is about to happen. You fucking asshole. I need you at the palace. Today. Mother. Your wife. You do remember you have one, right? Is dead. You need to show proper mourning. So get your ass back here. Lauren grins. A huge, unashamed grin. Mamachaman. Yeah, that's going to have to be a hard no. Not going to be able to do it. Juliet stopped being my wife. About the same time you stopped being my son. By the way, the witches you collaborated my murder with are now dead. Might want to let your little pet know Hecate herself burned her mother at the stake. I will be releasing a statement within the hour to the entire kingdom, however, delineating every detail of Juliet's demise, as well as your aligned associations with rogues to assassinate alphas all over the continent. And just as we knew would happen, he went nuclear. When I find you, I will disembowel you. I will spike your head to the kingdom's gates to remind everyone to never fuck with a true king. Lauren laughs. Good luck with that. Click. We watched the meltdown like it was the last eruption of Kilimanjaro. He threw things. He screamed. He snapped the necks of two his advisors. Then told Virginia Lauren had murdered Prudence. While that was going on, Damon was setting up a press conference. Watching Lauren go from laid-back normal person to Alpha King Lauren Santiago was an awesome and intimidating as fuck experience. Once it was all set up, he began his address. And I admit to fangirling like a bitch. My fellow wolves, I come before you today, not as a king. As a wolf, I brought shame on our realm, on my name, and on my family. When I say family, I do not refer to the impostor who sits the throne, but I will explain in a moment. In our teachings of the last couple centuries, we are taught that our true mates are options, to embrace or ignore. Before I was born, my father brokered an alliance with a powerful alpha, that I would take his firstborn daughter to wife. I was raised in strict adherence to my responsibility to the throne, the kingdom. I was trained to ignore my feelings, as they are unimportant in the grand scheme. At my 19th birthday, I ascended the throne. A year later, I wed Juliet Winters. 1 year later, she gave birth to a male heir. My familial duty was achieved, and I was done. I threw myself into the betterment of our species. I traveled to meet with alphas all across the continent to hear their ideas. to learn what they needed to enrich their lives on one such trip. When the heir apparent was only 7 months old, I visited a beautiful little pack on the southeast border of Georgia. It was there, in a little coffee shop, I found my true mate. My one. The person we are taught we can live without. She knew we couldn't be together. She knew I could never mark her, that I was obligated to my wife and the heir. Yet, and here is where I need you to listen, pay attention. My beautiful mate, living her life the way our goddess intended. She followed the doctrines to the letter and got stuck with me. Someone who didn't believe mates were in our best interests. My mate wanted me. She wanted me. If only for one night. She wanted me. Because I was her goddess-given true mate. She made herself settle for only one night with her true mate. Then to live the rest of her life, never feeling that soul connection. As a man, being a male, I needed it too. I left in the dark hours, after having a taste of what my life should have been, and knowing I could never have that feeling again. I returned to taking care of the kingdom, of my people, keeping my mind blank of emotions. What I didn't know, the time spent with my mate resulted in a child. Created from that love, a queen discovered I had found my mate and conspired with the mother of my mate to murder us both. I was poisoned on a daily basis for nearly 16 years. My beta discovered it, and we stopped it. It was too late for my true mate, however. She did in fact die. My child had to tend to my mate as she succumbed to the poison. The heir then imprisoned me until I agreed to abdicate, and he ascended to the throne. Now, your king has been allying with corrupt alphas, hiring rogues, and decimating entire packs, making sure to assassinate the alpha families. In doing so, it would allow him to control all wolves, to demand blind loyalty. With no resistance to his authority, I leave it to you to decide how you wish to proceed. Do you sit and do nothing? Do you become sheeple and follow the flock? The Dowager Queen is dead. The goddess herself claimed her soul in the night, just as Hecate claimed the soul of my mate's mother, so that my mate could walk through this life with me, and I will be forever grateful. My faith in our moon goddess's plan for us, and our mates will never waver again. Below this screen are phone numbers you can call to ask questions, or join our cause. There is a website launching at the close of this broadcast. Feel free to browse. Email us. I am no longer standing against our core values. Thank you for your time. As soon as the screen blanked, the phones were ringing. Thank goddess I set up dedicated Watts lines.
Chapter 36, Proposing Glitches. Third-person POV.
Every alpha on Sterling Moon's territory had 20 pack members answering phones or returning emails. The response was overwhelming and gratifying. An entire species coming together to reunite in one belief. Every pack calling for the abdication of Jeremiah. In the conference room, the alphas watched the catastrophic meltdown of the king. He ordered trackers out to bring in every rogue they could find, by force if necessary. He ordered combat training every day for 6 straight hours. He ordered Virginia to find him witches. What he failed to realize was, a lot of rogues had seen the broadcast and gone to ground, not wanting to die for what they knew was a lost cause already. The witches had all been warned by the high priestess. Helping the king of wolves was a death sentence. Lauren and Blake were systematically cutting off any additional aid for Jeremiah. Damon had hacked into the palace's computers. He had already frozen all bank accounts, seized all assets in the name of King Lauren. Blake had men blocking all trade routes into the kingdom, stopping supplies from arriving. It was becoming a siege, without the violence of one. The systematic, strategic plan to push Jeremiah into desperation. Everyone knows a desperate man makes mistakes, and it's only a matter of time. During the day, Olivia spends time with her sister and her daughter. At night, She spends every second rediscovering the man who held every bit of her heart from the second she saw him. The atmosphere in the territory was jubilant. They were putting all the finishing touches on the ballroom. Alexis had painted the windows in Christmas-themed murals. Everything was in a winter wonderland theme. Beautiful icy blue and white fairy lights adorned the ceiling that had been draped in a midnight blue, giving the illusion of a winter night. Alexis' idea of bringing a midnight clear indoors, without the cold. There had been 10 different trees brought in and decorated and placed in a romantic path pattern, with benches for strolling lovers to sit. The menu had been decided. Chefs were prepping everything. Bartenders had stocked the 4 different bars. Hors d'oeuvres carts were placed strategically close to the bars. The 5 witches were all in the Alpha's quarters, dressing in their beautiful gowns. Cornelia is wearing a baby blue silk one-shoulder mermaid-style gown, while Dahlia had a crimson-red satin ball gown, fitted bodice and off-shoulder cap sleeves. Helena had chosen an emerald green empire waisted chiffon that displayed her baby bump adorably. Olivia wore an off-the-shoulder long-sleeved black stretch velvet, a line-flared bottom gown that hugged her curves like a second skin. Elegantly sexy and a showstopper. Alexis, on the other hand, had a royal purple halter-necked, backless gown that fit her tightly to her hips, then flared out to the floor with a slit up her right leg to her upper thigh. Her hair was pulled into a low, messy chignon, tendrils of curl framing her face. Alexis stood at the top of the stairs, watching the guys' faces as the girls descended down to them. It was her very favorite part of any romantic event. Dahlia went first to be met with other girls to dance the night away. Then Cornelia. Troy stood at the base of the staircase, in a black tux, with a bow tie the exact color of her gown. He looked up, seeing her, and his lips lifted in that left-sided signature smirk of his, but his eyes deepened color and almost twinkled. 2 steps from the bottom, his patience wore out, and he grabbed her, lifting her into his chest and kissing her like his life depended on it. Max stood off to the side of the base, his palm resting on the finial of the banister, smiling that adorable smile that makes him Max. High eyes danced repeatedly over Helena, from the top of her head to her feet and back again, every nuance denoting his joy. As she reached the final step, his hand lifted, palm up, and she laid her dainty one into his. Olivia stood at the top, beside Alexis. She squeezed her mom's hand and whispered, "Only good things from this day forward, Mama." Olivia nodded and dropped her foot to the first stair. She glided down the stairs. As Lauren stood gazing intensely at her, he stood tall, proud, and every inch a king. Anyone else seeing his face would have been intimidated, frightened. His violet eyes were piercing. Not a trace of his dimples slipping past the stony visage, but his focus was true, never deviating from the face of the woman he had loved for so long, only in his dreams. When she reached the landing, he wrapped one arm around her waist and pulling her to him. His forefinger under her chin, he lifted her face as he brought his down to meet hers, and when their lips met, Alexis swore the banister melted. Those were the moments that brought Alexis the most joy. She's standing there thinking, "Damn it, Goddess should have made me Cupid." Then she giggles. She starts down the stairs, never taking her eyes off Blake. He is looking up at her and linking her. She is the most exquisitely beautiful woman he has ever seen. The smile is glued to his face, and he can't get over how lucky he is to be able to call her his. He reveled in the feeling of the goddess's blessing. Every time he saw her, she finally reached him, and he realized his palms were actually sweaty by the awe-inspiring beauty before him. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. As he lowered her hand, he was dropping to a knee. "Alexis, until you, my life had no color. Before you, I lived the mundane. Being with you, I am finding me. Beside you, I am invincible. Loving you is my greatest joy. Will you do me the incredible honor of becoming my wife?" And when he opened the ring box, poof, and he says, "Goddess, I hope that's a yes." And his family, who knew this was happening, laughed with him. Within seconds, her hair covered in snow, and missing a shoe, she reappeared, flinging herself into his arms, squealing, "Yes, yes, yes." And again, everyone laughed.
Chapter 37, Damon's Mate. Blake's POV.
Walking into the ball, everything is magical. The ceiling is dark with draped fabrics and twinkle lights, making it look like a night sky. The dance floor is surrounded by decorated Christmas trees, making it seem like an actual clearing in a copse of pines. She has sweet little benches hidden in the trees for lovers to find a stolen moment. Alexis is showing everyone her ring. Her parents are beaming at her. It's heartbreaking to remember how much they have been through to get to this point. But nothing has beaten Alexis. Nothing holds her back or gets her down for very long. I admire her. I don't just love her. I am proud of her. I respect her. And I admire her. As if she heard my thoughts, she appears in front of me. "Will you dance with me, Alpha Sterling?" I swooped her into my arms and spun us around, kissing down her neck and across her shoulder. "It would be my utmost pleasure, Mrs. Sterling." Damon danced by us, with a beautiful brunette, nearly as tall as he is, and stopped to introduce her. Her name is Constance, but prefers to be called Connie, and is beta-born she-wolf from Alpha Richard's pack, which means she is Cynthia's cousin. How fun! We had finally made it to our room, and I pulled Alexis into my arms. Kissing her shoulders, I reached to untie the neck of the halter part of her dress, only to realize that was the only thing holding the damn thing on her body. Damn! My hard-on got even harder, looking at her standing there in nothing but a lilac lacy thong. This woman is going to be the death of me. I kissed down her body, backing her toward the bed and sliding her thong down her legs. Timed it perfectly to have her panties ready to slip off as I had backed her onto the bed. I ran my hands up the inside of her legs, pausing to run my fingers through her folds. "Sue wet for me, baby," and I lick from her entrance to her clit. Closing my mouth on her, sucking gently, I pushed 2 fingers inside of her, feeling her walls clench around them. I slide them in and out in an increasing rhythm, matching the movements of my tongue against her clit, until she screams my name and her walls pulsate with her orgasm. As she's still riding that wave, I enter her. The tightness, how wet she is, and the way she pulses around me as we move together has me skidding into infinity and groaning her name. I'm convinced. This is what heaven is. Waking the next morning, she is lying completely on top of me, with her face buried in my neck. I smile because this is my favorite way to wake up. We had made love 5 more times before the dawn peaked above the horizon before we fell asleep. I wrapped her in my arms and drifted right back into a comfortable sleep. We had a huge breakfast and went to meet in the war room. Enough is enough. Everyone is living in limbo and Pax need to get home. Lauren and Alexis are the royals, and how we move forward is, ultimately, up to them. But she is ready for some normality too. We had lost all surveillance on the palace days ago, which has Lauren a little concerned. But Alexis isn't. She took center room and said, "I want to be ready to move on the palace in a few hours. Helena has been working with the coven. We have enough witches, powerful enough to open portals and hold them long enough to get 200 people through. My mom and I can each open and hold 2, but I am only asking for 1. Helena will not open any portals. She will, however, hang back with Cornelia in triage for healing. It takes less energy, and the baby is due in under a month, so no taking chances. Once we have the palace surrounded and the warriors neutralized, either by surrender or death, Dad and I will enter the castle. Blake, I need you and Damon's team. Dad will have Charles and the royal guard. This ends today. Dad needs to unite our peoples. And just like that, a plan was set in motion. All the alphas were informed, and each one decided they will fight, provide warriors, and end this once and for all. Things are going to start changing fast, and we need to be ready. Within 2 hours, I had our warriors ready to go. Ian had his ready to move as well. Helena had drawn her witches to our northern borders to open portals. Lauren stood beside me, Olivia by his side. My sweet Alexis was eager and excited. I worried she would poof away and show up naked or something. The portals opened, and a witch stood on both sides holding them steady while the troops marched through. The kingdom erupted into chaos. They were uncertain if they were supposed to fight or not. Their king had all but disappeared on them, locking himself inside the palace as soon as King Lauren had announced him as a fraud. Alexis Kaised me. Lead our people to victory. Then meet me at the palace. Come on, Daddy. Time for me to meet my brother. Gag and I watched her step directly into the opulent foyer of the palace and lost sight of her. Ian and I stepped directly into the courtyard and entered battle. These poor men stood no chance against our battle-hardened troops. Lauren's royal elites were snapping necks and just wading through the soldiers like they were toddlers with wooden swords. Within an hour, the royal warriors that had survived had surrendered, and the battle could barely be called a skirmish. We made our way to the palace and found the door wide open. We didn't bother knocking, knowing no one would answer anyway. This entire day had been a farce. It was obvious Jeremiah was not cut out to be king. He was immature, inexperienced, and well, let's face it, without his mommy, he would have problems wiping his own ass. We continued down halls and corridors. This place was a maze, Ian said. For the 4th time, didn't we pass this portrait before? And I am fighting the urge to punch him. Finally, Charles ran up to us. Follow me. She's going to kill that foolish boy.
Chapter 38. She smells like a brothel. Third-person POV.
Lauren and Alexis entered the palace, and Alexis followed her father. They went directly to the throne room. Finding it empty, she followed him to the atrium, and nothing. Alexis looked at Lauren. Where is the fucking safe room in this mausoleum? Lauren started laughing. You know, one day, you will be living here, right? She rolled her eyes and scoffed. PSSSHHH. I see a major renovation and remodel in my future. That's what the fuck I see. This place needs more light. More life. It feels like a tomb, Daddy. He nods, agreeing. I just never cared enough, daughter. It was never my home. She wrapped her arm into the crook of his elbow and pulling him down. She kissed his cheek. I love you, Daddy. Now, let's go find Jeremiah. I have a brother to choke. And they both laughed. Jeremiah wasn't in the king's chambers, nor was he in the salon. They didn't find him in his office, or the safe room behind the wall in there. They made their way to the queen's office, and Lauren's whole family was in the safe room there. Lauren asked his father where Jeremiah was, and Abraham told him he would never reveal his location. Alexis said, Daddy, I can make him tell us. And Lauren nodded. She waved her hand, and Abraham blurted out, Jeremiah is in the safe room behind the throne. And his wife slapped the fuck out of him, causing Alexis to bust out laughing. Classy folks you got there, Dad. He mutters, fuck off, and she howls with laughter. They ran back to the throne room with his joke of a family hot on their heels. Lauren went immediately to the safe room, and with no preamble, he grabbed Jeremiah by the scruff of his neck and hurled him out, making him land at Alexis's feet. She grinned an evil grin. Well, hello, brother dearest. And Jeremiah spit on her boot. She laughed, saying, well, don't just spit on it. Shine it while you're down there. Lauren yanks him to his feet and slaps him. You disrespectful little shit. There has got to be something inherently wrong with you. Why, Jeremiah? When did you become so self-entitled? So selfish? I tried so hard with you. I wanted you to grow to be a responsible, decent king. A fair-minded king. Explain to me where you took a wrong turn? Jeremiah laughed. Why don't you tell him, grandfather? Tell him how disappointed you have always been in him. How he always has his head in the clouds. Always working to be a friend of the people. Never taking the crown seriously. What was it you were always saying, grandmother? Ah, yes, he got a taste of his true mate and left his balls on her doorstep. Oh, father, you are so stupid, so naive. Your parents may have failed with you. But ask them. I am their greatest success. The death of your true mate, the failed attempt on your life, that wasn't my mother. It was yours. That is how ignorant you are. The people don't want a weak king. They want me. Lauren stood there shocked. He knew his parents were controlling. He knew they were power hungry, power crazed. But to hate him so much they tried to kill him. Alexis looked at her grandmother. You? His own mother tried to kill him? You killed my mother? Edith laughed. Cackled really. She says, You're the whore's kid? How fortuitous he found you. Moping around for years. Pining for his true mate. Killing him would have done him a favor. And Alexis moved so fast no one realized she had. Until it was over. She had snapped Edith's neck. Abraham roared and Jeremiah laughed. The prick laughed. Lauren kissed her forehead and said, Thank you. Jeremiah snarked. Now that you've found the half-breed, I suppose you think everything will be just perfect. And the word half-breed resonated through her. She strong-armed him against the wall and said, Where is that bitch? That word rolled off your tongue too easily, too determinedly. You knew it would trigger me. Now, you have to the count of 10 to tell me where that whore is. She dies here. Today. Beside you, he screamed. You dare threaten your king. That is high treason. And she looks at Lauren, then back at Jeremiah. You are not my king. Lauren Santiago is my king. And like I said, your 10 starts now. You give her to me, or you die. 10-9-8-7-6. Blake says, Baby? What are we counting down? Lauren says, Nick of time, eh? But, apparently, calling her half-breed is a trigger and Jeremiah was stupid enough to do just that. And now, our baby girl wants to know where a she is that would have encouraged Jeremiah to use that word. Blake responds, I'm up to speed. My love. I will run Cynthia to ground. Hold off killing the piece of shit until Damon gets the cameras set up. We want his execution to be public. May as well kill his new whore same time. Lauren grins. Going to be a lot of neck snappage going on, Charles. Round up the rest of Abraham's family. Might as well see if they all feel the same as his stupid ass. Alexis looked at Jeremiah and Abraham. Oh, I get it. It had come down to not being able to manipulate you, Dad. And old Abraham here needed a puppet. He still wanted to be king, but with plausible deniability. And he couldn't have that with you, poison you. You didn't die, so force you into abdication. Then put Dumbass over here as the figurehead and let everyone think he's in charge, when in reality, it was old narcissistic Abraham pulling the strings. Blake came back in, dragging Cynthia by the hair of her head. He tossed her at Alexis' feet, and Alexis kicked her. You are really stupid, aren't you? You're the one who told him we had eyes on him. Just shared all the gossip you possibly could. How sweet. Did you try your love potion? Jeremiah yelled, She's my chosen. And Alexis snapped, She's nobody's chosen, you moron. She's anybody's? Is your sniffer broken? She smells like a brothel.
Chapter 39, Imprisonment or Death. Blake's POV.
Crazy. That's all I can think about the current king. He's crazy. He still believes he holds the power, not realizing almost all his warriors have either surrendered, or died. And now, Lauren decides we are all going to sit and chat. This should be fun. I walked over to Cody. You do know your sister is probably going to die this time, right? The only reason she's stayed alive this long has been out of respect for your family. So, contact your parents, bro. They have the right to say goodbye. He nods. She stopped being my sister a long time ago. I don't know how she went so wrong. Damon got everything set up he needed to go live. And Lauren sat at the head of the table. He sat his son on one side, and his son on the other. Several reporters sat in a cluster of seats off to the right side facing them. To the left sat the rest of the royal family, with the exception of Alexis, Olivia, and myself. We sat behind Lauren. Alexis had given Abraham and Jeremiah truth potions and froze them in their chairs. This is going to be fun. The cameraman pointed to Lauren, and he smiled. My fellow wolves, as promised, I am in Capital City. Before you sit 3 kings, 2 former, 1 present. My father and my son both have quite the tale to tell. Today, you will learn how my father manipulated and molded the entire wolf species into believing true mates were detrimental to the proper well-being of the kingdom. You will be told of his attempt to eliminate all witches in existence, burning them in their beds, killing entire families, even infants. He will tell you how he and my mother killed my true mate because she was a witch, how they wanted my daughter from that union dead. You will hear how my entire family were aware of my parents trying to kill me, to force me to relinquish the throne to their protege, their puppet. The current king will tell you of the atrocities he has committed, the slaughter of high-ranked wolves, so he could be the ultimate authority, your almighty wolf god. Unknown to them, they were given truth potions, created by the very same witches they had hoped to eradicate from our realm. Ask your questions. The floor is yours. The first reporter stepped to the podium and spoke into the microphone. King Abraham, what was the ultimate goal in killing King Lauren? Abraham responds, Lauren refused to comply. He wanted to be his own kind of ruler, allowing you peasants a say in how things are done. He would have undone everything my father had worked for. We would be overrun by witches. He is a fool. The reporter stepped aside for the next one. King Jeremiah, why would you allow your grandparents the ability to kill your own father? He was a good king, a kind king. He cares about all wolves. He is your father. Jeremiah spat. You answered your own question, but you didn't add he is weak, incompetent, ignorant of how a monarch should rule. A monarch's decisions are absolute. No one has the right to question his methods. The voice of the king should be the only voice. The reporter looked taken aback. So, because your father cared about the wolves of his kingdom, he had no right to live. He had to be forced off the throne? And Jeremiah laughed. Now you're understanding. The reporter stepped away with a look of disgust, and another took his place. Jeremiah, why would you believe we wolves would follow you blindly? After you had killed all alpha and beta-born wolves, not being high-born does not predicate lack of intelligence. You are not now, nor have you ever been my king. My loyalty will always lie with King Lauren. Jeremiah tried to jump up, only to stay in place, like his ass was superglued to the chair. And Alexis let go a laugh. I am king, and you will address me as such, or I will have your head. And everyone heard Charles say, again with the Queen of Hearts' famous line, rabbit hole coming up. And our entire group laughed, especially Lauren. The reporter smirked. There are fewer than 1,000 wolves that would follow you, Jeremiah. Polling has been happening all over the realm since King Lauren's enlightenment of this regime's practices. Did you miss that speech? And all the reporters laughed while Jeremiah screamed, none of you will survive past this day. While the reporter responded, oh, I believe we will. Lauren took control of the press conference again. We all know who will not live past this day, Jeremiah. Now, my friends, I wish to introduce my true family, the one the goddess intended. Mother Moon has found me worthy, and in replacing the soul she needed, by taking Jeremiah's mother, she allowed me to have my true mate back with me. He stood and looked over his shoulder, holding his hands out to Olivia and Alexis. He pulled them forward. This is your true queen, the goddess's choice, Olivia Morris, and this is your true princess, a hybrid witch wolf, a white wolf, my daughter, my heart, my pride and joy, Alexis Morris Sterling. The reporters went wild, snapping pictures, asking questions, roaring in joy of the white wolf. I stepped up behind my mate, not fully trusting anyone. Now that Lauren had exposed her, I wasn't aware he was going to tell them she was the white wolf. And it has me pissed, a reporter yelled out. Won't the people supporting Jeremiah come for the white wolf? Is she in danger? And I stepped forward. Goddess, have mercy on any fools crazy enough to come for my mate. I will burn this world to the ground, should anyone try to harm her. Someone yelled out. And who are you? I smirked evilly. I am your worst nightmare. My name is Alpha Blake Sterling of Sterling Moon. If you do not know me by reputation, I suggest you do your due diligence. Lauren said loudly, my son, by marriage, is a formidable man. He has always been. But since his mating with my daughter, he has been goddess blessed, making him even more of a threat. He also has the full backing of the crown. Not to mention, my daughter is a force to be reckoned with. My suggestion would be, to anyone thinking they would go easy, think long and hard before you forfeit your life. A reporter asked, where do we go from here? Are you retaking the throne? Will Jeremiah abdicate? What of King Abraham? Lauren called for calm. Jeremiah will be allowed to abdicate and be imprisoned. If he refuses, this becomes a coup, and I will publicly execute him. The only choice for Abraham is life imprisonment or death.
Chapter 40, I Want Her Gone. Alexis's POV.
I'm not happy. I was not prepared to be outed. And I know Blake is royally pissed. Ha, punny. We are all waiting now for Jeremiah's decision. And personally, I think he will refuse to abdicate, thinking Daddy won't kill him. Blake hasn't taken his hands from my waist since the announcement that I am the white wolf. I can feel his anger radiating through the bond. I can't really blame him. We were blindsided, and I can only hope my father knows what he is doing. A lot of wolves could be harmed by this revelation, however. I do realize, eventually, our people would have to know. A heads up would have gone a long way to assuage Blake's anger, though. I turned to my mama. Do you want to hang around here and wait for Jeremiah's decision, Daddy? Will have to be sworn back in. But she will have to have a coronation and mating ceremony. She grimaced and said, I will wait to hear his decision. Then I want to return to Sterling Moon. I nodded. Jeremiah is demanding a trial. And Daddy laughed. You will decide today, abdication or death. Then you can file your grievances with the council. Once one is reestablished because your council are a bunch of incompetent buffoons. Jeremiah and Abraham both chose imprisonment. And we are waiting now for the formal abdication and reinstating of the true king. Then, we take Cynthia back to Sterling Moon for her trial by our council. She will be tried for treason and conspiracy to commit murder. It's turning into a long, fucking day. Jeremiah gave his abdication speech for the cameras. Then he spit in my dad's face. I lost my shit, stepped in front of Daddy, and punched that fuker so hard he put a hole in the block wall. I said to the guards, I want this fuker not only locked in a cell, I want him chained, limited mobility, piece of shit. Daddy grinned. Pulling me close and kissing my forehead, he turned to the reporters. This is your true princess. The swearing in was awesome. We literally watched his body strengthen and grow larger as the power of the realm re-entered his soul. Mama kissed him and went back to Sterling Moon. Blake was out checking the remaining warriors and seeing where they are with training, what skills they possess, and where they need improvement. Damon told him they are lazy and have no idea how to fight their way out of a wet paper bag. The reporters headed out, and we all settled into the office. Blake tells my dad, I am going to leave 50 of my warriors here. Hopefully, they will be able to whip the ones here into shape. All the alphas would like a meeting with you to pledge loyalty to your regime before they all disperse to their home packs. The imminent threat has been diffused, but I believe you will still face pockets of rebellion from followers of Jeremiah and those still loyal to Abraham. A lot of the older alphas still refuse to adhere to Mother Moon's dictates. So, Damon is going to arrange for better surveillance and security devices. He is arranging to release all the assets and finances he had frozen last month. So, you will be able to access that within 24 hours. Daddy thanked him and said he will see us in 3 days to meet with the alphas, unless they want to travel to Capital City. We grabbed Cynthia and headed home. She had burned through all her chances and will have to accept her fate. I just can't wrap my head around this girl's motivation. I don't want her to die. I don't want to do that to Cody and his family. Suddenly, an idea came to me, and I went to find Blake and Helena. Blake was in the conference room with the alphas, letting them know the king will meet with them in a couple days, and they could start sending their packs home with their seconds if they'd like. When I walked in, they all stood and bowed. What the fuck? Then it dawned on me. Oh, sit the fuck down. I am just me. Still the same old glitchy witch that turned her alpha into a bunny. And Ian sputtered, wait, what? When was this? Where was I? How did that happen? Do it again. Blake cracked up. It was an accident, and I found no humor in it. Being a nearly 7, tall pink alpha bunny made me question my masculinity. And they all busted a gut. Ian howled. And she made you a pink bunny? Are there pictures? Oh my goddess. And Damon plugged his phone into the TV screen, pulling up the picture he had taken. While Blake yelled, I told you to delete that fucking thing, while the laughter just got worse. I climbed into his lap and whispered sorry, and he just smiled, telling me it's okay. At least they stopped bowing to me. He gets me. He knew I was uncomfortable, so he let them have a laugh at him. Ian, still laughing, says, that is something I can never unsee. Goddess, thanks for that. And Blake smirks. Yep, best be happy Damon has proof. I'm immune to her magic now. And everyone gave off a collective, awa damn it. And we all laughed. Things quieted down and Blake set up a time to reconvene. When the king was here, they all went back to their bivouacs to break down camp. Blake snuggled me into him and asked, what brought you in here to remind me of my bunny allergy? And I giggled. I have an idea about Cynthia. No. Wait, hear me out. When he groaned, then he nodded and said, I will listen. But I want her gone. I nodded and told him, I know. But what if I can make her forget about you entirely? Aunt Helena can remove the memory of you from her mind. We can send her back to live at Alpha Richard's pack, and Cody and his family will still have her in their lives, just with a little less crazy. He sat quietly for a few moments, and then, what if it's only a temporary fix, and she finds someone else to obsess over? I shrugged. Then that's on her. But at least you will not be the one responsible for killing your best friend's sister. Because no matter what he's feeling right now, no matter how angry or ashamed he is, at the end of the day, she is still his sister. And at one point in time, you loved her like a little sister. That's a guilt I would spare you if I can. He yanked me up tight and whispered, these are the reasons I love you so much. You always find ways to prevent problems down the road. He grinned and said, let's get them all in here and get this done. Richard's pack is leaving to head back to North Carolina today, and I want her gone.
Chapter 41, Banned from the Food Court. Blake's POV.
The days are running together. We have started getting the pack back to normal. There's little to no sign of the many camps we had set up to protect the packs from attack. We still have the occasional fight with unruly rogues, but nothing too big. Lauren is holding Olivia's coronation and the official crowning of the princess as the heir to the throne. Alexis has been cranky about it for days, demanding her parents have another baby, so she's off the hook. Which, of course, isn't how it works at all. And she knows it. She knows that the crown was always supposed to go to a female. The white wolf, she's being contrary. Right now, we are waiting for the birth of Helena and Max's little one. Alexis and Olivia are with her. Lauren and I have arranged for mine and Alexis' wedding to take place the night of the coronation. I'm hoping to surprise her with it. But if I'm honest, I worry she will either take my head off or glitch herself to BFE. Either way, it should be a fun time for some of us. A baby's cry could be heard down the halls, and Max runs out eyes wide, hair sticking up all over, yelling it's a boy. And he looks like, well, he looks like a bloody mess right now. But to me, he looks like everything I have been missing in my world, and runs back in. We all start laughing, and knowing we would all be the same way. Another 10 minutes had passed when Alexis came out and told us to be quiet as we filed in to take a look at our newest addition. And he is so beautiful. Even I can feel how special this little one is. Alexis and I are lying in each other's arms. It's late, and I can feel Ariel and Athos talking quietly. I love that they communicate with each other, as much as Alexis and I do. The fact that their souls have been intertwined since our species began is still a mystery to me, but not to them, and they finally feel complete. Their souls have been fighting through each generation to find their way back to each other, and it had finally happened for them. I also know it is a contributing factor in the closeness Alexis, and I feel, she whispers, I really have to take the throne? I don't want it. Can't we give it away? And I chuckle, baby. You are stressing yourself out over something that will not happen for many years. We won't take the throne until our child can take Alpha here. Okay? We will take as much time as we need to prepare. Your father is still young enough to hold the crown for quite a while. Then she reaches up and kisses me. All coherent thoughts flee, while I spend the next several hours making sweet love to my queen. At breakfast the next morning, we overhear Damon telling Connie to just ask, and she shakes her head. This goes on for about 10 minutes, and Alexis finally jumps in. Connie, sweet girl, what has you so tense? Causing Connie to jerk her head toward Alexis. She whispers, I want to ask a favor. But I don't want you to be reminded of my cousin whenever I am around you. My adorable mate stands up and walks around Damon. Pulling Connie into a hug, she tells her, first of all, you are nothing like Cynthia. And please trust I only see you when you speak. You are my third in command. Please never be afraid to come to me with anything. And my chest swells with pride. The goddess surely got it right when she chose my Alexis as the White Wolf's vessel. And then Connie became animated, and it was hilarious to watch. I look at Damon, laughing. She is as excitable as our Luna. And Damon grins like a fool, saying, yeah, but at least I don't have to worry she'll glitch herself into a shower with you, completely naked. And we both crack up, until we hear eep, and both our girls are gone. I laugh harder and look at him. You were saying. Fuck. They pop back and Alexis keeps saying, I am so sorry, with both of them covered in pond scum and soaking wet. I ask, the pond behind the tool shed, and Alexis says, yup, I am just so sorry, and Connie breaks out laughing. Finally, I feel like part of the family. And everyone laughs. I tell them to go get cleaned up so we can get some work done, and they dart off to shower. Damon says, life will never be boring, Cody says. I have to go to the kingdom today with Olivia. King Lauren wants me to run a check on the extra security for tomorrow's events. With all the guests arriving in the morning, Olivia wants me to run background on the household staff. She has a couple of them that she says are giving off iffy vibes. Not sure what that means, but I figured it's female terminology that is foreign to me anyway. So I didn't ask, I laughed. Yeah, I just normally nod sagely, like I know what they're saying too. The girls come back and ask if they can go shopping for a dress for Connie. Apparently, she had been under the impression she wouldn't be attending the coronation because Damon had failed to let her know. We all looked at Damon like he had a third eye in the middle of his forehead, and he says, "What?" We laughed, and Cody tells us, "Yeah, he's still clueless." We stand and I grin. Having just the punishment, of course you can go shopping, baby. In fact, I suggest we make a day of it. And all of us go. I'm sure Connie needs a new wardrobe since she couldn't have brought much with her. And I would love to take you to lunch. Let's go, Damon. After 2 hours, he says, "Didn't think this one through, did ya? Punishing me punished you. That's karma, you dick." I groan, knowing he's right. Alexis has gotten so excited about a gown Connie has chosen she's glitched twice. Once, to the men's room. The second time, into the kitchen at the food court, startling everyone and causing a fire. So yep, did not think this one through. We have to leave the mall to feed our girls because my Luna got us banned from the food court.
Chapter 42, and I said yep. Alexis's POV.
I'm nervous. My mom is nervous. Blake has been Mia most of the day, and my nerves are reaching frantic phase. Helena passes me a cup of tea, then one to Mama. She orders us to drink, and nearly immediately, we calm somewhat. Okay, we can do this. The tea helped. My Mama is dressed in a royal blue gown, long sleeves, straight a line with a slit to just above her knee, embroidered gold lacing edges the neckline and sleeve cuffs. A slim gold chain is draped around her hips, with the tail hanging down her thigh ending with a wolf's head weight done in sapphires. She looks beautiful. Blake chose my gown, and I couldn't be happier. It's ivory satin strapless bodice, encrusted with tiny rhinestones scattered throughout, a drop-down waistline that flares from my hips into a full skirt, layered in chiffon again with rhinestones interspersed in the folds. It shimmered with every movement. It has a tiara with a chiffon-like veil that drapes down my back and attaches at my wrists, so that if I spread my arms, it almost looks like angel wings. I love it. We are lined up outside the double doors, and Charles is my mom's escort, while Uncle Max is mine. As we are announced, my mother is led to the dais, where the king and prince consort await. And again, I watch their faces. My father sees my mother and his face lights up. His eyes are glowing, like mine do when we are happy. The violet seems to deepen and his face breaks into a beautiful smile. She reaches him, and he takes her hands, kissing her cheek. Then they all turn to look at me. I see my mom wipe a tear away and Daddy squeezes her hand. Blake doesn't bother wiping his cheeks. His tears flow freely, but he is smiling. The love he has for me shows in his eyes, and I feel my own tear up. Max whispers, "If you glitch now, I go with you. And the Fuking Lake is really cold. Please keep that in mind." And I giggle. "I love you, Uncle Max." He pats my hand in the crook of his elbow. We reach the stairs and Blake takes my hand, leading me up to the podium. He whispers into my mind, "I have never seen a more beautiful sight. You are the most gorgeous creature the goddess has ever graced this world with." And I melt into him. My mother's coronation took nearly an hour. And now, as she kneels to accept the crown of queen, we all feel the power in the room shift. A bright white beam of light shines directly on her head, and the entire crowd gasps, knowing the goddess has sanctified their union. There is no disputing. She is the rightful queen, and even the doubters hit their knee in allegiance. It was my turn to be declared the heir apparent, and no one doubted my claim to the throne. As the goddess herself appeared and hovered above us, she smiled beautifully and came to kiss me on the cheek. then turned and cupped my mom's face in her hand. Then she was gone, and the crowd erupted into cheers. My father stepped forward and in his big booming voice asked, "We have one more event before we run. I ask that you all indulge this old man in one last favor. I have been asked to officiate my daughter's wedding to the man of her dreams." And eep, I opened the double doors and ran back up the aisle and leaped into Blake's arms. Amid the insane laughter from the crowd, didn't even take the time to be embarrassed, just said, "Hurry, come on, get on with it," causing Blake to burst out laughing. The ceremony went quickly, and if I'm honest, I don't remember much of it. But it's being televised. I will watch later. I heard, "You may now kiss your bride," and I leaped into his arms again. He held me still a second, then placed his hands on either side of my face. Leaning down, he gently slid his lips across mine as he deepened the kiss. And my toes curled. That is the kiss I will remember for the rest of my life. I felt it in my very soul. My father said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. and Mrs. Blake Sterling," and applause. So loud the windows shook erupted around us. The king yelled, "Let's run!" And we leaped off the dais. All three of us shifting midair. Two gigantic black wolves on either side of a smaller white one. The entire crowd gasped. Aramis to my right, Athos on my left. Ariel stepped to the front. Flanked by her protectors, she lunged forward, and the thunder of paws could be felt for hundreds of miles. We danced the night away. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect time. I wasn't even bothered with the fact I am the princess. Right now, I am simply Blake's wife, and that's exactly where I want to be. We were saying our good nights when Cody ran up to us with a pretty redhead in tow. Alpha Blake, Luna Alexis, my mate, Celia. She's from a pack in Ireland. We need to swear her in. And I hugged her asking, "You sure you want to be part of this crazy family? We are a little much." And she nodded enthusiastically. "Cute," Blake said. "We will arrange the beta ceremony for day after tomorrow. Tonight is too late." "Welcome, Celia. We are so happy you're finally here." And he hugged her. Poor thing looked overwhelmed. And we heard her ask, "Beta what?" And everyone laughed. Finally, we had made it to our room and Blake started kizing me, removing my clothes as he kized every inch of my skin, as he exposed my naked body to his eyes, lips and hands. His fingers dipped inside me, and he moaned into my mouth so wet for me, baby, and my breath caught in my throat. He lined himself up at my entrance and pushed inside me. I gasped at the intrusion, like I always do, feeling my body adjust to his massive size. He fully seated himself and rested a moment, letting my body accommodate the feeling. He began moving, slowly at first, and increasing the pace. As our bodies moved in sync, Athos came forward, shining through Blake's eyes, bringing Ariel out, the lavender light from her eyes, lightly illuminating the whole room. His pace increases, his movement more aggressive with his wolf calling the shots. Then, something happens that neither of us expected. His cock expanded into his wolf's knot, and we locked together. And we both exploded into the most intense orgasm of our lives. I screamed his name as he groaned out mine, and sank his canines into my neck. Ariel returned the favor, and we were locked in the throes of pure ecstasy for many minutes, sending us over the edge again and again. Coming down from that mountain, he whispers, "Fucky," and I said, "Yep."
Chapter 43. Take Back Shit I Never Stole. Blake's POV.
It's been 2 weeks since our wedding. 2 weeks of absolute bliss. Since our wedding night, something shifted within us. When our wolves mated and marked, it is as if I can feel her. Inside my soul, I can sense where she is. I get flashes of what she is seeing, doing. In unguarded moments, I even know what she is going to say. Before she says it, she's the same. And we have been learning to control it. We had to. It has been such a sensory overload that we were struggling to accomplish even the smallest tasks. Like right now, I can feel her approaching, and I can feel she's excited, which always scares the shit out of me, by the way. But her thoughts are shielded, and that helps so much. My door bursts open, and she rushes over to me. Straddling my lap, she tucks around me and buries her face in my neck. I chuckle, "What's got my little bunny so excited?" And she whispers, "I'm trying to stay anchored." And I know she means she's trying not to glitch. We have figured out she doesn't glitch as often if she can get to me quick enough and I hold her. I am her anchor, although sometimes we end up in places like Debbie's diner or the attic. But we are getting better. I chuckle again and tell her to just hold on. She whispers, "You're going to be a daddy." And I jump up so fast she falls on her ass. I help her up, rubbing her ass, which I am not complaining about, and ask, "We're pregnant?" And she starts to nod, "Yep," and she's gone. We hear crashing and cursing. Then Cody yells, "Goddess damn it, hold her tighter, shit. I really like these pants." And I hear her say, "Shut the fuck up. Who wears fucking chinos in the winter?" As they both walk through the door. Damon and I crack up, while she dries the coffee from his pants, removing the stain, mumbling, "There, fucking crybaby, shouldn't always be walking around with hot drinks." And he sneers, "Of course not, because everyone knows exactly when their balls are going to get scalded off by a hyperactive crazy witch." And I snap, "Cody." His eyes get huge, and he apologizes immediately, saying, "I really am sorry, Lex. You know I love you. Just having a rough morning. Celia is sick as fuck. And every time I suggest seeing the doctor, she throws something at me and yells at me to leave her alone." Alexis spins on her heels and storms out. I'm thinking, fuck me, I have to fix this. And we race after her. She rounds a corner and walks straight into Cody and Celia's rooms. She's talking lowly to Celia and placed her hands on Celia's stomach. Then eep again, and they're both gone. And Cody said, "Great, she absconded with my mate now." And I roared with laughter. They both walk through the door behind us, and Alexis leaps into my arms, saying, "We're pregnancy twinsies." And Cody looked like a deer caught in headlights. While I am congratulating him, I tell my wife we should leave them alone for a while. I want a few alone moments with her anyway. We walk up to our room, discussing a nursery and what we want for decoration. As I close our door, I drop to my knees in front of her and kiss her tummy. I say, "Hello in there, I'm your daddy, and I am going to do everything in my power to make sure you are the happiest, most loved pup in the world." I stand and kiss my wife. All the happiness we feel, radiating through our souls. I ask if she wants to call her parents before we announce it to the pack, and she nods happily. So we get to the office and I set up the Skype. Lauren comes on smiling, "My children, so nice to see your faces." And Alexis smiles back, asking where her mom is. Lauren tells us to give him a minute, and soon enough, Olivia is in his lap. Alexis looks at me, and together we say, "You're going to be grandparents." Before we even finish speaking, they stepped through a portal, hugging us tightly. Damon says, "That shit is freaky as fuck. We have the weirdest goddess damned pack in the world," and all of us laughed. Alexis is doing well with her pregnancy. We had a few weeks of morning sickness that had her cranky, whiny some days. She glitches frequently, especially now that she feels the baby flutters. The excitement she feels affects all of us, so there's a lot of giggles and happiness. Although I have noticed most people try not to be too close to her because she glitches everyone she touches when the excitement hits. Poor Cody isn't faring as well. Celia is the personification of Irish temper. She will slap him if he sneezes. Literally. She slapped the shit out of him because he sneezed and startled her. She throws things with impeccable accuracy. He has taken to ducking when she walks into the room he's in. He walked into the office the other day, completely frazzled, and like a fool, Damon asked how's everything going, and goddess help us. He started, everything I do is wrong. I asked if she wanted me to massage her feet, and she accused me of making fun of the way she walks. She wanted snacks, and I offered to cut some fruits and veggies. That apparently meant I was calling her fat. I can't say anything right, so I told her I would watch what I say so I don't upset her. And that means I don't want to talk to her. I'm not sure which way is up. I'm walking on eggshells. Fuck. I'm ready to take back shit I never stole. And Damon and I lost our shit. That was too much.
Epilogue. Third-person POV.
Damon runs into the office like the hounds of hell are chasing him. All hell is breaking loose. Alexis' water broke and Celia won't let anyone near her, saying she's going to glitch us to Southeast Asia. And no, do not ask me why that's even a thing. Something about popping into Vietnam in the pouring rain? Anyway, get your fucking asses out there and control your women. Blake and Cody haul ass to the sitting room, and Alexis is panting, and she's trying to smile at him through the pain. She keeps repeating, "It's fine, I'm okay." Blake scoops her up and rushes to the infirmary. Helena is waiting for them, and Olivia pops in behind him, making him jump 3 feet. Fuck me. Give a dude a warning. Wear a fucking bell or something. Which had all 3 women roaring with laughter. Cody is yelling from the corridor that Celia is having contractions, so everyone scrambled to get her hooked to monitors and trying to calm Cody down until Celia's water broke. Then he started gagging and ran for the bathroom. Chaos rules. Blake is holding Alexis's hand, wiping her forehead with a cool rag, while Cody is fluffing Celia's pillows, rubbing her feet, and she's telling him to leave her alone. It wasn't long for Alexis, and Helena kept trying to tell Celia it would go faster for her too, if she calmed down a little. She screamed at her, "You calm down. Your flower isn't being forced to blossom before its time." With Cody trying to reassure her that flowers never bloom before they're ready, and she told him to shut up. He wouldn't know flowers from weeds, and Alexis looks at Blake. What the fuck are they talking about? With Blake trying to explain that it must be her private parts. But halfway through his explanation, she says, "Push. Time to push." And Helena stepped up to check. Within a half hour, Blake was holding scissors to cut the umbilical cord, staring at a beautiful baby boy, screaming his lungs out, and Olivia took him to clean him up and weigh him. Blake was crying and leaned to kiss his wife. She whimpered into his mouth, and he jerked back. Helena said, "That big boy was hiding this next one. Let's push again, Munchkin." 10 minutes later, Blake was cutting the cord on his daughter, and the tears didn't stop. Olivia cleaned the baby girl and brought both babies back to Alexis and Blake. Helena said, "Your son weighs 8 pounds and 14 oz. He's huge. And your daughter is 6 pounds even. It's no wonder we never saw her on ultrasound." Everyone laughed, and Olivia asked what their names are. Blake said, "He is Alexander, and she's Bella. She most definitely is our precious Bella." When Blake placed both babies in Alexis's arms, he wrapped all 4 of them up so she didn't glitch them to the North Pole or something. By the time they had moved Alexis to the Alpha quarters in the infirmary, Celia was pushing their baby into the world. A little boy came crashing into the lives of Cody and Celia, and immediately Celia was back to her calm, happy self, much to Cody's relief. Their son weighed in at an even 8 pounds, and they named him Baron. The pack celebrated their future alpha and beta born on the same day. They felt the white wolf brought blessings they would never have received otherwise. The days passed. The pups were precocious and daring. Bella surpassed daring. She was quickly becoming the pack darling. Alexander and Baron were always standing guard over her. She inherited her mama's penchant for glitching and would end up high on tree branches. Twice she glitched to the roof. Alexis and Blake decided to renovate the attic, allowing for a fully functional fifth floor and allowing Bella's penchant for being high up to be soothed. Her daddy had built an indoor playground that opened completely to open air, which he caged in. She could swing, slide, climb jungle gyms, all the while looking over the treetops, and that calmed her glitching fever a bit. Damon's mate Connie is expecting their first pup any day now, while Alexis has just told Blake they are expecting another set on twins in 7 months. As she's sitting on his lap, she asks, "We never talked about having kids. Or how many? Did you want a large family?" I feel horrible. I never asked. And that was thoughtless. Probably because I never thought about it, if I'm honest. I knew I wanted pups. Just never thought about how many. So do you want a big family? I mean, and he laughs. Loud and long, moot point, baby, moot point. We will have however many the goddess decides. And that was the end of the conversation. For now.
The end.